Yes, sir. What? Doing well. How are you, bro? Damn, getting attacked by water.
Yo, before we start, I am 31 backwards. So do I need
13?
to leave?
You're 13. Damn,
Do I
son.
need to leave?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
absolutely. We'd love to hear your opinions and different things throughout the chat, but we like to strictly have voter conversations here. What? I'm almost positive this is the dude I was just on live with, and he got kicked off because he was spreading false information, and then I went up very next and corrected it. Yeah, he was claiming that Iran only needs 6% for a nuclear bomb, which is incorrect. It's between 64 and 93%. So I'm not sure where he was getting 6% from, and they were arguing about it so hard. Dude was saying 6%. Yeah. Is there a difference between a nuclear weapon and a dirty bomb? Dirty bomb and a nuclear weapon. And yep, right. Absolutely. That's sick. Yeah, that's sick. Absolutely. And everybody in the chat, like it up, please. Not today. I haven't paid attention to anything, if I'm going to be honest. But I just discovered the Shield of America's agreement, and I feel like that's a pretty valid topic to start off with. You're gonna also agree with this. Yeah, so the Shield of Americas is an agreement between all of the American countries, North and South, basically to fundamentally bring everyone together so we can get rid of these proxy groups, bring trading back to the Americas between each other, and all in all, just kind of get America back on its feet the way it should be. And it'll benefit every single country. And hey, I don't know if your mic is all messed up, but like you're kind of really muffled. A little bit, yeah. Usually it's really clear, but you sound like there's like a echo right behind you, if that makes sense. I don't know if you got your moderator on. It's like when you talk a little bit louder and more with a firm voice is when I notice it. Otherwise, if you talk more soft, it's really good actually. Okay. It's pretty decent. Try talking louder. It's still doing it. Yeah, a little bit. Talk loud. I was about to say, I know you got a setup. That shit's good as hell because usually your voice is clear as day. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, Shields of America, man. I mean, I feel like that is an amazing deal right there. That's kind of what Trump has been pushing for the longest time, and it shows manufacturing independence right there. So that I'm not. Yeah, me neither. I found this out like this morning around 10 a.m. Yeah, because I have a woman named Christina. Mind you, I really want her to come into this conversation because she is super educated and honestly such a delight. She's just like us to talk to. But yeah, she told me about it and I didn't hear about it. And I was like, what are you talking about? So I looked it up and I was like mind blown, dude. Absolutely. Right. Exactly. And I feel like this is what that deal's trying to push. Steve O! Wait, what? I'm fruity.
Hayden, can you hear me?
Yeah, name and age.
Dude, I just closed the $6,000 exterior paint job today.
Oh hell yeah. Oh yeah, that
Got
guy.
my
What's up,
subs on
buddy?
it. Hey, I gotta go. I was just scrolling through TikTok. I saw your live because I followed you. I can't be here all day again, Bully and Caden. But I hope the business is doing well, dude. I hope you're doing well.
Thanks, appreciate it, bud.
You two hosts, keep up the live. I like what you guys are doing. Keep it up. All right, y'all. God bless.
God bless, bro. Oh yeah. He's a fun time for sure. Oh shit. I need to post more on those
Yo, hello.
platforms.
What's going on, sir? I'm 19. I'm from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Fucking fantastic. Besides the gas prices, that's about it. Uh, I believe that the gas prices will go down, hopefully, back to what they were.
Well, why do you think the country's running great currently?
Uh, because this country is just fantastic to me.
I mean, absolutely, I agree. I love America, but then again, I mean, I feel like if you're gonna have a view like that, you have to have something to back it up, right?
I mean, I thought Donald Trump was going to get more of these immigrants out of here, but he's not. So that kind of pissed me off.
I mean, personally, as a Republican, I feel like he's done a very good job with national security and border security.
I feel like he hasn't done enough.
Uh,
I haven't seen one of them in my town, and I have so much illegal Mexicans probably here.
I was about to say, do you know they're illegal for a fact? Have
Buddy.
you checked their papers?
They come in on buses, not speaking a lick of English, wearing some weird ass clothing that I never seen before.
Right. So just because you speak a different language,
If you come
Doesn't-
into America, you better learn how to speak some English.
and I agree absolutely, but doesn't necessarily mean they have to. It's not a law unless you're a trucker.
That's fucked up, you know? Them trying to be truckers? Hell no. Wait, so you guys want, like, so would you let an immigrant come live in your house?
I have before, yes. I also work with a bunch of immigrants.
So do I, but
How you doing? Yeah, I'm 21. I'm from Jersey.
Nice to meet you, bud. And then just to go back to this dude real quick. So you have no like factual evidence to back your beliefs. It's just all radicalized, from what I understand, and opinionated.
are you talking to me?
Yes.
See, I just don't give a pit what you two think. You guys are a
Well,
bunch
no,
of
that's
fucking
great, and
pussies.
that's great about America is you don't have to care about what
Like, I
anybody
guarantee
thinks.
you guys got the softest hands I ever fucking seen in my life. Both of you two.
Yeah, look at that.
You guys haven't
No
worked with
knowledge,
anybody
so he
your
gets
whole life,
upset
bro.
because he's too emotional.
Nobody's emotional, bro. You guys are just pussy.
What's up?
Bro, so am I.
Hey, Boston, what's up? Name? Could you state your age and where you're from?
I'm 18. I'm from South Carolina.
Who do you vote for?
Trump.
Oh, actually, you didn't even vote, did you?
I support Trump.
Okay, perfect. I'm also from South Carolina, so it's nice to see somebody from the same state. Holler Myrtle Beach, brother. But what makes you
Oh,
support? What makes you support Trump?
His removal of undocumented migrants from this country, I think, is really good.
Hell yeah, absolutely. And then any other things specifically, or do you just want to specifically talk about that?
He's the type of person to not give a fuck about what the media says.
Yep.
I think he cares too much what the media says. I think he kind of like runs his whole campaign off of what the media says,
And so
whether
does
that's
every.
affirmative or like
Yo, Aaron, I got a question for you, bro. Were you just sipping out of a Stanley cup?
Oh,
That is the
shit,
most
bro. You
girliest shit I ever
you
seen
done
happen
fucked
from a
up
man.
with that.
See, me personally, I never sipped out no
Are
Stanley
you
cup.
offended,
That's just me,
Richard, based off of somebody else's lifestyle?
I think this guy's offended.
Well, I've actually got a
Bro,
problem
I ain't
with
offended.
Richard
I'm just saying you just a little bit
because
too zesty, you know?
Richard, you're a bit of a soy boy yourself, considering
Nobody's
you want those
goy over here, buddy.
$2,000
Hey,
Nobody's
Richard. So,
goy.
do you have any real? Do
Richard,
you
but
have
you're in
any
his
real
live, so you
reason
can leave
to
at
be here,
any
or-
time if he's too fruity for you, bud.
Bro,
you
you
can
guys
just
are
get up and
fucking
leave.
gangbanging me.
Richard,
like, what
do
did
you
I
have
even
any
do?
real reason of
You
wanting to be here, or
gangbang.
just a
What?
troll?
That's a funny phrasing.
You
I
opened your
didn't
mouth,
expect the
Richard.
fucking trio to fucking start
Did you
banging
get
me.
those
I think we
$2,000
should remove
stimulus checks
Richard.
from Donald Trump, Richard?
Yeah, you guys are all gangbangers. I see it.
Answer
I
my
fucking see
question,
it.
Richard. Answer
Wait,
my
Richard,
question.
but
Did you
I'm
get
not
your
a
You got
gangbanger. I'm
everybody
switching to the
just
Marines
turning
again.
their heads.
Listen to them. Listen
Should
to
I
them.
remove
Bunch
Richard?
of fans. Bunch of
No,
fans. Are
not
you
yet.
fucking kidding me?
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Nah, he's a welfare queen. He won't answer my question.
He's funny. He's funny. He's a blue collar guy. He's a real hard worker. He doesn't have soft hands.
Like,
by the
show me
way.
your
He's
hands,
literally a
Aaron.
welfare
Aaron, let me see your
hard
hands right now. Aaron,
Wait,
let me see your
Richard,
hands,
I have
bro.
a question for you, bud.
Aaron, yo, Aaron, he wants to see your hands, bro. He wants
Actually, I
do
do.
some
No, I want to see
modeling.
Richard's
Let me see your
hands.
hands, bro. Let
Hey,
me see your
y'all, chill,
palms.
chill,
Let me see
chill.
your
Everybody,
palms.
stay silent for a second.
Look at
Holy
his soft
shit.
ass hands, bro. You joking?
Hey, Richard, do you have a
Aaron,
real
bro.
reason to be
Aaron,
This
here?
dude
bro.
looks like he works on ice cream. Are you fucking
Hey,
kidding me?
Richard, bud, can I ask you a quick question?
Bro, what are you gonna ask me, stud muffin?
Have you ever served in the military?
No, because Donald Trump's the president.
That makes no sense.
I don't really see the
What?
correlation.
Maybe,
Where's the
maybe if I
correlation?
was 18 back when Joe Biden was the president, I would have served.
Wait, so
Wait,
you're saying you
what?
would have? Wait. Hold on. So you're saying you would have served under Biden, but you won't serve under Trump, the guy you're continually gassing up. Is that
Yes,
what you're
sir.
How'd
saying?
that work?
Yes, sir.
That is interesting. Because I served under both. I served under both Biden and Trump, and I hated
Wait,
both.
Yeah,
what was
Richard,
your
you're not a
MOS? What
very
was your
good
job?
representation of the
0317.
Republican Party.
You know,
What
Biden just makes it a little bit
deploy
easier.
overseas?
Well, yeah, kind of, and just
No,
what do you call
what's
it?
the kind of? What do you mean,
Didn't
kind
start
of?
war with Iran, but
By
It was in
kind
an advisory capacity.
Bro, it
Okay,
would have
so
been
you
way
didn't
easier with
see
Biden.
anything.
Like, I would
Never
have easily done
mind.
4 years.
Well,
ago.
no, I did. No, Jarrett, Jarrett, wait, hold on. What are you trying to say, Jarrett? Because you got a picture of fucking Goblin like you're some sort of badass. So what are you trying to say?
Yo, Stud Muffin, chill out, bro. Stud
Everybody,
Muffin, calm
everybody,
down over there, buddy.
everybody, let's chill
I
out.
hit
Hey,
a
one at a
nerve.
time, y'all.
Let's do it one at a time. You know, this is actually supposed to just be a conversation. Richard's getting everything kind of riled up here. But at the end of the day, man, we're just trying to talk about whether or not, you know, you think the country's going good. This is liberals and conservatives coming together to have a conversation. We ain't trying to debate. We just talking over here. And at the end of the day, we're trying to come together to have to find some common ground. So, I mean, we can troll all day, man. But if we can just be men and get back to the basics and actually talk here, Richard, please.
See, I said like fucking 2 sentences and you guys are disrespecting me. Like, what the
Bro,
fuck
you
did I even
flooded
do?
the
Brother.
cussing, bro.
The reason
Just
why I
chill on the
asked that
cussing.
question, Richard, is because you're taking some pretty strong points of view for someone who wouldn't even put their life on the line for the president they're
Bro,
gassing
Stud
up.
Muffin, you don't know who you speaking to, bro.
What, am I supposed to be afraid of you or something?
Like,
Who is
I ain't no pussy like you
0317
think
is
I
an
really
RSOC
am, bro.
MOS. That means I was in special
Hey,
forces.
homie.
If you're not a pussy, stop sounding like it. Plain and simple,
Bro.
dude.
You don't know nothing about the military, buddy.
All right, cool.
I
So
don't.
are we gonna have
Okay.
Special
political
forces, all
conversations,
badass
or
and
you just
shit.
gonna keep
Oh,
trolling
I'm
like a
cool
little
as hell.
bitch?
I'm cool as hell.
Let's give Richard the floor to educate us about the military.
Like, I could be a
Yes!
fuck. Listen, when
Please,
next
I'm
time,
listening.
2028, I'm gonna join the military. I'm gonna be a fucking Army Ranger.
Do it
All
tomorrow.
that shit.
Let's
Go
do it
tomorrow.
today. They need
Dude,
Those
you.
are big claims,
get
bro.
them
They
to
need
get
you.
you the option 40 contract.
Those
Bro,
are
I'm not
big
You
fighting
got
for
it,
claims.
bro.
Israel. You guys are a bunch of
You
freaks.
got
I
that.
don't
You're
like
gonna
that
fail
shit.
your
Right in front of
ASVAB,
you.
so go ahead, Richard. Go ahead, try to sign up. They're gonna laugh your ass
Bro,
out
you
of
like
there.
the goy slop.
Did
I
you even
don't,
take
buddy.
your ASVAB?
Oh, bro, I don't really like Israel, so I mean, we're on
Bro, I
the
took
same
an
page with
ASVAB
that. So what
test
are you
multiple
talking about,
times, buddy.
Richard, if you would actually calm down and talk to us, maybe you
Multiple
would actually
times?
realize we're a little bit more alike than you realize.
Bro, like, I
So
took
them telling you that
like
you weren't
some.
good enough the first time didn't do, Richard? You had to go again?
What's up,
Bro,
there's
Brandon?
I was
always a
talking
fool
about
with a
some
plan.
practice shit.
Dude, the at
What you need to practice is educating yourself about your political beliefs so you sound more smarter.
Bro, I don't give a
I don't even know
piss,
your
man.
political
You think
It's
you talking to
obvious.
the right one, bro?
It's obvious.
You like
Richard, it's
obviously
very
don't
obvious you
care.
talk out of your ass, bud.
And that's
You
what's wrong with
160
America
pounds,
today.
bro.
People
Yo,
like
Stud
you.
Muffin, bro. Bro, Stud Muffin. I know you a big dude, bro. You definitely slam me or something, but I'm not scared of you, bro.
Richard.
I'm not
You
scared of
don't,
you, bro.
the
I'm
point
not
is not
trying
to
to
be
make you
scared.
afraid.
It's to have real
Richard,
conversations.
have an
And you're not
actual
doing that.
conversation, though. Yeah,
I'm
you're
trying to
just like
talk, but Stud Muffin's
ad
getting all in the way.
hominem
Like, I don't give a
ad
piss.
You
hominem.
are being immature, so why don't you talk like a real man?
This
I
is
am.
so funny.
So, Stud Muffin, what you got to say?
Well, you're not answering any of our questions.
I'm just
there,
waiting
Richard.
for you to answer one question, but I'm
What's
trying
the
to be
question?
patient.
What's
Right.
the
Trump
question?
spelled witch, actually WITCH last week, Cordy.
Hey,
So don't
what's the question,
get our
sir?
people out there grammar.
I'm not the host. Aaron is. You
Yeah,
should
let the
probably
host take
respect him more
control.
than me.
Let
Yo,
the
Aaron,
host take
sir,
control.
sir, Aaron.
What's up, bro?
Can
I'm
you
talking to the
ask the
chat too,
question
so it's good, bro.
one more time, sir?
Which
Well, look, I
question?
asked you a question
Sorry, there's so much
earlier.
going on.
Hold on,
Why-
y'all.
how
Hold
do you
on.
feel about
Everybody
the-
stay silent for a second.
going mute.
The host needs to talk. Let him ask questions to Richard.
I don't even know if you had to go.
What's going on at the moment? I mean, what are you asking, Richard? And I will answer your question.
You asked me a question and I didn't answer it.
Which question did I ask? I was responding to chat.
Dude, I'm about to give me
He's
a
asked a few, Richard. You've been very belligerent this entire time. Everyone's been asking you questions and
See,
you've been ignoring
you're
it.
telling me belligerent. I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Okay,
Of course.
let's just
And you're more smarter than me.
What is your
He's
beef with
hostile.
I don't think he's being belligerent. To be fair, he answered that very clearly. Like, he just didn't answer the question. You asked him, disagreed. I'm not answering.
All right, it's about the military. What'd you guys ask me?
We were just
I mean,
Oh, I asked
Yeah,
you.
tell us
When
about
you
the
said we
military.
knew
No,
nothing
no,
about
Stud
the
Muffin.
military,
Give Stud
so
Muffin
I
the
asked you
floor,
to tell
please.
us what
Oh,
you
all right.
know about the
So,
military.
you know, my grandparents.
Y'all, shut the fuck
Oh
up for
my
a second.
God.
Yeah,
Holy
everybody-
shit.
Seriously, I'm gonna have to take this down to 4 people if nobody can chill out.
Can I talk?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
So, you know, my grandparents, they fought in Nam. My great Nah, my step grandpa, he was a Marine in Vietnam, and my stepdad fought in Afghanistan.
Okay.
Wait. Where you
Which
get the 2
part?
steps? Where you get the 2 steps?
What'd you just say?
You
So,
say your stepdad. How'd that work?
Bro, I said stepdad.
You said step.
I don't know what the fuck that means, but
Neither
Well,
the
then why'd
fuck
you
do
say
I.
it, dumbass?
I was stuttering, bro. It's alright.
See, so something I learned in the
got
military,
you.
Richard, is if someone's stuttering 90% of the time, they're full of shit. They're lying. They're just
Yep,
trying to get some more time to
Bro, you
make up
can
that
look him
story.
up, buddy. Shut
Well,
the
so
hell
far,
up.
Getting on your ass.
Dog, do you
So
mind if I go
far-
with
He
Richard
sounds
real
like
quick?
an
Ask him a few
NCO.
questions.
Well, he hasn't even answered the first question. He's told us of wars that have existed, but he
So
still
you
doesn't
know,
know anything about them.
military-
Right,
You're
absolutely,
just
he
naming off
has.
people that
Listen.
have gone to war in your family. What do you know?
Alright, so you know, military, once under the Democrats, that shit's easy, you know? I'll
What?
definitely join that shit.
How? In what way?
Because
I don't think
they can
you
let bigger people
understand.
in. I'm not bigger, you know. I'm lightweight, you know.
You're
I'm a lightweight.
stupider, that's for sure.
What?
Yeah,
Yo, stud muffin, bro.
having stricter rules of
Holy shit.
engagement
Let's let
and
Richard talk.
having
Let's let
ground
Richard talk.
invasions are not fun.
Aaron,
Why are you
turn up
guys
your
so
mic a little
It's
bit.
not
bro?
easier.
Yeah, Richard, there's
It's
nothing
fucking
fun about a
hilarious.
mock war, bud. It's grueling and
Like-
sucks ass.
Bro, why are you guys
What
so
have
fucking
you?
disrespectful?
When have you ever heard it's
Everybody-
easier to be under a
can we go one
Democrat
at a time?
war?
Oh god, we're gonna cut this down to 4 people. All right, everybody. Let's let Steve finish his position. Is my mic up, Caden?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Appreciate it. If it's low like that again, just let me know, bro, because I was messing with the settings a minute ago.
That's better now. It was a little low earlier.
Yeah. If it gets low like that and I'm not talking louder than everybody else, y'all gotta let me know.
I got
It
you, bro.
doesn't
I'm not
bass
monitoring my
boost.
shit. Got you.
So like you don't have to actually worry about it being too loud. I don't think because it doesn't
good, dumb
bass
cunt?
boost as much as you think.
Okay, cool.
Why you let
Richard,
a
you're
British
above
dude
18,
in
right?
What was that?
Who?
I was asking Richard
Why
if
you
he's
let
over
a
18.
British dude in here?
Was there a British guy in here?
He said,
I was
"Cunt."
saying hello, dumb cunt.
Are you
Well, I mean,
British?
Richard is a dumb cunt,
All right, well,
so
if you're
that kind
coming
of
in
does
this chat,
Yo,
let's
qualify.
stud
just
muffin.
No,
Why are
Aaron-
you so
Aaron's a
fucking
good dumb
disrespectful,
cunt.
bro?
I need you just to state where you're from and what your age is.
Yeah, New York and 24, dumb cunt.
Bro,
All right, that's a kick.
No, me and Stud Muffin, bro,
I
I gotta talk to Stud Muffin real quick, bro.
absolutely, go for it.
So Stud Muffin, bro, why are you so fucking disrespectful, bro? Like, where you
You
from,
gotta
bro?
earn respect, kid, and you've never earned it from me.
Bro, I would never want your respect, bro. You gonna show it, bro.
Well, no. See, I'm from the Marines, but I
I don't
literally
give a fuck what you
embody.
from, bro.
I know
Bro,
you don't
the
care. I
question
know
is
you think you're the hardest
kids,
fucker in
yo.
the
Y'all
playground,
embarrassed.
Richard. I get it. You're not though.
We're gonna have to
Like
kick
you can
Richard.
stop flexing. You don't even have your fucking video on, dude. You're literally just a voice in the ether.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It means you're nothing.
All right, Richard, if you don't actually have any positions, we're gonna move this conversation in a different direction so we can.
I'm trying to have some positions, but you guys are just fucking with me.
No,
So,
bro,
Richard-
okay, dude, you're so upset, and you actually, I'm Twitch streaming this, bro, and you started freaking cussing, bro. I can go back and actually clip it and see where you started this.
All right,
Richard,
bro,
what makes
chill,
you
bro.
a
Chill
the fuck out.
Republican? Well, let's hear that.
You're digging yourself in a hole, homie.
Bro, I don't give a
What's
fuck
good,
about no
homie?
hole. I can climb out of that
What's
shit,
up? Dude, you
Not
can't.
at this rate. It's kind of getting too deep.
bro.
Yeah, Richard,
You
can
act
you
like
please
there's not
explain
fu-
your political views, and then everyone just stay silent for a second. We'll give you
Let me
one more
ask a
chance.
question about that hole, though. Do I get a shovel?
Bro, we're gonna
Brother.
let you one more. I really want you to actually state your position, Richard. Like, I know that there's been a lot of trolling going on. Listen, man to man, I just actually want to hear your position. Go on.
All
No
right,
more
here we
cussing,
go.
no more tripping. Go on.
About
go.
politics or what?
Yes.
Yes, I want to keep you
All
in
right.
here. I don't want to kick you, but if you start cussing again, I'm gonna kick you. One more cuss word.
3,
I'm
2,
gonna
1.
kick you.
3, 2,
Yes,
1.
go.
I like Donald Trump because he was just gangster back in the day, and now he's even more gangster today. So Obama was just like Trump with the immigration shit.
I agree. He deported a
And
lot of people, but he did it in a different way. No.
of course,
So, Richard, I have a question, bud. I'm gonna try to be polite. Do you think the president of the United States should be "quote unquote" gangster?
yes.
Wait, yes, I actually
No, I
agree
kinda
with
do
that.
think
Yes,
so as
I
well.
do. Yes, I do.
No, okay,
Yes,
so like
I
that,
do
like
as
I
I
can
don't
get
well.
the
want a
whole
soft
badass
president.
gangster,
Like, how you
walking
gonna go
with
from
like
We're just
that
trying to
man's
talk,
walk.
Knuckles. You can cuss, bro. It doesn't really matter about
minus
that. You just be
900
like so
million to 6
aggressive
billion.
about it.
Wait,
You
what are
can
you're
troll,
saying? That's
bro.
how
That's
much Trump?
cool.
Oh, wait,
TikTok be
hold on,
mocking
Bro,
you.
no, I'm just saying,
I was talking
listen,
to the
he
chat.
went from minus 900 million to 6 billion. That's fucking gangster, bro.
That's not gangster. He's stealing
That
your
is,
tax money, dude.
bro, that's fucking gangster, bro. I don't give a fuck what you
How
say,
is he
bro.
stealing our tax money?
Nah, see, Richard, you got to understand. It's not gangster when he's stealing everyone's money.
How is he
Just
doing
like
that?
the Somalians you guys are bringing in.
Me?
What?
How am I bringing anyone in?
He's
Bro, the
talking about
Somalians get paid to bring
Minneapolis,
another
dude.
Somalian in.
I don't
No,
Who's
think
they
there's
ended
Somalian?
that,
a.
dude. You freaking bot. They ended that deportation. They didn't even do it, but move on from it.
I don't
Okay,
think
I'm
they
so
have
you guys,
Mexican,
we
Richard, but
immigration
nice try.
program.
we can't actually hear each other. So who's talking now? Who's arguing at the moment? It's Stud and Richard, right?
Yeah, I was asking him like, should a president actually be gangster at the expense of the people who pay their taxes? Because all these deals that are being made because everyone's trying to be Trump's friend. They
See, at this
get the
point,
money. They get the money, Richard. We don't get benefits from it. We get fucked in the butt. Sorry, we get screwed over royally.
just get your own fucking money, bro. Don't
I
worry about
have
no
my own
fucking.
money.
Just
No,
pay the
see,
fucking
Richard,
taxes, bro.
you're confusing a bunch of different things. I have my own money. I'm
But
not
let
worried about me. I'm not
Then
worried
why are you
about me.
complaining?
I'm worried
Stud,
about the
let
mom. I
Richard.
am worried about the mother. I am worried about the person who can't work. I am worried about the people who aren't lucky like me, who weren't born to the right family and whose parents were absolute ass, so I got to inherit everything. I don't care about me. I care about the people who don't have my luck. That's why I'm so upset about this. Because you're right, it doesn't affect me, but it does affect the people I knew in high school. It does affect the people I served with. That's why I get so upset about it.
See, me personally, I don't care about myself and my family.
Go to therapy.
Nobody
See a
needs
Yeah, you
therapist,
therapy.
lack
If
bud.
you're a
empathy,
man,
man.
if you're a man, you should never
lack
talk about your
humanity.
feelings to another man. That's just a
Richard,
Bro, that
pussy
is the
thing to do.
guess
weakest
what? Wait,
position
hold on.
I've ever heard, Richard, dude. Have you ever
That
That is the
Richard,
most
you are a
pussy thing you
coward.
can do.
You sound
That
like
is the
a
Richard,
most pussy.
20-year-old. Bro, you are 19, obviously, dude. You are a
I'm gonna tell you the
child.
same thing my wife told me, Richard.
Dude,
Saying
I
that
ain't no
makes you a
fucking
spineless
gay, bro.
effing coward. Richard, when you say
are.
that, you're a coward.
You
You're
are.
afraid to.
Yo, stud muffin, bro. I ain't no fucking coward, bro.
You are. I went to war. I've
He
seen
walks
things
around
you
with a
couldn't
switch and thinks he's
imagine.
hard.
And guess what? Guess what, little buddy? I still go to therapy because I have to talk about that with someone. No one is impervious to mental trauma, dude. You're not some hard mother effer on the street carrying a Glock in your pants. You're not that guy. Or else you wouldn't be flexing online.
All right, let's let Richard talk now, okay?
First of all, nobody said I was that guy. I never said I was that guy. And I just would never act like that guy, you know?
Bro's for sure going to be alone the rest of his life.
Bro, Jesse, bro, your wife is fucking hideous.
Yeah,
bro.
well,
Shut the hell
personally,
up.
as a Republican,
You can't even
Richard,
get a bitch,
I'm
bro.
gonna do
I'd
my
be
Bro, your
part
wife.
and pray for you. Hopefully, you reach some enlightenment because
Look at your
obviously
wife,
you-
buddy, and then talk to me, buddy.
All right, Richard. I really hope I'm gonna
Fucking
pray for
hideous.
you, man. I hope that you get some help,
the
man. I
hell?
hope you find Jesus Christ. I really do, and I hope that you actually can heal from whatever trauma you've been through to be the way that you are, man. But we're gonna move this
Absolutely.
conversation now.
Bro
Richard,
got so pissed so easy.
Seriously, man.
Jesse!
Let's go ahead and grow
Yeah.
up. Let's actually get into a conversation. For everybody that's in the chat, if y'all want to drop in, let's actually have a debate, a conversation, blah, blah, blah. Let's not get into what Richard just put us through. That is what we're trying to get away from here. There's too much of that on the internet right now, man. There's too many
that's the
people that
whole
are just
agenda.
yelling at each other.
To have a peaceful talk and be able to come up with a unique way to kind of come together, you know? That's the whole point of this.
And see, that's the thing that scares me is people like him. They're perpetuating that whole, well, edgelord makes me cool type thing. And I had a friend who was a lot younger than me, and he did that. That was his whole mythos is, if I can make them cringe or if I can make them freak out, I got them. And it's just like, that's not the way to make a permanent friend, though. That's the way to be alone.
And that's how certain parties win, is by showing that agenda, is by triggering people just to show that, oh, this side is unstable and this and that. Don't get me wrong. Republicans and Democrats all got their own problems. But at the end of the day, this is exactly what's dividing us and keeping divided. And this is why Aaron and I are trying to get away from that agenda and show that, hey, we're Americans. We care about each other. Let's talk the way it needs to be done.
Exactly. I'm liberal. He's Republican, man. You know what I'm saying? Like we can have a conversation. We're kind of like evidence of that. And just real quick, Val, what's up? Could you just state your age and where you're from?
I'm 18 and I'm from Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin, let's go. Green Bay, baby.
You live in Green Bay? I live in Sheboygan. That's crazy.
Oh, shit. I work in Sheboygan all the time.
Appreciate the
What the
follow,
hell is a
sir.
Sheboygan?
It's a
So,
city.
yeah.
Oh,
But
Yeah, I
man,
mean,
we're
I
really just trying to like get this like we're trying to like establish something different here, man. Like I said, you see so many people online having debates where they're just belittling each other, right? Whether it's liberals or conservatives, they're just ganging up on each other and actually not getting anywhere. We're trying, multiple times with this live, we've gotten conservatives and liberals to be like, hey, I enjoy what y'all do here. Like this is actually cool that we can have a real conversation, and we don't want to get people to move away from that, or we don't want to move away from that.
Yep.
And on
Exactly.
using the whole Richard thing as a point, if anyone like feels like Richard does, where you guys just don't care about yourselves, you don't care about society, please just go talk to a therapist, do an intake, just talk, because that's not a normal
Yeah.
pathology to have.
And then
Exactly.
to further that point, if you are in this chat right now and that's exactly how you feel, please come up to the panel and talk to us about it. Because obviously, at the end of the day, if you are an American person, this conversation is about you. So therefore, you have the rights to be heard. And I mean, it's better to have a support group behind you, if anything. So I mean, we got you guys.
100%. We're trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it at 6 people, like spots open, but with that many people, we don't want to cut it down to 4. So let's just try to
I can
keep it
drop
more
down
of
for you
a.
guys.
No,
Leave some
bro.
space.
I want 6 in here, man.
Oh, okay.
So you're good. It's just when we have like trollers or people like Richard, it just can get out of hand really quickly, because me and Kaden can only keep the conversation only so controlled, especially when you got people that are just trying to piss people off.
Oh yeah. Wait, I just got here. So like, was Richard just being a troll or something?
Yeah, he had very racist rhetorics, and it's all because of immigration and not necessarily based off of policy. It's all based off of his just opinions and a very
Hey,
radical point of views.
he tried to go
Yeah.
after my
he
girlfriend
told
like
us at the
he
end
could ever
when
get
he
one.
left that the reason he thinks all of this stuff is because he doesn't care. He just
Oh.
doesn't care
Yeah.
about himself. He doesn't care about anything. And we're just like, dude, that's not a thing you'd say on TikTok Live. That's more something you'd say to a
Exactly.
therapist.
And if he really doesn't care, why is he even saying anything at all? Like, I don't
Because he's
see.
trying to get other people to get triggered so he can get a reaction to make him feel like he does care.
Baby, can you turn it down just a little
Yeah,
bit?
I hate that about people so much. It's funny because before I got here, I was on a different live stream and I had to deal with people who were like that. Like, they
Right.
kept making insults to my friends and trying to get a reaction out of them. And it's really sad because at the end of the day, there are people out there who know what they're doing is wrong, but they're just gonna keep doing it whether they know it's wrong or
Yep.
they're. It's a sad reality, but you know what? We got to stick with the people that do care.
Exactly.
Well, see, that's the thing is it doesn't need to be a reality.
Right.
That's why that prompt is so important. Trump is a direct cause of all this stuff. I'm not trying to be like,
we talk about the rhetoric that's been spread over the last 10 years has definitely caused things to be very divisive where no one on either side is willing to hear each other out anymore. And that's why I try to keep people like Richard in, man, because my hopes is that maybe at the end he'll be like, you know what, maybe I'm wrong. But I know 9 times out of 10 they're not going to, right? But even if you can get that one, bro, that's worth it. That's worth getting.
Yep.
If you can get just one person on board.
because it may just
Absolutely.
plant that seed, and 3 weeks down the line, he may be like, "Well, maybe there's a reason why people actually kind of hate me. Holy crap! Maybe it's this type of behavior."
Exactly.
Trump's just a puppet owned by Netanyahu.
Oh, 100%. He's like Bush, but worse. Bush was controlled by what's that old wrinkly effer?
JFK was our last good president.
Just real quick, what's up, Linda? Could you just state your age and where you're from?
I'm definitely anti-government now.
Oh, they left. Okay, you're good, bro.
And look at what happened to JFK when he tried to help the American people.
I used to be Republican.
I used to also be a fiscal conservative, and then Trump started to co-opt the party.
Charmac. We do need to secure our Texas border. We just need to be doing it in a way where it's not like it's optics. I've talked about all of the time that everything has to be optics. A homeboy came in earlier and talked about, somebody said that like Obama deported a lot of people, whatever. Yeah, he did. He deported more people, I think, than Trump has in this term. But it's all about the way that you do it, right? Taking to the streets in the way that that we did just causes more division, right? And it just makes us more divided, and it causes this civil unrest. That's all it does. And if you had just gone about it in another way, I'm not, I don't think any liberal is advocating for illegal immigrants to take over our country. I think more or less that they just want to see things done in a way where there's not videos of Americans being shot down in the streets or even immigrants. You know, at the end of the day, people didn't get mad about ICE shooting anybody down until it was Americans. But it's like even illegal immigrants, you know, are people. And sometimes there were situations where ones that weren't doing anything got shot. Now, I mean, there are times where people pull guns, and that's why it's a case by case scenario. But you know, we need to just have a little bit of humanity and empathy when we approach things. And I know that's hard to say, you know, when it's coming down to an ICE operation, but you know, still we're supposed to be upholding democracy. We're supposed to be doing things the right way. We're not, you know, supposed to be like, you know, portraying this kind of rhetoric. In my opinion, I don't know.
And from, I guess, from a Republican opinion, obviously, I feel like we have a lot more left-leaning views in here.
Bonnet Warren said death penalty for the men with the nose. Okay.
I feel like, you know, it goes the same way with ICE agents. Yeah, we understand you guys don't respect them a lot of the times, but, you know, I feel like very leftist liberals are out here calling for the deaths of ICE agents. And at the end of the day, we have to understand that's also not okay. And, you know, there's definitely a way to go about immigration and about the border policies and whatnot, but calling for the deaths of Americans that are just simply federal workers, no, that's not okay. And that's the rhetoric we need to get away from.
And dialed in, just to let you know, most sanctuary cities don't have a carpeted, like, where they'll just take in any illegal. The illegal has to prove that they're trying to work on the path to citizenship. At least that's the way it works in LA. You have to, you know, meet at your appointments, and you can get deported if you don't meet the requirements. It's not just, oh, like, stay in our city protected. You actually have to start the process, and it's a long process. That's why they have them.
Yep, accountability is everything when you're trying to become the citizen of the United States. Let's be honest here.
All right, I'll see you later. I'm gonna go to bed.
Like, these people are paying taxes.
See.
Just real quick, Gima, what's up? Could you just state your age and where you're from?
I'm 40 and Michigan.
Nice.
Michigan,
how about the Lions?
Oh, Lions. Well, U of M, the basketball team, is getting ready to hopefully win. But
I said that because I'm a Packers fan, by the way. I'm
Michigan State.
live in Green Bay.
Well, Packers is my number 2.
Hey, that makes me feel good, honestly. I love that.
Good.
I'm sorry, Gima. I'm gonna have to go for Michigan. Oh no, Michigan State. Never mind. They got kicked out of the.
I think they just
like 2 days ago they got booted.
Yeah, they were also my second, obviously.
My father went to Michigan State, so we're a Michigan State only household here.
See, I lived in Ohio all my life and then ended up at U of M. So now I was confused for a little bit, but now I switched to U of M.
And then you as a Lions fan, can we clarify it's always fuck the Bears?
Well, I mean, I was Browns, Cleveland all the way growing up.
All right,
Thank you, you too.
We can confidently state fuck the Bears. I love it.
Yes, because I mean, I'm not exactly.
I go for the Patriots.
The Deflatriots?
You know what? We win however we need to, okay? Just because y'all can't keep up isn't my fault.
You guys are hard to beat for a while. Yeah, I mean, what were you guys talking about?
So, I mean, we've been talking about multiple topics, but I guess we could just get your consensus. I mean, who do you support? Trump? You know, did you vote for him?
Oh no, I'm Harris.
Okay, gotcha. So I mean, do you just want to explain why you don't like Trump? And just for the record, I'm a liberal. Caden, he is a conservative. So we kind of both do this debate thing, you know, to offer both perspectives.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, I look at a candidate, I look at their character, their morals, their values throughout their life, because how they have lived their life tells us a lot, right? About how they're going to be, if they can keep their word, if they're a BSer.
Right.
And if they can be manipulated and bought out by, I don't know. So, I mean, I just never was a fan of Trump because he has never been, he was born rich, and let's face it, he has never been held accountable for anything that he's done. He can always just say, "Oh, I was just kidding," or buy his way out of anything, no matter how wrong it is. So, I mean, I couldn't respect that, and I did respect Harris. She worked her way up from the bottom, and like I could see her values from. She went to law school, and all of her life she's been doing positive things for the people. She was attorney general, and
So you support the person, but is there any specific policies that you support? Or is it just strictly the person?
it's the person and how she would handle things and how she would approach things that she didn't know and how she could compromise and learn and do what's best for the people.
Sure.
Right.
Depending on the situation, because not everything's going to be right for everybody, but she can do her best to make sure that certain people aren't harmed, by, it's hard to explain, but like I trusted her judgment because I could see exactly where she was coming from. And Trump, I had no idea if he had a plan or when he was joking or what he was joking about and what he would do. So how do you support a candidate like that?
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
Whistling, Bud, if you want to say something like that, just stay in the chat.
Yeah, he did.
Like, don't be a coward and run. That's what we are saying. You guys are cowards. She's a girl who's. I'm not trying to like dog on you, Jima. She's a girl who sounds tired, and you guys are afraid of that. Yet you're trying to come up on all these lives on TikTok saying that you're the biggest and you're the strongest. Yet you actively vote against your own partner's best interest. Like, I will actively say one of the major reasons I voted for Kamala Harris was because I actually read some of Project 2025 and I almost vomited. It is literally like the goddamn show Handmaid's Tale, and y'all are accepting it and walking it down the line like it's the next new thing. It doesn't have to be.
You sound like the next new drama model.
But I served in the Marines in Afghanistan, okay?
Good for you.
More than you've done, bitch.
Hey, let's not call names, man.
You don't know nothing about me.
It's anything.
All right, let's see. Let's
You
make your argument.
don't have a clue.
All right.
Am I supposed to be afraid of you, Whistling? You're the one who ran from the panel, bud.
Hey, Whistling, how old are you and where are you from?
I'm 42. I'm from Colorado, originally from Chicago.
Okay. Who did you vote for, sir?
For
Why
4
do you say that if
years.
Kamala won? Thank God she didn't win. That's what
I'm gonna guess he's a MAGA.
No, I'm a
yeah. So
patriot.
who did you vote for, and can you explain why you voted for them, Whistling?
I voted for Trump.
God bless you.
And why I voted?
Yes, sir.
Mostly because it was the only person that had a common sense basis on where this direction of our country should go.
I agree.
Do you feel as if he's gone back on any of those promises? I mean, especially now that we've gotten ourselves involved in a war.
No, I don't believe so at all.
I have a quick question, Whistling. What does the promise of no new wars mean then?
That's not what he made a promise of. You should double check your socialist media.
I don't have
socialist
wars.
He did say that.
I don't have socialist media, but
he said no. He said no forever wars.
No, he said no new wars, no forever wars. He said them both, one right after the other. And I got this from Fox, by the way, Whistling. This was a video on Fox.
He did say this as a Republican. We can all agree this was a stated thing that.
So how many boots are on the ground, and how much is aviation taking care of?
Okay, how many people have died? How many people have been unalived, Whistling? How many men in service and women? You can't say no one was injured. Those are my brothers and sisters because I actually served. You cannot say no one got hurt. People have people are no longer here. There's sons and daughters who are not going home. There's fathers and mothers who won't see their kids anymore. And your comment is no one got injured.
What was your? I didn't say that. Now you're putting words in my. What was your?
You just
MOS?
said no one got.
Job?
You just said it.
Wait, can I ask an honest question? Like, cause I'm. Can I ask a?
Yeah.
Can I ask
I need to breathe. I'm on mute.
Okay, so just curious because I'm one of those people that I stay with the same morals. So I don't like wars. I've never liked wars. I don't like any bombs and stuff. And so that was my only thing that was my only plus for Trump is when he said no new wars. It's like, oh, well, at least I can hold on to that. At least that's the only good thing that I can agree with. And if Harris would have gotten in and done the same thing, and we'd be in the same exact situation, except minus the ICE military and all of our tax money going to that, and then on top of this, like, would you still be supportive of that? Or because I mean, if Harris did the same thing, I would be pissed at her for doing it. And so I just am curious if it's just for the one party or if you guys actually have like
No, I've got solid ground under my beliefs. If you can take a look at, and you may be correct, maybe he did say no new wars. To the best of my knowledge, he said no forever wars. So I may be miscorrect in my statement in that. Now, any other president that has done the exact same action that President Trump has acted on over Iran, we have called that a police action because we have not deployed massive amounts of boots on the ground. We have done everything, most, I would probably say 85 to 90% has been military, Air Force, and bombing. No boots on the ground. We would call that a police action. We are reining in. Please don't call me sir. I'm enlisted.
You're enlisted?
Hey, well,
You're 40 years
South.
old and you're
I'm from
enlisted?
Texas. I'm just trying to be respectful. But I won't
Yeah,
do that
no,
again if that makes
I
you
respect that. And actually, yes, Mr. Stud Canna, they just raised the age. I'm about to go back in. What the hell you doing for your country?
Actually, sir,
Why
wait,
would
hold on.
you
I want to
do
answer
that?
his question. I blew my knees out on a failed jump, jackass. I have to walk with a cane now.
Damn,
It was a
so you
combat
were
jump,
soft
moron.
from the get.
No, it
bless
was
you, and
my
I'm sorry
third
that
combat
happened, Stud.
jump.
God
Dude,
bless you, and I'm sorry that happened, Stud.
Whistling, it was my third combat jump.
Look,
Yeah, you don't
we're
seem
all
like a big
brothers
fucking
then.
smart guy
Then we're
now,
all-
do
Why are
you?
you
Then
being
we're
so
all-
disrespectful to another veteran?
Then we're all
He
brothers
served for our
then.
country.
No, we're
He
not.
served
You
in
don't
that
treat me with
forever
any
war.
respect.
Dude, Stud, you haven't treated
Dude,
anybody with
came out the
respect. What are you
gate-
talking about?
You came out the gate talking shit to me.
Cause you
Sit your
left
ass
like
down.
a coward. You said you're in the military, but
and
you
dude-
have no backbone. Where'd it
And
go?
I'm a Marine veteran too, so I don't.
Oh,
wanna
you're a
hear
Marine
that
veteran? Where'd you
BS.
serve?
I was in Afghanistan.
No, you didn't.
Kandahar.
No, you did not.
You
I
wanna
am
bet me
tired of
money?
these people saying they're
Hold
Marine
on.
veterans and then
Hold on.
stuttering.
You want to bet me money? You want to bet me money?
Yo, hold up, everybody, listen.
Whoa,
We are here for
everybody.
peaceful talks. Whistling, be quiet for a second.
We're gonna have to start muting people, bro.
All of you guys, listen. We are here for peaceful talks. We can agree to disagree, but we can also talk about it respectfully. It doesn't matter if you served or not. The bottom line is we are Americans here, right? We each have our own political beliefs, and that is the whole point of even coming on this platform is to discuss this with you guys. So therefore, one at a time, let's stop calling names and let's show a little bit more respect. That includes you, Whistling, that includes you, Stud, and then that includes you, Josh. Please and thank you.
Yeah, guys, this platform is extremely important that I'm trying to build right here. I actually, as a liberal, want to talk to MAGA people, so I don't want them all to just run away. I want to talk to you. I want to figure out why you think the way that you think, and I want to talk and get to a place that's common ground and show you that liberals and conservatives are not so different than you think. Other than our political ideology, we probably do a lot of the same things.
Yeah, we should all be on the same page, to be honest. Like, I feel like there's a lot of media that probably splits us completely apart.
Yep.
And, like, I feel like, yeah, we should be able to have a decent conversation about where we stand.
Agreed. These are important talks. We are all American. Let's start acting like it, and let's start reversing this idea that, hey, because they're of different political beliefs, I have to hate them. We
I don't
are
hate
Americans.
liberals. I don't hate liberals at all.
Right. But I mean, the agenda is pushed throughout our government.
Is there
They're
a but
not a
after
prime
that, Josh?
example.
Is it I don't hate liberals, but because if there's a but, then that just negates I don't hate.
Did I say but? Dude,
I didn't say but.
This clown
If
is
you're really
like
a
butting in.
Marine,
First,
close
you're
your
gonna
mouth
sit
and
here and
open
try
your
to
ears.
talk crap on my service,
Bud, dude,
and
Josh,
then
you need to take
you're
it
gonna
down
interrupt
10
me.
notches, bud. This
And
is
then you're
why I
gonna
said you're not
interrupt
a
me.
Marine. Your
Hold on,
behavior.
relax,
Josh.
relax.
Dude, do you not know Marines? Like, obviously, you're not a Marine, dude.
Josh.
Oh, so I get muted, but he doesn't.
No, I want you to state your position. Let's just do one at a time. I don't want you to go.
Right,
Over
If he's going to be insulting my
Josh.
service, if he's going to be insulting my service, I'm going to just
Says the
approach
dude
that
that
one
insulted
directly.
my service.
Let's all stop insulting. If you served, please, anybody, like, just don't insult each other. Let's just talk. Let's start over, right? We're all grown here. We're all adults. So let's start over. Everything that's been said before, we can move forward and actually have a conversation and show people that we're not like the rest of the people that are taken to the streets and fighting. And you know what I'm saying? And showing that, we're divided as a nation. Let's get
divided
together
we
and let's
fall,
talk.
united we stand.
Exactly.
That's what I
And
was.
just to point out, like, I want to mention, like, once again, this is why we're having these talks, is because Republicans and Democrats cannot get along, and you guys constantly want to come after each other. With that being said, there's multiple military members in here, so I feel like with that being a problem, we should let everybody have their turn. Let's speak about your military service and your experiences, but once again, everybody else should be muted. Let that one person talk. We'll give you about 2 minutes. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, we're gonna have to go start doing that, bro. I think I'm gonna start running timers and stuff, man. Just because it's getting chaotic with 6 people. I want 6 people in here. I want it to be like this to showcase that Americans can talk left and right. That we're not all just going at each other's throats. So please, let's not try to move this down to just 4 people or even 2 to 3. So with that being said, let's move back into the conversation. I think that
Whistling has something he would like to ask.
Whistling, yeah. Okay, cool. Let's let Whistling go back in and ask Gima what he wanted to ask. So go ahead and start, Whistling.
No, I didn't have a question for her. She addressed me before we all got sidetracked. I guess the only reason why I voted for Trump instead of Kamala was only due to, I guess, track record. I was not very impressed with Kamala's track record in her service in California, and especially the way she spoke about it. I've been watching Trump since the early 80s on TV, and he has consistently been the same arrogant asshole as always. And so I trust somebody's character when they are consistent.
But then how do you know if they're telling the truth if they're an arrogant asshole? Like,
Because you can be an asshole and tell the truth.
I
So
agree
you're an
with
unpredictable
that.
asshole than an unpredictable snake, is what you're saying, or just anybody who's unpredictable.
I would. I'm a man of patterns. As far as, dude, you can tell somebody's style just by hanging out with them for a couple hours. You can definitely tell somebody's style and character over decades. And I didn't see the same consistency in Kamala Harris as I did President Trump.
Can I ask a question?
Go.
Yes.
Yeah, go on, man.
Yeah. Whistling. So you say you've been following him. Have you followed all his bankruptcies? And you said because patterns often.
Yeah.
So why would you want a man who's had so many bankruptcies lead a country when if we go bankrupt, the entire country gets boned, and there's no just skipping out of it like he does with all his?
I don't think you can countries can file for bankruptcy though, so that's where, like.
Well, no, I know we can't. We get boned. That's my point. Is there is no bankruptcy for a country.
I have an answer for that.
I'm not really trying to hold on. Give me 1 minute.
The question
I'm not trying to be condescending or anything because I know nothing about you. But most people that run a business know that at some point you could go bankrupt, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, file bankruptcy, and then the smartest thing to do is to restart the same type of business under another business name. Now, I don't know if you've ever run a business before, but it isn't the easiest thing. And I'll have to say his track record's pretty damn good, because if he was really that horrible of a businessman, yes, he was donated money by his father in the beginning, but he turned 100 million into over $1 billion in assets and worth. I'd say that's a pretty successful man.
I want to ask you a question.
Far
Do
more
you,
qualified than me.
Can
I
I
run
answer
a
his?
small company.
I do actually. I do own a business. I inherited one, and I've never gone bankrupt. I would like to say me and my financial manager have actually made it so we don't really need to worry about something like that. I'm not trying to brag whistling. I am just letting you know that I do also own a multi-generational real estate company, and my family's never gone
Congratulations.
bankrupt, and I've never gone bankrupt
So you know why he has those bankruptcies, right?
because he gambled.
No, that's not it. So he has multiple bankruptcies because he invested into a company that was failing, right? Anytime you invest into a company like that, like if you invest so much, your name has to be associated with it, correct?
No.
Yes.
No. But okay,
Yes.
let's imagine it does. Go ahead, continue, Josh.
Yes. So he was trying to save failing businesses that were already going to file bankruptcy, right? That's what investors do. They try to
So
take
your
something,
logic,
buy
wait,
something
let me
cheap.
I need
They
I
buy
need I need
they
to
buy
I need to
cheap, right?
clarify your logic because I'm kind of confused. Is that okay?
Go look at his bankruptcies and tell
No,
me.
dude, you're the one who gave me the facts, so I would like to ask the source, i.e. you. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Whoa, bud. I'm just asking a question. So you're
You
saying that
sound like a woman. You're just getting on your feelings and go ahead, spit it out, dude.
all right, I'm not even gonna waste my time on you. I'm sorry, you didn't need to add that
No,
comment, bud.
spit it out, bro. Go ahead.
Josh, let's just all guys, come on. We're literally
So,
showing people that we can't have this conversation. Let's just all
so the
guys, both
reason
of y'all, let's
I
just
voted for
chill. Let's relax. Go on, Jima. Oh, who's talking right now? I guess I'll talk. Hey, everybody, let's just try to be respectful of each other. You know what I'm saying? Let's all just make sure that we're having a civil conversation here. So please, Jima, would you like to?
And then,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
she worked as district attorney and attorney general, and she has, she's fought for people. She fought banks to get people their houses back. She actually reduced the the people in jail for minor crimes that were imprisoned for like marijuana possession, which is legal in some states. She reduced and she developed a program that helped reduce all those imprisonments and help them get back into the community with college and be productive members of society. Like, she cares about people. Everything she's done throughout her life has helped people, and she's had to work her ass off for it. And that's her character, and I could follow everything that she's done, and she's tough. Like, she doesn't back down for the right thing, and I feel like that's what I do too.
Right.
Like, I've been in school for 16 years after high school, and I've just worked my butt off, and I know that I can morally do the right thing for people, and I genuinely care. So that's where I see where she was the best candidate, whereas I think Trump I don't feel like he cares about people the way she does. And that's why I voted for her, because she's a warrior for the people and couldn't just be bought or talked into or patted on the back, or maybe, I don't know if he was being blackmailed for something and to save face. I don't know. I don't know with Trump. He's unpredictable.
Right.
So, but I felt like Kamala was more predictable, and she could admit when she didn't know something and knew which expert to go to who knew more about it. Because, like, if we don't know, we don't know, but someone else knows more than us about the subject, and we can confide in them. And so that's why I voted for Harris. And the only thing
What's
that
up, my niggas?
You do realize
What's
that
up,
she
my
was a
niggas?
co-author
That sounds like a
she was
troll.
a what?
on the bill. She Kamala Harris, when she was a senator in California, or when she was working in the position in California, she was a co-author of the bill that put people in prison for marijuana and stuff like that.
Has Trump done anything that's like humanitarian? Has Trump like at what point do you know what specific outcomes like would prove to you that Trump like what how has he improved your life? In what way
He stayed
has
out
he
of it.
improved it more than Kamala? Like, would you have supported Kamala if she had taken us to this war? Or would you have said that the Democrats are corrupt?
The war was inevitable.
Why?
Mostly the history we have with Iran. When they
we are the one that destabilized their democratic government in 1953. Their Islamic Revolution was a direct product of U.S. involvement. That just shows that U.S. involvement never helps. How many people are in Iran?
How the hell would I know that?
93 million people.
Awesome. You can use a computer. You're wicked smart.
Do you know how many buildings we've destroyed?
A fuck road.
82,000. Do you know how many innocent civilians we've killed? 3,000.
Probably less.
You guys talking about Iran
less
right
than
now?
Chicago on Sunday night.
It was a girls' school.
Are you guys talking about Iran right now?
Yes.
Right. I mean, I feel like as Republicans and Democrats, we can all agree that the Hamas regime is the problem, no matter what you guys think. I mean, there's proof if you guys go look at the history. Yeah, with that being said, these people are held down by their own government. Literally, I mean, they are using them as body shields and everything else.
Well, okay, listen. Okay, I had an exclusive. I talked to somebody in Iran, and if you don't believe me, it's on my YouTube page. I had a whole hour conversation with somebody that was actually at the protests. And if you actually talk to somebody who was at the protest, it was not 40,000 people. He's claiming it's 3,000 people, and he's saying that a majority of the people that were actually killed were police officers. You know, y'all got to understand the context and start talking to people who are actually in Iran, and it's not Hamas that they're fighting. Okay, look. All of our other wars, Afghanistan, Iraq, right? We weren't necessarily fighting the governments. We were fighting terrorist groups. We're fighting Iran's government. This is a government war. The IRGC is a government entity. They have millions of soldiers. So yes, we're decimating them because they have a dated air force from 1974, right? But they have millions of troops ready to shoot down troops who try to take down Carg Island. They're talking about a mobilization of 1 million soldiers. What do you think? 50,000 Marines are going to be able to take 1 million soldiers? You think that 93 million people, you think that 93, like, look, Afghanistan and Iraq, we spent a lot of time there and could not achieve our operational goals. And did you watch Marco Rubio talk today? Our operational goals now are to destroy their entire military. So what does that mean to everybody?
I just want to mention the fact that what I just said, I retract that whole statement because I was obviously off topic. I don't know why nobody called me out for that, but I just want to say I apologize. I was completely off topic looking at the wrong shit. My bad, y'all.
It's all good.
But can I just ask Whistling a question real quick? I'm going to try to keep it short so I don't blow up.
Yeah, go on, bro.
Yes, please. But the strike was on a school. Like, the most recent strike, it was confirmed to be a school.
Yeah, with a Tomahawk missile, correct.
Yeah, you can't just say, oh, well, you know, that's the price of being in conflicts. No, that's not, Whistling. So, like, what's your response to that? Because I get you're okay with the war. How do you feel about that? The blatant disrespect to the Geneva Convention.
The Geneva Convention doesn't even apply here.
What?
And what are you talking about?
It does. It is an article of war. It literally tells you how you can do things in combat.
That is true.
You can't. They are non-negotiables.
Have you?
That is true. Yes.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so here, let me
That's what
explain.
he's talking-
So the Geneva Convention is called the
Oh
Articles
my
of War.
dear
There are
God.
certain charters that you cannot violate whatsoever, and if you do, it is considered something called a war crime. That means you have either done something like targeted casualties, so people who were being evac, you targeted those choppers and stuff. That's a war crime. You held war prisoners and you executed them. That's a war crime. Targeting civilians and press is considered a war crime. And yes, there is something called a war reporter. These are all under a certain article that pretty much says if you commit these crimes, you will go to The Hague or you will be executed. You have one of two options. That's it.
And we see these war crimes, just to
So
point out the
keep
obvious, we see these
reading.
war crimes on both sides. It's not just a one-sided thing. And Iran, I will say their military is backing more war crimes than what we're committing. That is truth.
State-sponsored terrorism is also, yes, a war crime. So but just because the other side's doing
You
something
mean
doesn't
kind
mean,
of like
we need to do it
flying
too.
airplanes
Agreed.
into a
We
big
should not
ass
commit
tower?
war crimes just because the other side is. No matter what, war crimes are bad, and whoever is responsible for them should be held accountable no matter what.
And Whistling, your response that they're flying planes and dropping munitions. I've seen planes drop munitions, specifically these type. Their margin of error is so perfect that this wouldn't
That's
have
not what I
happened.
said.
Get this Jacob
This
Seagull
wouldn't
guy
have happened unless it was a target. Someone put this in, someone put the GPS coordinates in, and they told the fighters to drop munitions over that area.
As much as, yes, that is true, that's also not true. That there's a lot of bias in that opinion there. But I understand what you're trying to say.
Well, you're right. It different, but for the most part, this was on their strike package. Someone told them go over this area and bomb this building. They might have the pilots might have. So,
I mean, I don't understand anything about the war crimes definition and what is bad, but I know that my tax, I'm one of those people who my tax money, I would rather it be spent on Americans rather than bombs and military. And I know there's a sweet spot, but just the transition between my kids were getting free lunch and then that ended. And now we bombed someone and there's ICE agents everywhere. And I just see my tax money going to something that I morally am conflicted about. And I have no choice. But I voted, but I still don't have a choice,
Something to think about that Americans aren't talking about, based off of what you're saying. Look into the shield of the Americas, and I feel like that's gonna kind of back your point.
Yeah, it's like newly proposed legislation about unifying like all the nations throughout America, I think, to combat like cartel crime from what I was reading. I didn't get to read too much of it. We talked
Cartel
about it.
crime. But who are we saving there?
The entire Americas, like all the way from Canada to Argentina, like you name it, literally. And I'm not saying every country has agreed with this, but this is the proposal.
100%.
Oh, okay. So it's like an international, like in this block where all these different countries would put a task force together.
Yeah, so it's literally the countries working together with trade, helping with immigration by stabilizing countries beneath the American or the North Americans, and then also just making trade a hell of a lot more better. I mean, if you think about it, instead of trading with countries all the way across the world like China, it's cheaper if we would just trade with the countries we have here at our borders.
Honestly, if no one would be forced by right now, so this administration wouldn't be a good one to put it together. But if the whole thing was like, hey, you don't have to join this, we're not going to punish you in any way, whether it be financially or whatever, that sounds like a really good idea.
Now, I'm not sure of the specifics of that. I mean, I know if there is states that are supporting proxy groups, such as the narco T groups, I mean, they're probably going to be punished. Let's be honest. We have an administration that doesn't necessarily back down. But at the same time, this is a step to making America's work together again. And there's been so much hostility between us and everything else. We've needed this for the longest time, and honestly,
Caden,
I'm not even sure why America isn't talking about it.
What I'm trying to say is if you force a group of people to do what you want, no matter what you're trying to get done, there will be people who oppose it, and they oppose it
Agreed.
fiercely.
But as Americans, we deserve national security. So, and that's
Oh, 100%.
implementing that.
But America's a democracy, so we have to choose it. No one can give it to us.
Right.
Just real quick, guys, just before we keep going, I just wanted to say what's up to Relentless. Just could you state your age and where you're from?
Yeah, 37, California.
Gotcha. And then same thing for Shannon. Welcome to the chat. Could you just state your name, your age, and where you're from? You there, Shannon?
Shannon Hill.
You there?
I feel like that's
Shannon?
like a celebrity name.
Okay, they're not here right now. Maybe they'll come back later. All right. Sorry, guys. We gotta make sure that we're keeping it 18 and above in here.
Who do you support? What's your age? Oh wait, you already said that. Relentless.
And then we got Hamtaro. Just real quick, Hamtaro, what age and where you're from, please?
Someone says my name right.
Just age and where you're from. My fault.
Hamtaro?
No, you actually said it right. Thank God. I'm 32. I live in Colorado.
Got you, man. And just we'll get back to you real quick. Just Relentless. Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Yay. Now we got a good little blend, I think, of conservatives and liberals in here now.
Absolutely.
Do you just want to go ahead and explain to the panel, like, you know, why or how, you know, some of the policies that you advocated for that you liked of her, you know, just, or you don't want to talk about that? How you think Trump's doing currently?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, as far as our choices go, you know, on the federal level, it's mostly just trying to pick the lesser of, you know, two or even just all evils. As far as what Trump's doing, he's doing very little to nothing to make America great again. There are very few things that I do agree with. For example, the concept, the principles behind Operation Warp Speed, for example. But other than that, there's very little he's actually done to help, and in fact, he's actively harmed us as a people.
You care to elaborate just on why a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So he is inconsistent with his principles that, Caden, you were talking about, the Shield of the Americas, that these are the same exact people. You know, that not only do we have the Canadians that we were attempting to essentially strong arm into becoming the 51st state, and that's just one of many places he's, you know, mentioned that he wants to make a 51st state. He's trying to work with the Alberta separatists. He actually had them in the States, and he was talking to them. You also had the fact that all these people that he called, you know, rapists and murderers, that he's all of a sudden now willing to work with them, that he's going into places like Venezuela, Ecuador. Right now, for example, he's working with the Ecuadorian government to basically boom farms, and again, illegitimately, unjustifiably, and he's calling them essentially narco terrorists without any proof.
Exactly. I agree. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, that's the
Being
big
the
issue.
dictator that we've worked our whole. I feel like haven't we been trying to keep them in check our whole, like, World War I, World War II, keep all the other
In the
dictators.
chat, anybody want to get in, just send a request. Keep going, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, unfortunately, the wars had little to nothing to do with resisting dictatorships. We didn't even get involved in the war until we were directly attacked. That was only because the Axis wanted to essentially cripple us or attempt to cripple us before we could, you know, join the war of our own volition. That they didn't want a you know 100% you know America, if you will. But yeah, I will definitely agree with you. Sorry, is it Jima? I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with you, Jima, that certainly World War II, if no other conflict, was certainly more morally and ethically legitimate, right, justifiable.
Left and right.
Yeah.
I would like.
That I feel like everything's being destroyed.
You're good. You can go.
Oh.
I just wanted to say I kind of agree with you both, but also I kind of don't, because at the end of the day, the main driver for the United States actually joining World War II was Pearl Harbor, because our transport vessels had been attacked by U-boats all throughout the beginning of the war. It wasn't until they directly attacked us that we're kind of like, oh, okay, you know, we need to show them that we won't take that. So the like the original cause for all the other countries going to conflict may have been just, but our cause for entering the conflict was a very selfish reason, kind of like the bully picking the fight so everyone knows he's the strongest.
I don't know. I
Correct.
mean, I feel like once again Germany had a really big impact on this. I mean, the whole reason why why Japan bombed us in the first place with Pearl Harbor is because Germany promised to, or once they captured some of our land, to basically give it to them. So I mean, yeah, this was simply because of the trades we were doing during the war. We didn't want to be involved whatsoever, but we were trading with certain allies in order to push.
I will never defend Japan and what they did during World War II, but I think the reason why they did it was because of sanctions.
There's a lot of good things I could say about finally.
That's what happened. The U.S. had put sanctions on, I think, steel and a few other things, and Germany could pay for it because they actually still had some decent money made, but Japan was completely broke. They were just, I think they were moving out of the empire type structure into a semi-democratic structure. Because they still had a chosen leader. Sorry.
Yeah, and we certainly had all types of motivators in order to get involved, like you said, once we were attacked. But yeah, I certainly don't disagree with you that we were not nearly as morally and ethically sound or on as morally ethically stable ground as we would have liked. That not only did we cause the how do I say, we quite literally push and even exacerbate, the Nazi Germany principles and rhetoric during the, what was it, maybe as early as the 20s, but certainly the 30s, right before the war even started. We quite literally hosted them. We fomented the kind of, rhetoric and violence that led to the, white supremacist ideology. And then you also have the fact that we were willing to work with all sorts of, we'll say, morally and ethically gray individuals. You have Stalin, for example, when he switched sides, and we basically said, okay, yeah, fine, whatever, we'll work with you because you're the lesser of the, the available evils.
Making America great, though.
And see, I don't think that gets covered enough. That literally there were a bunch of monsters during World War II, and America willingly laid in bed with one of the worst. Stalin literally let his own son get tortured in a prison.
That's true.
And he's just like, meh, we'll deal with it later. Like, these are the type of... So that's why I get kind of upset when people are like, oh, America has always been great. Why? We get the worst of the worst and we make them work for us. Like, we say either work for us or, there's a sea over there, hope you can swim. It's like, that doesn't really seem like a good country.
They should have followed Patton's advice and kept going.
You think they should have nuked China, is what you're saying?
No, Russia.
Do you think they should? Why?
He just told you they're fucking evil.
But
that doesn't
okay,
mean
so
the
you need to
Russians as a
understand, me
whole.
acknowledging that they're horrible people doesn't mean I think we should start World War III. They're horrible people and we've done business with them. But you also have to understand they are very, very triggerable personalities. You don't go press a red button and expect nothing to happen.
No. Patton in the middle of World War II said we should keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, and that's fine that he did. But
Resulted in that time period, we were already exhausted from war. We struggled with Korea. We went to Vietnam for 20 years and struggled. I mean, you act like we could have just easily gone to war with Russia when we struggled in the jungles of Vietnam. Germany couldn't even get into freaking get it past Russia. They got past a certain point, then to Stalingrad, and then they got pushed back.
And that was during the center of their height.
Exactly. That was at the
Wehrmacht
height
was
of their power.
If we'd have just kept going, there would have never been a Cold
Russia will almost never, not hopefully, but pretty much never be conquered for one reason. It's right next to the Arctic Circle. If you have the wrong gear, you're not going to make it, period. So, you saying that, we could just keep on going. Most of the soldiers, even from Minnesota, couldn't last that, we're talking, -1, -2 degrees.
Arctic warfare.
Arctic warfare, literally.
Where your guns freeze up and you can't shoot.
Can I say something before I gotta go to bed because I have to work tomorrow? But that's another reason why I voted for Harris, because I know I've read all the history, all these alpha males at war with each other, just manipulating and just killing each other, and women we can work I've been in school for 16 years. I have my doctorate. I have 2 kids. I run a household, everything, raise 2 kids, work full time. I know what we can handle, and I know that I want the best for everybody. I dedicate my life to save people, and I want. I just can't stand morally my tax money going to something that, I mean, I take an oath to do no harm, and I see all of this harm happening, and I predicted it all before, and it's all happening like a bad dream, like a nightmare. And I don't, I know people run off of fear, and that's what runs the Republican. But I mean, why don't we trust a woman to handle things?
Well,
Well, it has
just
nothing to
to
do with
go ahead
sex.
and state that Republicans don't run off of fear. Republicans run
They
off of
do. They tend to.
They do. That's a
we run off of national security, and that's exactly what Donald
No,
Trump's doing.
Caden. So she's
fear,
actually
like-
talking about something in psychology. Like if
Yeah.
you let her talk, she could educate you.
Yeah, we have fMRIs or functional MRIs that we can see when people think what highlights in their brain, what part of their brain is functioning when they're thinking and making decisions. And it's really interesting because, I mean, we probably need each other. We could probably work in conjunction because one runs off of fear and are more fight, they do make decisions off of fear, but they would probably be great warriors and help protect when we need it. But then there's others who can try to overcome and think on a higher level, compromise and not automatically fight to the death as a solution. I don't think that's a solution for anything unless we all want to just just non-existent, be non-existent anymore.
I don't disagree with you on most of what you said because you're not wrong about the hierarchical structure and the sort of fear benefit dichotomy, right? That Republicans tend to adhere to more closely or put more gravitas upon than other political groups. However, I disagree with, and maybe this wasn't the sort of central thrust of your point, but the sort of sex gender angle that I think everyone is more than capable of being able to take a stand morally and ethically and saying that what we're doing is unjustifiable or illegitimate.
Yeah. I mean, I male or female, but just I feel like Trump can only win against a female, and that kind of says a lot. Even though she was,
I mean, he beat Joe
still
Biden.
as tough, and the only thing she was a female. I don't know. But I mean, I think she would have done a better job. I would have still been pissed at her if she would have bombed Iran at this point without them attacking us directly. But
I just, I personally,
I don't think that the problem is men versus women. I think that it's culture refusing women, right, like access to those types of, I guess, roles, or like I don't know. I mean, I will say this: the only time that we've ever seen Trump lose, win a presidential election was against women, right?
yeah,
Never,
that tells us a lot. It could be the best, the most qualified woman, tough as shit. She could be like she checked all the boxes for me, but still lost.
And maybe it was just because she was thrown onto the people, right? Nobody got to really choose her. The Biden
No, I
administration,
chose her actually. I have a picture of my daughter saying Kamala Harris 2020 way back in the day.
Gotcha.
And she dropped out before in those primaries. But she was my first pick because I was watching her as a senator. I knew her background. I'm like, this woman is crazy. Like I wanted her from the beginning. I thought
you're like a day one follower.
Yes, exactly. And just from the Senate, just following her in the Senate.
I honestly thought she was gonna. I thought she was gonna run right after. Like she was gonna be the incumbent, not the whole. Biden going, I'm gonna run. Wait, I may have Alzheimer's. Never mind. Here's my.
yeah.
That's just so. That's why when people try to like insult Biden for the whole Sleepy Joe, don't just insult him for being a fucking, what do you call it? Sorry, I'm the word is failing me. Misogynist. Literally, because I honestly think if he didn't do that like faux run BS, that Kamala would have probably won. Because she would have been able to get the traction.
If anyone could have heard her speak, I just died when Fox News was just like, I don't know what they were saying about her, but everyone just repeated it and they didn't know anything about her history.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, how dare we say Merry Christmas, right?
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on, Caden.
Well,
What are you
I
talking
gotta go to
about?
bed, guys. Good night.
Have a good night, Jima.
Yeah, thanks for letting us speak. Yeah, and I
Jima,
respect everyone. I
hair's getting loose.
appreciate good conversation.
Of course, yeah. Appreciate you
Elon
hanging
won it
out.
to Trump.
I hope you'll come
Yeah.
back.
Yep. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Too.
Take it easy. And we'll get to the just very random Merry Christmas comment, but let's face it, if we were to put a rock or a plank of wood in place of Trump or in place of any of the top dogs in his administration, it would do a better job. Genuinely. Like if you had nobody doing anything, they would genuinely, you would have actually more preferential outcomes than had these people actively meddled in our, socio-political, economic,
I think he's
health.
doing exactly what we voted for.
I'm sorry?
I think he's doing exactly what we voted for.
And that's exactly the problem, is that the average person in a democratic
it's a
institution.
mandate.
Why don't you
It's not the
So
problem. We just
wasted.
need to see the perspective of where the Republicans are coming from.
I think the
wanna hear
problem
the-
is
the
Democrats.
Republican perspective here.
I don't think Democrats understand what the majority of Americans want, and that's why they don't understand why they keep losing.
So what did you want, Wasted? Why don't you tell us? You have the platform now, so just tell us what you wanted.
Yeah, I want a president that protects the Second Amendment, that puts national security above everything else.
How did he
puts
protect it
American
without its
security.
free?
Hold on, let
100%.
him go off because he's absolutely right.
He's
Correct.
not, but we can.
And Relentless is up there laughing, wondering how the hell did I lose?
That was
How
me
did I
chuckling,
lose?
but that was the Marine laughing his ass off. Because
we're-
let me
we're
tell you
voting-
something. If Trump continues the way he's going, we're not going to have the Second Amendment anymore.
Right. Great combo. Let him talk now. Thank you.
Yeah. And this is another reason why people vote Republican. I mean, Democrats are so arrogant. The arrogance of Democrats. I mean, you take 2016, they had Hillary Clinton already as the president. Don't even need an election. 94% chance she's going to win. Probably my favorite day as an American was the day she lost. And sometimes when I'm feeling down, I just go watch the meltdown videos.
I have a quick question. Your favorite day?
I didn't like Hillary, so
I didn't like her either. She's a horrible person.
watching
So
Rachel
your
Maddow,
favorite day? Wait.
so
Your favorite day is Hillary Clinton losing. When like a year and a
Yes.
half, a year and a half earlier, Osama bin Laden had just gotten capped.
That was in 2011.
2000?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
2011. Absolutely. Look it up.
I'd say Stud needs to check his timeline a little bit.
SEAL Team 6.
I remember the
Yeah,
day it
yeah,
happened.
yeah.
I was 10 years old. I saw it in the middle of the night.
And that,
Well,
that
I'm going to
hey,
admit. I'm going to admit that I'm a little like
Sure.
I've taken my. Anyways, my point is wasted. My point is
Yeah.
that should be your favorite day.
And Stud, here's what I'm going to ask you. So that's
Yeah.
a great point about Bin Laden. Horrible freaking guy.
Mm-hmm.
How is Maduro any different? We had a $50 million bounty on him.
Yeah, you know the big
against
difference
that?
between Bin Laden and Maduro.
What?
Bin Laden was actively he had plans. We were dealing with the plans way into like the 2010s. He had plans to blow up a bunch of stuff in the U.S. So that's the big difference. Maduro didn't. Maduro was just a dictator. He affected his own people. Bin Laden, Saddam
Hate
Hussein,
American people,
all of those
war on
guys,
drugs.
they personally funded terrorist organizations like ISIS and Al Qaeda.
Correct. Now, Stud, here's what I want to ask you next. Do you know what percentage of Venezuela in the last 10 years
from
left
US tax
Venezuela
dollars.
because of Maduro? Like left their country.
So what's your
Not
point?
going back. They're here. They're
Okay,
in
no.
America.
Okay, wait.
Well, they're
So
here because of
how
what
is
we
that a
did in
bad
South
thing if they're
America.
contributing to the economy?
25%
They pay
of Venezuela is
wasted.
here.
They wasted. Hold on, bud. They pay taxes, they give money to this economy, and they don't take anything. They are not accessible to social services of any sort, but they will actively pay into our economy, and
I
you
love
don't like
immigrants.
that?
No, I
Wait,
love
there are
immigrants.
two things the conservatives are missing on the panel. So, number one, Maduro is a piece of crap. He is, right? He's just objectively a piece of crap.
Horrible, yes.
So are Kim Jong-un, so are Vladimir Putin, Viktor Orban, like all these people. Now, why is it that we went in against him specifically? Not only that we didn't have the international community's blessing, that we tried to apply our own domestic laws on an international scale. That's not the way things work, right? I can't take my rules in my home and apply them to other people's rules in their home. That we have to agree upon it in, a set of rules, we call it, codified law, that we all abide by. But I can't just say, I live my life like this, therefore I can go into your house and force you to live like that. Number one. Number two, we didn't do it with the blessing of the Venezuelan people. J.D. Vance just the other day literally said, when he was being interviewed with Jesse Waters, that we did it because for the resources, when in reality, for the last several weeks, even months, everyone was going, guys, it's not about the oil, it's not about the this, it's not about the that, we're doing it for the people, and yet the people are getting nothing from it. Now, number two,
totally
if we
disagree.
care about helping
Totally
people,
disagree.
why have we waited for so long then and still failed to go in after people like Kim Jong-un, Vladimir
I totally
Putin, Viktor
disagree.
Orban?
It's about national security.
Yep.
I totally
How?
disagree.
So wasted. See,
Rudy,
the reason why the
Hold
Saddam
on,
Hussein
can
to
I
all
answer?
the
Can I answer the question quick, and then I'll let you talk?
go
Just give me
ahead.
one
Sure, go
second.
ahead. How is it about national
Yes.
security?
Yes. So their number one export, they nationalized oil. They kicked American companies out of Venezuela. You know who they were selling all their oil to?
That's not
China.
national security.
They
That's
have
private
that right.
interest.
They have that
For
right
about
to do that.
30
You know how
cents
many
on the
times that
dollar.
we've taken
Right?
over countries
Wasted.
because they
Let me
nationalized
educate.
resources?
So Central America is
Wasted.
taking their oil
Wait,
and
that is
selling it
not
to
national
China
security.
because
That
they're
is private
protecting them.
equity interest. There is a big difference.
He took away private equity. He
No,
nationalized oil.
dude, no. You need to
There is
understand.
no private
Companies are telling him to do this, and you are literally eating up
company?
the excuses. It's
Wait,
not
what
about
company?
about governmental security or anything. Because we
Who
did that
built
stuff
the
when we were in
infrastructure?
Afghanistan. Do you know what we were
Not
doing?
doxing
People like me were getting
Christians.
hot dropped in, and we were researching to see if these threats were actually truthful. We weren't just hellfire striking people
Well, hold
just
on.
because
Let's
it
not
was easier.
monologue. Let's have a conversation. That's more interesting.
Well, see,
I'm
if we're gonna
I'm
have a
ask you
conversation, wasted.
Yeah.
If we're gonna have a conversation, you actually have to be telling the truth.
Right, so
Okay.
we are telling the truth, right? This kidnapping the president of Maduro was simply because of narco-terrorism, national security, energy control, and migrant crisis. Was it not?
It was not, no.
And I just
No,
want
it
to
wasn't.
make it very clear. Joe Biden had a $25 million bounty on Maduro.
Hang on, I don't care about Joe Biden right now. So he's gone. He's never going to run again. He's not going to be
He's the one
influential
that put
ever
a
again.
bounty
But
on
he's
him,
never
though,
gonna
so-
run again, wasted.
So here's the thing.
Do you not understand
You
that
just
your
mentioned
party's
wasted.
the one that put a bounty
Wasted.
on
I'm
his head
trying
of
to.
$25 million?
That's fine. I'm not a Democrat. So
What
here's
are
the
you?
thing. I'm a progressive individual. So even when you call me liberal, I'm not liberal.
Who'd you vote for?
Just because we vote for a
Wait,
certain
hang on.
person
Let's say
doesn't
if I
say our
vote for. Hang on.
affiliations.
Well, I
Let's
got
say I
news
vote
for
for
you.
the.
If you voted Harris,
Hang
you're
on.
a lefty.
Wasted. Let's say I vote
Yeah.
for the Cookie Monster. Okay, you won't know my views or
I'd
my
say you're a
rationale.
Sesame Street fan.
Are you
yeah.
gonna let me finish?
Guys, let's just keep
You
it
asked me a question.
respectful. Just real quick,
Buddy,
for everybody
buddy,
that's in here, we're just trying to have a conversation. The whole point of the platform, just to remind everybody, is for liberals and conservatives to have a conversation and not yell over each other. Now, I understand we're all getting out of hand. The moderator is a Republican. I am a liberal. We are literally hosting this thing to have good conversations and show people that both sides can talk again. As you said, Wasted, you feel like liberals are very, very arrogant, right? Well, let's show I'm showing the world that not all liberals are arrogant. Let's, and for all the conservatives in here, Caden is showing that not all Republicans are ignorant. We can have a real conversation. So with that being said, let's go back into the debate.
For sure.
Okay.
I'm tired of the ignorant.
I feel like we
Sorry.
should
Bye.
let Relentless finish his point because he was getting at something good here. I just want to hear what he had key points
I'm
with.
sorry, guys.
Yeah, so regardless of whom I voted for, we need to know the how and the why. right? That the intent, the rationale, the logic and reason matter. Now, Wasted, you made a bunch of claims. You said that it was about national security, about narco-terrorism, about migration, so on and so forth. All of that is incorrect. So what actually happened is we've been meddling in South American affairs in multiple countries for decades. We are necessarily causing the destabilization that is causing things like mass migration and the profound poverty that people are facing all throughout the region. Not only that, but I want to go ahead and point out that even when they got Maduro and they brought him here, what did they charge him with? Trump wouldn't be quiet about the F, right? About the fent. He wouldn't be quiet about it. We literally unalived dozens and dozens of people in the boats, and we were saying that they were narco terrorists and they were operating and traveling through known narco trafficking routes. And then when he got charged, Maduro got charged, and his wife. Do you know what they charged him with? Not a single thing to do with fent. Not a single.
So my first comment would be, I mean, do you think those guys on speedboats are fishermen or?
They weren't
majority of them
speedboats,
actually
and
were,
also
yes.
it doesn't matter. It's illegal to fire upon civilians.
Well, I mean, who are they going to sue? They're gone. So
At what point in time?
No, sir.
United
It's
States
not
get to
a.
make the decision
Mike
that we
makes right.
involve ourselves in those in those things, right? At what point does a dictator, quote unquote, leader, right, do something that makes the United States feel like, oh, I have to go and do this right now? Because there are plenty of oppressive dictators around the world that we don't even get ourselves involved in. I mean, a lot of people talk about authoritarian regimes, well, most of the GCC is authoritarian. You know what I'm saying? Is this about authoritarianism, or is this about nationalization of oil? History would show that anytime that a Latin America tries to nationalize or go through some type of I wouldn't call it social democracy because that wasn't social democracy, but nationalization of oil, I will say, was one of the greatest threats. As Wasted said earlier, it was a threat to American capital, and anytime that we threaten American capital interest, we go to war. We'll displace you. We'll
Correct.
Throw your whole government into disarray. We'll destabilize your nation. Look what we did in Iraq. Look what we did in Libya. You want to say Gaddafi was a dictator? Why did Nelson Mandela say that Gaddafi would be the best thing for Africa? All he was trying to do was unite Africa and then try to establish the golden dinar, and that would have literally thrown the United States petrodollar, like made it worthless overnight. Because what is the United States dollar backed by? Nothing at all. Credit, the full faith and credit of the American government. And you know what that means? Our military strength. Our dollar only has power simply because we're a powerful nation. We don't have no money. It's not backed by gold or freaking silver.
Wasted. You said that part of the reason why it was okay what we did in Venezuela was because we were protecting, future economic stakes. So in the oil, do you know what type of oil? Well, I'm sorry, what?
Yes, national security. Yes.
Okay, so first of all, that's not national security. That's private equity. But even if it was, do you know what type of oil that is in Venezuela?
Crude.
Well, all raw oil is crude oil. So, no. But there's different ratings. There's like low tier, high tier, mid tier. Stuff like that.
It's sludge.
It's low tier.
It's slush oil. It literally, they call it slush oil, dude. So it is the lowest tier of oil you can find, and also it's only really good for being refined into like oil for lamps and stuff like that, for general use oil, not for gasoline.
Yeah. So if it's so worthless and nobody's interested, why is Russia putting billions of dollars in investment into that oil?
He didn't say worthless.
I didn't say worthless, and the reason why Russia's putting a bunch of money into it is because it's a great lubricant. They're at war right now.
Billions.
That's a matter of fact. They need grease. That's a great source of grease, and grease can get expensive in bulk.
How about instead of pumping money into Zelensky in Ukraine, we start going after all Russia's ties that are making it able for them to have war?
Well, that would be really hard because
we're actually enabling Russia.
Russia have money. We lifted their sanctions. They're making $200 million a day. So how is Trump not helping out? The government. I mean, literally, bro. You know who put the sanctions on Russia at the start of the Ukraine war? Biden. Who lifted the sanctions temporarily?
A sanction doesn't matter when you're selling to Russia. They're not taking care of.
No, wasted. No one was selling to Russia. Russia wasn't selling to anyone.
They do.
They had to sell. That was a big problem in the beginning of the war. They had to figure out who would refine the oil for them to turn into gasoline, because they actually have high tier pumps, not high tier pumps, but like high quality oil in Russia.
But China was the primary buyer of Venezuela oil. Just so we understand. It's
Wait,
not
so
Russia.
first it was
Russia's
Russia was the primary
investing.
buyer, now
Well,
it's
hang
China.
on, wasted.
No,
Well, I feel like
Russia
there's a
was
lot of Chinese
investing.
influence into South
When
America.
we
Russia
took
money
control,
is going into Venezuela for the oil, but China is the one purchasing and taking the oil back to China. That's what's happening.
when we took control of the PDVSA, you understand that we quite literally turned around and started selling to the exact same people they were already selling to, right?
China?
Dude, you do understand that, like he said, it's sludge, right? If you don't have the infrastructure to refine it, it's worthless. It's only worth something to the people who can actually take it, refine it, and utilize it. And so not only are we selling to the people that have the infrastructure already in place, already the problematic individuals, but even 1 degree of separation necessitates that they have to sell to the people who want to use the refined stuff, which are going to be the problem people anyway. We're literally enabling. We just, all we did was force ourselves in and became the bloated middleman. That's all we did.
Which is a good thing, because anything Russia and China is involved in, we should be involved in it too.
Okay, and
Wait,
wasted, that's
so
fine,
so
but hang on,
where?
hang on,
Oh, sorry,
that's
go ahead.
fine. No, you're good, my dude. I just want to I'll just put this up and then I'll be quiet for a little bit, which is fine. But then you have to understand that you're literally advocating for might makes right and the ends justify the means type of philosophy.
Correct.
Just to let you know, Wasted, that was the exact mentality of a certain group in the 1940s and their reasoning for why they were going to ethnically cleanse their country, because they knew what they were doing and everyone else just needed to step in line and it'll be okay.
There was one other person that put people in camps in World War II, and it was FDR, and that was the Japanese. So I don't want to hear that shit.
Okay, so you're just going to completely
And that's
ignore
bad,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
That was a bad thing to
You're
do.
talking about internment camps when Democrats are the ones that did that.
Well, hang on,
Asking a Japanese American,
I think
Wait,
that
we
was
don't
before
agree
the
with that,
party
though.
switch. And you're talking about Democrats before the Republicans and
Oh, so
Democrats switched
FDR is a
parties.
Republican?
Wait, hang on, wasted. Nobody here is agreeing with interning
Wait,
people.
so Republicans get credit for the New Deal then too? I remember.
No, Wasted. Wait, I need to be very clear. I don't think the internment camps were an okay thing. I'm not
I would hope
excusing
not.
one crime because I'm trying. No, I'm just highlighting your belief system is the exact same as a certain political belief in the 1940s.
Yeah, but what Republican ever
And I
put
don't
people
like
in
really
camps?
FDR.
We're literally doing it right now, wasted.
Internment camps?
Yes, they're concentration camps. That's
Based
literally
on
what they
people's
are.
race?
Alcatraz.
Hang
So
on,
that
wait,
so
wasted.
based. So wait.
Wait.
Did
I
you,
have to address this. Wasted. No, you're good, my dude. I'm sorry. I just we can't skate past this point. Wasted. Look up the definition of concentration camp. You'll see that's literally what we're doing right now. Yes.
Because Wasted, just to let you know, in Germany, it wasn't just religious Jews who got persecuted. It was anyone who had a grandparent who was of Jewish descent. They needed 2 or more.
Okay,
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is there's nobody in a camp right now based on their race. It's all about
That's
their
incorrect.
status as an American citizen. You're incorrect.
About holding people
in World War
accountable.
II,
Just give him
the
like a minute to make
Japanese.
his statement, guys.
Thank you. The Japanese were put into camps by FDR because they were Japanese. Right? They took away their property, they took away their businesses, and they stuck them in camps because they were afraid of them after Pearl Harbor. And that's the definition of what you're saying. No
Hey, can I say
Republican
something real quick?
ever done that.
Of course, Caden. Yeah.
Hey guys, I appreciate everybody joining us live. If you are not tapping that screen, please tap the hell out of that screen. We are trying to push an agenda to where Republicans and Democrats can come together and have these civil discussions and find a median point. So if you agree with that, absolutely follow, tap that screen, make sure that we're not going unnoticed.
I'm gonna say one more thing, then I'm gonna shut up for a minute. What you're claiming is kind of the same as, oh well, we're incarcerating African Americans because they're black. No. If you commit a crime, you go to jail. It has nothing to do with your race. It has nothing to do with your background. If you commit a crime, you have to answer for it, and that's the reality. Every American, or whether you're a citizen or not, that's what you deal with when you make that decision.
So, Wasted, I have a question about it. Well, you said you were going to go. Okay. Anyways, on that point, you cannot say that ICE, because I'm not part of them, and I hope none of us are. ICE is not systematically choosing people based upon a certain identifier, the major one being race. Because I've seen a lot of videos of raids. I have never seen a white person be let out. It's always either, these black Somalians need to get out, or these so like, how can you say it's not race-based when the vast majority of people they are enforcing these barbaric rules against? are of a different racial color than most of the ICE agents.
Well, the thing that Wasted you're also missing is that you don't have to simply incarcerate people based on their race. You understand that concentration camp, it can have something to do with other characteristics. So it can have to do with political affiliation. It could have to do with, let's say, certain forms of either nationalism or cultural attributes and so on and so forth. That if I were to take, for example, let's just say, if I were to take all bald people and lock them all up, I mean, I'm not being racist. I'm not even necessarily being sexist, right? There are women that also, are bald or suffer from things like female pattern baldness. But to do that, I'm literally concentrating a specific subgroup within our population and forcefully incarcerating them. That's literally the definition of a concentration camp.
No, I agree with that. Criminals are being deported.
Amen.
Well, you say criminals. We'll talk about that in a second.
We're talking.
Wait, so I have a
Amen, boys. Hi, Kaden.
Just like I
Hi,
agree
Greg.
that certain sections of citizens have to be detained because they're criminals, certain sections of American people that are here have to be deported because they're either career criminals or they didn't come here illegally. So
okay,
yes, I
Wasted.
agree
So
with that.
you're going to be surprised about this, but I actually completely agree
Why
with
don't
you.
you jump in, bro? Why don't you state
I-
that position?
No,
in the
I think
chat?
that's common sense. Absolutely.
Well, no. I was about to give a caveat. I agree with you on the biggest thing. If they are dangerous criminals and they have had a history of committing crimes, get them the freak out of here. We don't need them in this country. But if they happen to come here illegally and they are constantly working, either working on having a path towards citizenship or actively benefiting the country in some way, whether it be the small amount of taxes, just stuff like that, they should stay here.
Yep, we do have
Illegal
processes
immigrants
like
only
that as
committed
well.
23 murders last year.
That's what I was about to say. Like in California, we have like kind of a work to play system for our sanctuary cities where you actually have to prove that you're on track to get documented.
Yeah,
The big issue. Sorry.
Go ahead. I feel like liberals and Democrats, it doesn't really matter your view. I feel like majority of the people want American safety at the end of the day. And there was some great key points here.
I disagree with that.
I mean, I guess you more than likely can. I mean, there's proof on both sides that they're not for America. But, at the end of the day, we're having these conversations because we care about America, right? Right?
Yeah,
So
it's
Wasted, just so you're aware, bud, I'm not a liberal. I'm a fiscal conservative.
Yeah, as well, bro.
That's
I am
fu-
a liberal,
that's
man,
fine,
but
bro.
I'm from Texas, dude. So I mean, there's nothing different. Well, I mean, I'm sure you like to go fishing. I'm sure you like to go camping. I'm sure you like guns. What's different between me and you, bro? I'm the same way, bro.
You probably have a
I
hound
grew
dog
up
just
in the
like me.
sticks. Exactly. You know what I'm saying, bro? I grew up in one of the last
Sure.
cities to desegregate in the entire nation. I grew up in the South, so I can talk to Republicans. I have conservative values, but I'm also a progressive. So, that just shows that some liberals aren't all ignorant like you are trying to make it seem. Like, I feel like there
So
are
Wasted.
some out there that
The
care about
problem
country.
is I travel TikTok lives pretty
Right.
regularly.
Well,
and
that's
I
the
ain't-
problem. It's
I
TikTok.
ain't shit. I ain't
Yeah,
shit
let
you
him go.
guys. The far left is about as far as it's ever been, and they are nasty.
You are objectively incorrect about that. The Overton window has
They are
constantly, consistently been shifting to the
implore you,
right.
Wasted, to go look at my comments when I just talk about regular stuff and see how MAGA attacks me on a daily basis. Now, I will agree that me and Caden talk about this all the time, that there are nothing but an overwhelming majority of liberals and conservative that are debating on this platform that just want to berate each other, that just want to win. They're not trying to have a conversation. They just want to make you look stupid. And got Dean Withers, Parker, right? And I use them as an example as a liberal that's not how we should be doing this, because that's just going to make Republicans feel stupid. And that's not, I was raised in the South. That's not how you talk to people. You need to sit down, respect them, and let them have a conversation. I would never treat somebody like that in person. So why would I treat them that way just because I'm behind a screen? You know what I'm saying?
Dean and a lot of those guys, they're young, so that's just like them growing. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm definitely not. Someone should just be like, hey, yeah. So like Wasted. When you see people like that, I have a suspicion that they're not even trying to change anything. They're after the clicks, the views, the donations, stuff like that. So
Yeah, I mean,
you are
they're
falling
paid.
in. Sorry, go ahead.
But
they are paid
same
literally
token,
by like associations to push this agenda. Like this is literally their job. This is what they're trying to do with their life. In which I'm not saying it's wrong because we have freedom of speech here and everything else. But they just want to push one agenda. They don't want to come up with any real ways about having to come to a meeting with this. And that's why we're starting this platform, is because we've noticed that through the Republicans and the Democratic Party, they are both just as much at fault as the other. With that being said, that's why we're here today having these conversations.
You guys are absolutely the exception, not the rule. I can tell you that.
Well, I hope that, man, we can start something here that actually turns into a movement, right? I mean, yes, it's small now, but I mean, people like you come in telling us that, hey, y'all are the exception. Well, let's apply that to the whole. Then let's try to make a movement here. Let's try to unify the country. I'm trying to preserve the union. I don't want to see our country fall apart. I don't want to see people simply because they disagree on political ideology to want to kill each other in the streets. Like, bro, let's just talk,
And that's American.
Exactly.
So Wasted. It's okay.
Request to get in here. Just send that request again. Sorry, guys.
It's okay for you to say that you like Donald Trump or like you liked him in the beginning. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but what I like, can we all just admit that a president should listen when like they say you have to come to Congress to do combative actions? Can we all just agree our president?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So they shouldn't listen to the checks and balances put in place.
No,
checks and balances are necessary.
So you're not a constitutionist American, and because that's part of being a fiscal conservative.
It's absolutely constitutional.
No. See, but that's the part. The checks and balances are in the Constitution. They tell us how the government should operate. No one branch of government is more powerful than another.
The chief of the executive branch has the right to act in the best interest of the United States.
He's not the chief of the executive branch, but he's the president.
He's the president.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, and also
he's the chief of the military.
The thing that we were just
he's not the chief of the military.
Yeah,
he
so
is.
It's more of a formality, but hold on, Wasted. You said earlier that the left has been as far left as it's ever been. That is factually incorrect. That the Overton window has shifted so far to the right that even the furthest lefty here in this nation is maybe like center left at most, and even the establishment Democrats at best are center right. Even someone like Bernie Sanders is not nearly as left as you think that he is, especially when you consider the rest of the world. That being said,
I agree with that. I used to consider myself very left, and even I would say that I think that my values, or whatever you want to call it, ideologies, are somewhat mid, like not even really left.
Right.
Yeah, because we don't have true
Not to
lefties in the
disagree
United
with you,
States.
but to play devil's advocate, Aaron and I have had multiple different people of different political beliefs up here, including Americans that believe in communism. Am I wrong?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really diverse views, and I'm not saying like the left is as far left as it's ever been, because historically I do not think that's accurate. But at the same time, we do see a lot of Americans with very left views. So I mean, it goes both ways. Also, conservatives.
Wasted. I want you to do me a favor, bud.
Are hard to talk to, just for the record.
Yeah. But there's really there's realistically only 3 touch points, right? When they say far left, all they're really talking about are what? Their views on abortion is one.
Socially, economic.
Their views on trans of any kind, and then because even gay, like I don't think that nowadays even the right really say anything about being gay. It's more about they attack trans people.
I disagree with that. I do know several Republicans who still say that gay people should go the HE double hockey stick.
Oh yeah,
I hear that a lot.
That's religious.
I think
that's
that's
both
a little
Democrats
more
and Republicans. That's more religious based.
Yeah, I think that's a little more.
But they're saying it out loud, and they're saying that they should not be like alive.
Because that's their religion.
No, but she's
but
not
what
incorrect.
I guess
they
what I'm
push it
trying to say is,
socially.
yeah, they're not attacking gay people like they used to when I was a young girl. Back in the 90s, like it was, there was whole television shows like, oh my God, somebody says they're GAY, like now nobody would even comment on it. So the
But
culture.
just so we're aware, we're saying we're farther left now, correct? That's
farther and left
No, we're
in
not.
some things.
No,
Farther and
we're
left in
not
some
though.
things.
I mean,
No,
Donald
no,
Trump is
no.
not far left
Objectively, we're not.
by any means.
Wasted. Do me a
I mean,
favor in your free time, bud, and read some of the excerpts from Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Theodore Roosevelt. Because if you think the left right now are too far left, both of those guys were about as left as you can go while still being for
You just
democracy.
called him a Republican a second ago.
No, but both Theodore and Franklin would technically be
Pal,
Democrats today.
I mean, I'm going to call you pal because you
hold
call
on.
me dad.
Franklin
but-
Delano
I think he
Roosevelt
means
was a Democrat.
liberal. So more so than like
Hold on,
conservative.
hold
yeah.
on. We were just talking about Japan, the internment camps, and then somebody goes, "Oh, because of the switch, those are Republicans."
Hold on, wasted.
Now, all of
Are
a sudden,
you?
they are
Hang on,
Democrat.
wasted.
never a
Are you
switch.
familiar with the Overton window?
No.
Okay, so basically, consider it like this. Okay, quick and dirty explanation. It's a measure. It's an analysis or interpretation ultimately of society's positioning on the socio-political spectrum. Okay, so we have gone so far right that the people that used to be considered like right or center right are now considered left simply because things have been so disproportionately skewed that they've been pushed so far to the right that those people that didn't budge or refused to budge now look like lefties. But that's not the case. That if you actually look at their policies, even besides their political affiliation, regarding parties, if you look at what they actually stand for, they're not left in any meaningful way. They're genuinely not. And this is why intentionality that you guys were talking about earlier, that hey, we're all American, we want the same things, we're driving for the same things. I don't necessarily disagree with you when we look at the most rudimentary aspects of life, but the issue is that when people have certain intentions, whether they're pure or not, and they don't have the requisite knowledge to back them up, that's when the problems arise, right? That if we don't agree on the facts of our shared reality, we can't actually engage in anything meaningful.
Can I reply? Okay, I want to ask you this. So you're saying Donald Trump is far right?
Yes, objectively, yes.
Who's the last Republican that was farther left than Trump?
Literally
Or
all of
farther
them.
right.
Literally
I'm
all of
trying
them.
to- Trump is not. He was a Democrat his whole life. If anything, he's a centrist.
No, he claimed that he was a Democrat. That again, we can
What
label
has
this as
Trump done that is far right? I'm very confused right now.
absolutely. So have you heard of Umberto Eco and his 14 ways of fascism?
No. I'm talking. Let's talk real life.
No, I am.
Donald
Yes,
Trump,
I am.
what
I
he
literally am.
does, The
Yes.
things he's done. You name
Yes,
me
you're talking about
something that's far
policy.
right, and I'll name you something that's not. All right. Go
Yes,
ahead.
you're talking about policy.
Yes. Name one thing that was far right. Trump.
Yes. So Trump is literally taking away all of our liberties for the sake of quote unquote promised or perceived security.
That's left.
No, it's not.
No,
It's
it's not.
extremely left.
I can no.
No,
I
it's
can
not.
literally show you that's literally authoritarian. That's fascist.
That's communist. It's left.
No,
No,
it's
fascism is
not.
not communism.
Wasted.
is.
Do you know what communism is?
Yeah, it's USSR.
No. Like, what's the
No,
definition in the
no.
dictionary of a communist regime?
You're
or
saying the
communist
USSR
society?
wasn't communist?
No, I'm saying
telling
what's
you
the definition
communism
in the
isn't
dictionary?
USSR, dude. You literally said communism is USSR.
That is communism.
Yeah, you don't know the definition of communism. You
yeah, I
should
need you
definitely
to
go
explain
back
it.
and just do your research a little bit, just to have more of a clear, defined line of you knowing what you're talking about. I'm not calling you uneducated. I'm just saying there's definitely fine lines
All
of
right.
what
So
communism
you're
is.
you're saying he's
Can you
violating
please
rights, and
explain
that's
to me
far
what
right.
communism is in
Okay.
your
Wait.
eyes?
So wasted. What communism is? Let me just explain it real quick. What communism is? It's where a government takes a central control of everything. It's not socialism because it's not for the people. Communism is where one group takes control of both the economic, political, social, everything. They have complete say.
Correct.
So that's communism. It's not fascism. It's not
Correct.
socialism. A lot of the things people say is communism today is actually a factor of socialism, which is a social economic system.
Correct.
It is more nuanced than that, but yes, that ultimately communism is a very extreme form of socialism.
All right. So long story short, you're saying he's violating rights, and that's far right. Okay.
No.
So
It's not just that he's violating rights. He's literally trying to promise.
Let's go one for one. Let's go one for one.
I know. I'm responding to what you just said.
He went after the Second Amendment. He eliminated bump stocks. He defended what happened to Alex Pretty. Right. That's
all
not very
incorrect.
right. That's left. It is. What are you saying? What am I saying?
I
It's
won't waste
incorrect.
it to make your statement. Let's just give him the floor for like a minute.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Donald Trump,
Aaron, your mic got knocked down in volume again.
Okay, hold on.
So Donald Trump, he holds an A rating from the NRA, but they've had to go after him 2-3 different times. He went after bump stocks, got rid of bump stocks. He said Alex Pretty shouldn't have had a weapon on him.
Yeah,
That's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Right? He's not fiscally responsible whatsoever with the budget. He spends and spends and spends. That's very far left. That's not right.
So are we talking about Trump?
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for
That's
him to
not.
finish
Wait.
'cause
Hold on. I
he's-
need to address that real quick. That's not left or right. That's just irresponsible.
What are you talking? See, this is where I get frustrated with.
Well, no. Wasted. What
you
I
said you're
wait.
a fiscal conservative.
Wasted. Hold on. What I am
Fiscal
trying to say,
conservatives stay in
wasted.
the
What I
budget.
am trying. Yes, actually, as a fiscal conservative, I think it's a really stupid idea to get yourself into a situation where you constantly just have to spend money.
That
doesn't seem like a very smart idea.
That's the government spending.
But it's not his policy, is what we're trying to say. He just does
It
dumb
is.
things.
He
He
every
just
year
does
he's been in
dumb
office,
things all the time.
That's what I.
Every year Trump has been president, he has increased the deficit. Yes or no?
I actually don't know. I don't.
The answer is yes.
How does that make him left?
Wait. So
he likes
can you look,
government
Aaron? Can
spending.
you look
He's
it up
not
about the
right.
deficit and tell like chat because I honestly and he
I'm
could just say
sorry.
yeah.
Every time
we are
I
rapidly approaching $40 trillion in debt, and it is because of the unbelievable spending that Trump is engaging
What
in.
is
Correct.
he's
And that's
trying to
very
say
Okay,
that that's
wait,
left.
wasted. Increasing your deficit's not good. That's just going deeper in debt.
I know it's left.
Well, the national
No,
debt,
it's
not necessarily
not.
the
That's
deficit.
not left.
It's
Let
not
me
right.
give Wasted a chance. What are you currently arguing right now? Are you arguing that Trump is left?
Yeah, I'm
He's
saying
saying-
government spending is left, not right. Right is Ron Johnson, Jill Stein, Ron Paul.
So
right,
would
we're
you
only
say
going to
that
spend
Trump
as much as we
came
take
as
in.
a fake Republican then?
Government
Correct, he's not really
spending is
Republican.
leftist idea. No, what? That makes no sense. That makes no sense at all.
Which wait. So what is healthcare for all, Caden? Is that left or right?
You said
Where
right.
do you think the money comes from? Is that government spending? How about Social Security? Is that government spending?
We can all agree that on
You're
both
incorrect.
sides, government spending has been done, and it's
It's
kind
left.
of something that needs to happen in order to keep us in check in a way.
I disagree.
Wasted.
We need
left when he stimulated our economy when COVID happened, right? I mean, literally,
Correct,
that's
that's
socialism
left.
right there.
Well, no,
so I'm
he-
saying that it's not necessarily left ideology. It's just
You just said
economics.
it's socialism.
It's
No,
That's what he
socialism.
wants.
Wasted.
This is
you
solely
really need to-
economics.
It's
Wasted. You really need to look
The
up the
two
difference
do not
between.
go hand in hand, honey.
Respectfully, I work in the real world, guys. If you spend more money,
Oh,
than
and we
you take
don't.
in,
I suppose
that
we
is
don't.
not
Wait,
fiscally
Wasted, where do you work in?
conservative, Stud Canna.
I couldn't hear you. I'm
The
sorry. Where do
real
you?
world.
Give
The
Wasted the
real
floor.
world.
Oh, you work in the real world.
Correct.
Oh,
As opposed
Real quick,
to
guys.
First of all, so do we. We're all Americans here, and that's why we're having this conversation. No need to get disrespectful. We also work in the same world you do.
The fiscal conservative is saying government spending more money than they take in is not fiscally conservative.
Are you
It doesn't
trying to
make
say that
sense.
you're blue collar?
are
Is that
you
what you
Trump
mean?
Wait,
yes.
hang on. Go ahead.
Wasted. See, the reason why I say that is at a certain point in time, you run out of people who will lend you the money or lend you the items. So it is not financially sound to rely on debts for all
I'm
of your
agreeing
purchases.
with you, smart guy.
Well, hang on,
What are you
Wasted.
missing
You
here?
you are conflating fiscal conservatism with Republican, principles. But in any case,
No,
Book, you
Stud
wanted to
Canna
hold
told
on,
me
hold on,
he's
Book.
fiscal conservative.
Book, you wanted to say something. I know you've been waiting for like 5 minutes.
Sorry. Well, one thing I wanted to say is spending is not a liberal issue, but
It is.
but
her talk.
I believe in responsible spending, which means if we are using our taxpayer money for a park for everybody, that's okay with me. If we're using it for childcare and we're being responsible and the numbers match up, that's okay. But spending money to spend money and then saying that we have so much fraud that we need to look into food stamps and we need to make sure that people aren't abusing food stamps, and then you're spending money like water for crab in the Department of War, that's the issue.
Can we all agree that spending money on crab for $95 million, but we're cutting food stamps
Disagree.
is a problem?
I disagree adamantly with that.
What?
Wait, why do you
With the
disagree?
principle or the fact?
Yeah, because what she's referencing is steak and crab for military, and the only thing I'm really comfortable sending my federal taxes toward is military for national security.
So, did you serve in the
daycare
military?
thing, what if I don't ever have kids? I don't give a shit about your, paying for your kids' daycare. Pay for it yourself.
Well, hang on.
Hold
So
on.
hang on. We're jumping from
Wait,
topic to
wait,
topic.
Oh, the
So-
parks.
Wait, wasted. I have a question. Did
What
you
if-
ever serve in the military, bud?
Oh, what if I had a bronze star? Would it change your opinion?
That's not what.
But can you just answer the fucking question? Not if I had. I want to know. Did you serve? Yes or no?
I want to know if I did and I had a bronze star, if it would change your opinion. Yes or no?
No,
Would you
dude,
talk
just
a little
answer the
different or would you
question.
talk
I'm not
same?
going to give you an answer. Just answer my question.
Why not?
Did you serve?
Why
Yes
not?
or no?
I'm going to tell you after you answer my question.
We're not playing this
He
game,
stated
bud.
he served, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
smart. Yeah,
I think he was up here earlier. He stated he served, if I'm not mistaken, a Marine,
Hold on,
right?
Caden.
A
Respectfully,
Marine, right?
This guy is
Yeah, I'm a
saying that
Marine.
whether I
Well,
served or
was.
not.
Well, once you are,
wanna
you
know
always are.
if I have a
Yeah, I was about to
bronze
say, if you're a
star,
Marine, you're always
would
a
that
Marine.
matter? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Wait,
sorry. Could you
I'm
please?
sorry. I wasn't talking to you,
Wasted,
wasted. I kind of just moved
I'm
on. I
not-
was talking
no,
to Kaden.
just because that doesn't make a difference. I mean, your opinion
Okay,
is still
good.
valid. Okay, is that
Got
what
it.
you need to hear?
Could you please
You didn't
repeat
even
what
need
you
to be
stated?
deployed,
Let's
wasted.
move on.
Did you get through boot? If yes, then you served. Like, so did you serve? Yes or no?
No.
What the? All that lead up for? All right, I'm just gonna be quiet.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
because
mute
it
myself for
doesn't
a couple.
matter.
Well, hang on.
So
We're
we
just trying to
keep
get a rise
jumping.
out of you, and let's not do that to each other. Like I said, I know these conversations can easily get heated. These are not easy things to try to.
He's
keep,
asking
like,
me if I
controlled.
serve, like it matters.
Okay,
It doesn't
and I
matter.
get
Well,
it. Yeah.
there's a
Let's
reason
move-
why I asked, wasted.
Does Skip Bayless play in the NFL? He still talks football.
Okay,
That's a stupid point.
Let's check it out. Okay, you've now answered the question. Let's let Stud just make his statement real quick. Let's try to keep things civil, guys, please.
So
All right,
the
go on.
reason I was going to ask wasted is, so you're saying that you approve any purchase for the military. That goes into the fiscal conservative. A war can be endless, dude. So you approving anything the military wants to spend, a fighter jet costs about $60-70 million. That could feed a lot of families.
Can I just say something real quick, y'all?
Not my money. Send it to the
Go on,
military.
Caden. Yeah, hold on.
Hello,
Caden-
everybody.
your
Thank
money
you for
too.
joining our live. We appreciate you for viewing. We appreciate you for coming up here and conversing in the conversation with us. With that being said, please tap that like button. Make sure we're getting those likes up so we can kind of push this agenda more to other people who need to have these talks and need to become more peaceful with each other. And then if you do support the agenda, please share and make sure to give the host a follow as well.
Appreciate it, bro. With that being said, let's get to the debate.
Well, the thing that I'm confused about is, we can, I'm interested in either keeping things general or going hyper specific on things. But I guess one of the things that you said, wasted, intrigues me, that ultimately it seems to me that you're not really pro collectivism, that you're more of an individualist. Would that be correct?
100% correct.
So I don't necessarily disagree that, with every tenet or facet of individualism, and that we can't be 100% dependent on everyone or everything, right? That we can't just be bottom feeders, so to speak.
Yeah.
That being said, we are social creatures who realized a very long time ago that by banding together and inventing this thing we call society, and specifically civilization, right, an advanced form of society, that we're not only able to take advantage of the that we're greater than the sum of our individual parts, but that we're able to ascend beyond simply thriving, and we're able to but beyond simply surviving, and we're able to thrive. And so we literally need, whether it's our community, right? It'd be a family, it could be a community, it could be a society, it could be a nation, even the international community, that we need to be interdependent. We need to engage in symbiotic mutualism for us to ascend to sort of greater heights and be able to increase our collective quality of life.
Yes, I 100% agree. And that's why we have a mixed economy, right? It's not 100% capitalist. I mean, you got to have Social Security, you got to have unemployment, you got to have SNAP. I understand all of that, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So yeah, and so when You know, that I for example, I don't want kids, and I'm not going to have kids, but I have no problem. This is just me personally, right? I'll just speak for myself. I have no problem giving taxes to those who, or you know, to have my tax money go to aid those who have kids or to aid those in society, even if I don't directly benefit, I will inherently indirectly benefit, right? That even if I don't have a car, for example, for me to invest in the infrastructure, you know, things like roads and all that for the sake of, you know, transport, that I will necessarily indirectly benefit, that even if I don't drive on the road or anything like that, that even just by virtue of trucks bringing food to the grocery store, right? Like
What
18
type
wheelers.
of radical ideology is that? Children are meant for the mines. Stud.
They yearn for the mines.
It's a joke, bud.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
I know
okay.
it's a joke.
I thought you were
It's a
being
joke.
serious, bro.
Oh no, it's a joke. My wife
You
says that
make-
all the time.
He made a really good point about that because, you know, I don't have medical insurance through my job. And so because I don't have medical insurance because the owner just decided that it's too expensive for her business. And I unfortunately make too much money where if I'm going to get on like the Obamacare program, whatever, Cover California for Californians, I make too much
Medi-Cal
money.
stuff, yeah.
So I make too much money, so I don't get like any qualified healthcare that's at all affordable for me. So I luckily don't have any health issues other than menopause. So I choose not to pay for healthcare, and I pay a penalty every year, right? And I could sit there and complain and, you know, whatever. I'd rather take the penalty personally, but I know that the reason for the penalty is because it's supposed to be a shared cost, right? And if I don't pay that penalty, then none of my money is going in when it should be a shared cost to keep it lower for
You
the
should,
people who do really need it, right? For
you
the people
should,
who have cancer or whatnot.
Just a quick, you should look into MediShare.
MediShare?
Yeah, it's a
What is
national company.
what's
It's not a health insurance company. It's like a co-op of people for health
Oh,
insurance.
I've heard of those.
Yep.
Yeah,
you should
I've
look
heard of
into
that too. Talk
where
about
they
it a
get
little
like
bit
a
more.
group, where they get like a group plan.
Right, you're in a very, very large group, and you all pay into the group, right? But it's
that's
not
awesome.
a health insurance company, but it's kind of like disaster insurance, right?
Yeah.
What's it called? I'm gonna write it down.
I mean, I've never had it, but it's a cheap way to have some kind of help if there's a major problem.
What is it
Could you
called?
imagine if we did that on a national basis, though?
Wait, guys, hold on. Wasted. Do you mind
That's
kissing the name?
What was the name of it?
MediShare.
MediShare.
Thank you for sharing that, by the way.
Yeah, that was awesome, bud.
I'm
You
about to
know
look
what
into
is
that, man.
really awesome now? And there's like Walmart and like I think Amazon or whatever. They have like these quote unquote medical plans that you can get on, and they're like a few dollars, right? And then it allows you to like telehealth and do stuff like that. It's kind of cool. Like you're able to get discounted prescriptions. So I mean, there are ways, right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm a diabetic. I might need to look at that.
Yeah, like have you guys used Cost Plus for medication? So because I don't have healthcare, but I have like really bad perimenopause, and I've been suffering through it for a few years. And so I was on, my phone or whatever, and I asked ChatGPT, I really want to see a doctor, but like, what are my options? And it suggested this telehealth program that you pay like a subscription for every 3 months or something, like quarterly. It's like $200, and you pay for that. And
Somebody's house is burning down, by the way.
Oh, my son.
Oven got too hot.
No, it went off earlier, and I told my son, take out the battery, but he hasn't done it. Teenagers. Anyways,
Gotta look out for those Axe flamethrowers, man.
So the prescription, the medication that they sent me, I think I'm paying something like almost $119 is how much it was for the medication. But then my sister told me, oh, you should try Cost Plus. So I went on to Cost Plus and I had them send the prescription there, and it was literally like $13.
Oh, that's not
I
bad.
mean,
That's actually really good.
a huge discount. So you should look it up. It's called Mark Cuban's Cost Plus.
Oh,
I did
Cuban.
hear
Yeah, no,
about
yeah.
that.
If
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
Mark Cuban,
yeah.
then it's pretty good. He's a cool
Yeah.
dude.
It's
I was waiting for
super
them to get
cheap.
insulin on the market. They do have like type 2 diabetic medication. They just don't got type 1 yet. Luckily though, Walmart sells insulin for $25. For anybody in the chat that's diabetic, Walmart got insulin for $25.
Wow. Yeah, that sucks. Well, I heard some other country like cured it. Literally
So
just
I
read
can
that.
actually talk about that a little bit. I'll just very quickly touch on it so we don't go too far into the biological. But
Yeah.
there are not only certain pharmaceutical endeavors that are looking to implant islet of Langerhans cells in order to essentially, encourage the body to produce more insulin. But yes, there are even and there are even treatments where even type 1 diabetics, right, where they're able to produce little to no insulin, that there are certain procedures that they have essentially invented, that allow people to benefit from, I would say, semi-regular forms of intervention. So something like several months to even up to a year without having to inject insulin.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I could talk forever about so many things that I've learned from the internet that I just like never knew. It's crazy.
Dang, that is insane. I might have to find that operation and get it done.
So, Wasted, I have a question.
Let's move on.
Are you still there, bud?
Go on.
I have an answer.
So you could agree, like, everyone should have healthcare, right? Like, everyone shouldn't have to worry about where their next food is coming from. Not in the sense like we're giving them opulence, but in the sense we're giving them a baseline.
You're saying everybody has to should have the right to health care?
I guess I don't know. See what I'm trying to get is
the
find
right to health care or health insurance.
Well, why doesn't the government just pay for our healthcare? That because see, the way I look at it, if someone can't work, they can't give back to the community. If they can't give back to the community, they're kind of like a weight on the community. Now, that's not necessarily bad, but do you believe that everyone should have a fair shake at getting to the baseline health? So I'm not talking about like augmentation. I just want to clear it up for him. I'm not talking about like augmentation surgeries. I'm talking about like if you have COVID, you get a shot. If you break your leg, you get a free splint and stuff like that.
For a right to free health care?
I don't think he wants free
ultimately it's
healthcare, but
not.
like, what about like affordable healthcare? Like
Yeah, not necessarily free, but not $600 for an X-ray and splint.
I feel like $600 would be cheap compared to what we pay now.
For like me specifically, like I went back to school later in my life, right? So I'm in my last year, so I have to balance going to school full time with my wife going to school full time, and I got to work full time. And sadly, to work, I had to be flexible and I had to get a job that doesn't offer health insurance. So I was paying for my health insurance through the government. But when the big beautiful bill passed, it brought my rates from $100 a month as a diabetic that needs my insulin to $11. And I couldn't pay for it. So now I can't go to the doctor. I can't do any of the things. I can't go because it's going to cost me hundreds of bucks.
So from $100 to $1,100?
Yes.
No way.
So that's what I'm talking about, Wasted. So the government stepping in and telling healthcare communities, you can't do this to people. You can't price people out who need your services.
That's what happened with the removal of the ACA subsidiaries. I'm
Yep.
one of those people that got screwed. So it wasn't all immigrants that were getting it, man. I'm a real American born here in this country that lost my health insurance and I needed it. I'm 29 years old. I've had it since I was 14 and I get sick really easily. And when I get into DKA, man, I can't handle it anymore. And it's thousands of dollars to go to the doctor.
Yeah, you
to the
can't
ER.
ignore like
Aaron, I'm
ketoacidosis or anything.
I'm gonna drop down so this Chris guy can come up
Yeah, definitely.
because he seems to have some really strong opinions.
Chris said,
Is it Kissinger? I don't know.
Yeah.
Come on, Chris,
Kissing.
why do we get you in here, dog?
Okay, well, I was gonna let you know, I don't remember the name of it, but years ago, I didn't have health insurance, but for like $15 or $30 a month, I could like call into like a doctor, and it was for everybody in my household, and that was free for like $15 or $30 a month, and it was through my work that I had it.
That's actually not bad. That's really
So
good.
It's not
and
bad, yeah. I did try to pay. It's funny. I tried to pay for insurance just directly, and they wouldn't insure me because of my age.
oh
Yeah,
no.
that's another
I
thing
pay
too. Is
insurance directly. It's only like $200 a month for me.
Really?
no,
How
but
old are
Kissing's not
you?
wrong.
If you don't mind me asking.
they can turn you
24.
away.
I got my
Oh, your
insurance.
picture, you look like you're in your early 30s, so.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm 47.
Yeah, and and that's the other thing. They want to go back to pre-existing health conditions, which fucking pisses me off.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if some of you guys might be too young to remember that, but
Yes.
for her or me, because I'm 38, I remember like what it was like. I had relatives who actually had to have a lawyer on call 365 days a year to make sure that they weren't going to get kicked off their health insurance because of their cancers and stuff. That's how bad it was. You had to have a lawyer to try to stay on your health insurance.
Yeah.
I would encourage
It's so horrible. It's just
Well, first of all, I would
we're
encourage
better than
all-
this, That's what I always say. We're better than this.
And that was the big deal with with Obamacare and like the walls that they had in place. So no insurance could no matter what your condition was, if you were pregnant,
Yeah.
if you wanted to have a child in this country, there was 2 separate insurance plans for women. One for those who wanted to have kids and one who didn't. And if you were on the other one and you got pregnant, they weren't going to cover your pregnancy. They weren't going to cover your birth. That's what they want to go back to. And they're not talking about that, but that's what they want to go back to. The 2
I was
separate
just-
healthcare plans for women.
I was just going to comment that I would encourage everybody to have an attorney on call all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I did through my work, but there was a program that I could pay into, and then I have access to about 1,000 attorneys for free.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't disagree.
Have one good one.
I don't disagree that people should be able to, legally advocate for themselves or have someone who can do so on their behalf. But, that really points to just how sick, our society has become, right? Just how backwards things are. They're having to fight for the things, tooth and nail for the things that will even enable you to live, just to survive, let alone thrive. That there's actually a bit of a thought experiment, right? That I'll just very quickly lay out this hypothetical. Deer in the woods breaks its leg for some reason, right? In the wild, it's basically fucked, right? It's not going to be helped, even if there are no predators to take advantage of its situation. It's it's going to starve. It's not mobile. It's infection, this, that, whatever. Now, in our civil society, with all that we've been able to work toward and the amount that we've been able to amass, right? That we have far more, and we're capable of giving to people far more than we've ever been able to give in the history of humankind. That when we're willing to force people to essentially work themselves to the bone, work harder and longer for less, and as soon as they break down physically, mentally, or emotionally, that we just leave them essentially high and dry. That this is no better than what happens in the wild, where you just leave people, whether it's not it's their fault, right? These creatures to just expire. And so ultimately, for those who we can work out the practical aspects later on, which obviously I'm down to have a conversation about. But ultimately, are we willing to have a system in place that allows us not to simply succumb to, let's say, the circumstances or situations that, would necessarily cripple us or even cause us to expire? And I would argue, yes, we absolutely, not only should we, but we absolutely have every opportunity to be able to engage in something that will allow us to be better than.
I agree.
So my only thing I don't understand about any of that was I don't think there's a hospital in the United States, if you have a life-threatening situation, would not treat you.
Only because it's legally mandated.
It's
That if it
legally
weren't,
mandated right now.
that
And it should be. It should be legally mandated.
What up, buddy? Good. How are you?
Just real quick, could you just state your age and where you're from, man?
I'm 75, and I'm from California.
75. You sound really young, man.
Yeah, it's
wait,
a
I gave you
gift.
my age. Okay.
Benjamin
You're 75. Who'd you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why?
Because he's making America white again, and I love it.
It makes sense. I mean, only somebody who is suffering some severe degree of neurodegeneration would not only do that, but believe they're 75. But in any case,
He's a
in all
troll.
seriousness, I don't disagree with you, Wasted, that, of course, you can't be turned away, when it comes to emergent situations. The issue, though, is that we have forced people to engage in these, for example, the forms of intervention, life-saving measures and stuff, that if we were to take away restriction, regulation, this necessarily results in the lowering of standards and boundaries. And of course, in a very cutthroat system that we are currently forced, we're exposed to socioeconomically, that if someone can save, pinch pennies, if they can cut corners, if they can ignore people and even allow them to suffer, even expire, they will.
It's funny. So I got a brother, and he's got a blood disease. He's got another weird thing, and he has to have all these infusions.
Oh yeah.
And I was talking to him about it. He has every 6 weeks he has to go get an infusion, or he'll slowly deteriorate. And I said, "Well, how much do these infusions cost?"
Oh, is it hemochromatosis or something?
I don't know, but every infusion is $200,000.
Holy shit!
So in a year, that's 6 weeks. 12 weeks. Basically, he's got to do these infusions 7-8 times a year. So he's spending $1.5 million a year, and insurance is paying for all of it, obviously.
To end on that note, real quick, I just want to say hello. Thank you, everybody, for joining the live. If you like the live, make sure you're tapping that screen, share some gifts if you support our mission. Our mission is to bring Americans together so we can have these conversations correctly and accurately with the right information and no judgment from the other side. If you agree with that, please, once again, follow, tap that screen, and make sure that we're sending gifts.
So Relentless, what you unified. So Relentless, what you said about the the conditions, basically, where people have pre-existing. Obviously, I agree with you, because if not, my brother wouldn't get insurance and he'd be gone. So there's a lot of people like that. I mean, it's a rare deal for him, but I understand there's a lot of people that obviously would not be here if it wasn't for that fact. So I agree with you.
Right. Yeah, it's called EMTALA for those who don't know. So basically, that you like you said, you can't turn people away and let them essentially expire like dogs in the street. And so at least when it comes to emergent situations. That being said, so it seems to me then that we are, regardless of how you might label myself or you or anything, that it seems like we agree on much more than we disagree, at least fundamentally, right? Now, we may disagree on the ways to implement such, let's say, practical programs or something like that. But of course, we can, that it seems that at least the framework that we agree that, and do feel free to let me know if I'm putting words in your mouth, but it seems like we not only care about the health and well-being of ourselves, but of the people around us. And that's the subjective framework that we're kind of basing everything on. And we're using, objective facts in order to sort of realize or actualize that set of goals.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a sweet spot there, a happy medium, because you can't give everything away, but you got to have it so people can have access, like you said, to healthcare at a reasonable rate, right? There's got to be a sweet spot there, because you get to a point, like somebody said earlier, free childcare for anybody that wants it, things like that. I mean, that's really pushing it for me.
That's pushing it. Even as a liberal, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's just
Hold on, I wasn't saying complete free childcare. I was saying that there should be like a substitute program, because if you understand how much childcare is right now, in some cases, childcare costs more than some college educations for
Isn't
a
it
year.
roughly like $6,000 for a healthy child usually?
Sometimes it's more than that. There are people who are paying
It's been like that for years, just to point it out. Ever since
I
I've lived
actually,
here.
basically.
I actually would when I was younger, when I was in my 20s, had subsidized childcare through a local program called, what is it called? They had two. There one called Crystal Stairs, and then there was another one I forget the name of it, but if you income qualified and you had to have like children during a certain age, they had like all these rules. There could be no men in the house. Like it was just like all these different things. And if you had that, then if you did qualify, you could get subsidized childcare. And so it took me 2 years to get on the program. And I had to qualify. I had to take a drug test. I had to bring like 6 months worth of pay stubs. I mean, you name it. Like they literally, if they could have had me pee in a cup in front of them, they would have done it.
I don't know what your
Everything,
guys. I don't know what your
everything to
guys.
get into that program. Okay.
Now you
And I,
brought up an interesting point. What? And I've had this problem myself because I have a daughter in daycare. Okay. What are your thoughts of men at daycares? Does anybody care one way or the other?
We
I
need men at
don't.
daycares. Absolutely, it needs to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I
100%,
hate it.
man.
I hate it
Why?
because
I think it's
think
odd that a man would want to spend time with children that are not
Correct.
his, unless it's like
Correct.
close friends and family.
Okay, so what about middle
disagree.
school and high school teachers and elementary
They're
school
all
teachers?
perverts.
I think
They're
middle
also
school
not.
and I think
Okay.
no. I think middle school and high school is fine, but when you get into the elementary and below,
Yes.
it's a little odd.
No.
Right. It's
Not
extremely
really.
odd to me.
No.
How is it odd?
Okay, what man
Because
is gonna say,
what
listen,
you
for
know,
the
like
job, I want to be at a
On what
daycare all day
basis?
changing diapers? Like that's odd.
Is it because it's just not masculine to you?
No, it's just like okay, think about it. I don't like changing diapers to my own kid. So what kind of guy?
Well, yeah, nobody likes changing
Nurturing
diapers.
children
but
is masculine, no
I
matter
think
what.
he's getting to a point of where you don't want to see a child without clothes on because it's an
Correct.
uncomfortable
Well, yeah,
thing as a man.
nobody
That's
does.
what men are
Especially someone
looking
else's
for,
kid.
though. I
Hang
think
on,
that,
yeah, hang
that's a
on,
weird
guys.
mindset to have. That's you thinking about that. That's not those men
Everybody in
thinking
this
about that.
room.
There's nothing wrong with
Everybody in
me
this room.
being uncomfortable with seeing a child naked.
Hang on, wait,
That's
Michael,
you
hang
bringing
on.
perversion of children into your mind. That's not them. Your
I give my
perversion that you
cousins
have
That's
is
back
not
being
all
that's
the
not
time.
perversion.
I don't
It's
know
not
what you're talking
perversion.
about.
It's
Well,
just
hang on,
I'm
hang
not
on.
comfortable
It
with
is.
it.
Hang on, it is perversion. Because here's the thing. Listen, every single person in this room, unless you're physically incapable of doing so, wipes their own asshole. Okay, everybody does.
Yeah.
Now, are we going to sit here and say we're all trying to shove toilet
No
paper up our
bidets in here.
assholes?
Okay.
No, of course not. We're doing it because we have to. Nobody does it because they like to. We do it because we have to. And so
Right.
when we are
Come
dealing
on,
with little
man.
children, hang on, no, I'm making a valid point. When we're dealing with children who quite
funny.
literally cannot, make sure to maintain, hygienic standards and that kind of thing, whether it's your own kid, whether it's the, friend or family, whether it's, you're doing it because you're a daycare worker or whatever, man, child, woman, child, whatever the hell it is, you're doing it because it's for their benefit. Now, if you are a weirdo that genuinely gets off to, things like kids, and I'll just leave it there for now, that's fucked. Obviously, that's super fucked.
Usually
right? We
they're
agree with
caught,
that.
by the way.
Agreed. Everyone can agree on that.
Yeah, it's not about that. I don't want to wipe anybody's ass in general. So
Including our own.
Personal
Yes, that's
preference.
the point I'm trying to make.
Yo, Michael, what's up, buddy?
We don't
What's
do
up,
it
dude?
because we enjoy it. We do it because it's necessary.
I
Yeah, but
understand
who
that.
wants to have that
Every
job?
mature adult can get to that point in their mind.
Are you guys
like, when I
okay if I
think
put
of-
more of a traditional aspect to this?
That's
Okay.
Yeah,
So think about it like this, right? If you have a daycare full of children, right, and you have a bunch of women running that, wouldn't you
Mhm.
want some man support there just to make sure that those kids and women are protected at the end of the day?
Yeah, probably.
You want me to
But
put
can't they
something
be
else in
watching
perspective
older
for you
kids?
guys? I live in Texas. Do you know what the overwhelming majority of teachers that sexually assault children are? It's
Oh,
women.
women.
Usually
It's
Yeah.
women to boys in Texas that groom boys.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Seriously,
to
like
Caden's point,
No.
women are also doing the same thing.
Hold up.
That's
I
an
think
interesting
there's
topic that you bring up because whenever I've asked men, I do this as a point. I ask a lot of men, your first time, how old were you and how old was she? And it's overwhelmingly women my age with young teenage boys. It's ridiculous. Disgusting. Yes.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's
As
wild.
an
Most
18-year-old
men.
man, I've gotten a lot of attention from older women. So I would say, yeah, that has to
Yeah.
be true.
Actually, yeah, when I was
Overwhelmingly.
18, I had multiple women that were in their late 30s trying to get with me.
Yeah.
See?
Okay, but
See?
I do want to make one more point though.
Wild.
Please
Like
make your
Caden
point,
said,
yes.
I don't have a problem with a man at the daycare. It's just weird to me that there was a man with the like 12 to 2-year-old children. That's where I'm like, why?
Can I just say something real quick
That's my
for
wife's
all
area.
the male elementary teachers out there? I had a teacher when I was in 3rd grade who was a man, and he was one of the best teachers I ever had. So
I'm not saying that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
I'm
men are
just saying it's an
superior.
odd
We
thing.
get it, but it's
no, I'm
it's
not
still
saying
weird.
that. I'm just saying one of the best
Horrible take.
teachers one of
Horrible
my
take.
favorite teachers was
I'm just
a
kidding.
gentleman who taught me math.
Okay, I got
I'm
another
just
one.
joking, dude.
I got another one.
I
math,
have a
so
brother who's who is a school, what do you call it, like a camp counselor, and he loves it. He just loves like hanging out with the
But
kids,
that's like
having a
older
good
kids though.
time. He thinks it's
That's older
funny.
kids.
Here's
That's
a question.
wonderful.
They're
I have a
like
question
10.
about.
They're
I
like
kind of have a
10 years
Yeah,
question.
but they
old.
wipe their own ass.
Who has the question? Who's
Michael, I have a
Yes,
question.
go
We're
on.
going back to childcare and whatnot and the cost of it. Let me ask you the ladies a question. Would you prefer to be would you prefer to go to work 30,
Brandon, can you
40
check the
hours a week?
statistic in Texas, please?
Would you prefer to go to work 30, 40 hours a week, married, and have kids in childcare? Or would you prefer to be a stay at home mom and care after your children and not have as high of living costs?
option 1,
You'd rather go to work.
I'm a mother to an 18-month-old. No, wait, almost 20-month-old, and I would go freaking stir crazy if I didn't go to work every day.
That's what my wife says too. My wife loves her daughter, but she's like, I can't spend every second with a baby.
Well, it's that mindset though, where that's why you're paying $6,000 a month in childcare.
No, we're paying
that's not
6,000
what
because
it
society's
costs.
fundamentally backwards. So the thing
Yeah.
is, like, ultimately, who cares what people want as long as they're being constructive, productive, they are engaging in logical and reasonable.
Amen.
How do I say endeavors, and also, excuse me, that ultimately, at least what I want as an egalitarian is people, whether it's men or women or kids or whatever, to be able to engage in things they want to engage in, as long as they're not impeding on other people's rights or ability to express themselves.
Thank
Well,
you.
Yeah.
here's
I
here's
didn't
another one.
Very
I was
well
going to say
said.
I didn't get to answer, but I do have two children, and I did work constantly. I'll tell you that I was very thankful that the babysitter or the woman that I had that was caring for them was such a loving, like motherly type. She is infinitely a better mother than I could ever be to my own children.
That's
And I'm so
wonderful.
thankful for her because she's so maternal. Like she would just like
That's what I want.
she could handle the things that I couldn't handle, like when they would get sick, or if like one of them, even potty training, she was able to teach him in like a week.
How old was
And
she?
I didn't have a patience for it.
I want old women watching over my kids at daycare.
How old was she kissing?
I don't.
I think at the time, it's funny now because I was in my late 20s, early 30s. So I think she's probably about the age that I am now. She's like, probably like close to 50.
Yeah, so
I will say
the
whoever said
reason
that
why
they
she,
wanted older teachers or whatever, I will say this coming just from like Texas and everything, and from a really small town, I saw a transition from like teachers being elderly old ladies, right, to just a lot of young people. And I will say that there was a transition there as far as the way that they cared, it felt.
yeah,
I will
that's
say that maybe that's
I
just my
just genuinely think that people who are like, I think like any job, right? You should do the job that you do well because it suits you, right?
Because you love it
And you
it's
love
something
it and
that
you're good at it.
Yeah.
And like me, like I'm an amazing salesperson. I make my boss millions of dollars. So I do really well at my job and I'm well suited towards
What do
it.
you
make
sell?
me meals?
Wait, what do you sell?
I sell staffing contracts.
What the hell is that?
Oh, staffing agency. I love that.
Yeah. But I sell the contract anyways. So I do it and I love what I do, and I wouldn't want, if I would have stopped to have children and not work and not do anything, know that I could have gotten the years back to do
Now,
both. Do you
not to
know what I
interrupt
mean?
you, not to interrupt you, but you and I, we talked way back then, right? In another
Yeah,
life. Yeah, I
yeah.
remember you. You're actually you have a very valid opinion with when it comes to a lot of things, and I feel like if you ever do get that chance to show the education you do have behind certain topics, please, and I will vouch for you. Elaborate and definitely let her talk. She knows what she's talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah, but the reason why
So
your nanny was so
again,
good at it though is because of her
uh-huh.
upbringing being so different and the society at times not pushing two people married in a household going to work full time. Okay, it was really the nuclear family, the traditional family, and everybody is being raised up to pretty much live that sort of lifestyle. And
Ooh,
so
I want to
you
comment on
And
that.
I
All right,
understand
if I agree.
what you're saying.
can't even
I
finish the
understand what you're
point.
saying, and
Okay.
I do agree with you. Go ahead. I'll let you
All right.
finish.
Go ahead.
Well, I
Can
was
I
just gonna
comment?
say that what?
Were you talking to
Sorry,
me?
there's a lag. No, I was just gonna say I agree with you to a point. Just because you're raised to believe something, like my mother was raised to believe that she should be a housewife. And she was a horrible housewife. And she wasn't a good mom. She just wasn't good at it. And
Sounds like your
so
mom was just a terrible person then, because
Wait,
I don't
if
hold
think
on.
she was
somebody's
a terrible
Wait,
person.
what?
yeah,
It
if she
just
said
wasn't
if she's
something.
saying she was a bad wife and a bad mom and a bad person.
Well, I would be a
No,
bad
that's
I
father,
feel
not
but
like
what
not
she's
that's the
necessarily
saying.
focus in the
capable of caring for
relationship, though.
kids.
When it comes down to it, if you have a partnership that's 100% on both sides, you guys both kind of coordinate based off of your strengths and weaknesses. So for the fact that her household didn't see that weakness is based off of that household and not just that individual person. So we can't sit here and say her mom was just not a good mother because I'm sure she had
You
great
just said
qualities
she was
about
a
her.
bad mom.
Well, yeah, but you said she's
Yeah,
a bad
I
person.
don't think she was a great mother,
If you're a
but
bad mom and you're a bad wife, that means you're very selfish. You're not
No, it
looking
doesn't.
to make things
No,
work. Stop
Dean, hang
relentless.
on.
I didn't
No,
interrupt you every time you said something.
hang on, Michael.
Okay.
So no, but here's the thing.
Okay.
What
So just because you don't like what
being
came out of my mouth
inadequate
doesn't
or
mean
being
it's not
inept
true,
doesn't
even
mean
Hey,
though it might hurt
relentless,
your
stop talking.
feelings.
I want to let Michael finish his statement. Go
Look,
ahead.
dude, I could say the same thing about my own family. I have no problem talking, truthfully, even though it might hurt somebody's feelings in my own family. If somebody is saying my mother was a bad mother, she was a bad housewife, even though she was raised to believe the same traditions, it's not just being taught the same traditions. Like just like me, like my dad was a hard worker laborer. That is not my forte. Could I do it? Yeah, but I hate it. But he was raised, and his generation was raised to be laborers, hard workers. Okay. So
so
we
do you
all,
do it?
I could do it, but I would hate it. Just like you said, you could be a mother, but you don't feel like you're good at certain things and you would probably hate it.
And aren't we
But
both so lucky that we
But that's what I'm saying is that
get the choice now?
if we were raised and taught like certain roles, like for if you were going to be a traditional housewife, you're going to be taught how to cook, you're going to be taught how to clean, how to be a caretaker, how to be maternal. And if you actually took those things in and like embrace those things, you would be a good mother. You'd probably still be a really good salesperson, but you would be a really good mother. But I don't believe you were necessarily taught those things. You kind of just told us your mom was a bad mother and she wasn't a good housewife.
But that's the
So
thing is
Side
you're
note,
taking a very
interjection,
much.
just real quick, everybody. People inside of the chat, if you are just now joining, please, if you would like to get into this conversation, go ahead and send an invite. We're all trying to just have a conversation. Conservatives and liberals just, talking. So if you want to go ahead and get up in here, just send me a request.
Mike,
All right, go on.
did you announce your age and where you're from, by the way?
yeah, I was just joking
He's
around when I said
75.
it.
He said he was
He's
75.
Oh yeah, that guy. Okay.
Homeboy, non-vet.
I'm 30.
But
Yeah, I'm
I
33. I'm
do
just
want to
joking.
mention, Michael, I think I am a really good mother. I am a good mother because I know that I can't be perfect and
Oh,
I
I
can't
wasn't
do
saying you're a bad
everything.
mother. I'm sorry if you thought
No,
that.
no, but I'm saying I believe I am a good mother. And I think that people learn in a lot of different ways. Sometimes you learn by watching the example of someone else, and sometimes you learn to be to do something in spite of what you see.
And just to
So-
like
Yeah, I
kind of
agree.
throw out there, you didn't even have to state that you're a good mother. You can just tell by the calmness in your voice with dealing with us. I mean, we're all rowdy up here having these really hard discussions, and here you are. Your voice hasn't changed whatsoever when it comes down to it. So, you know, patience is something you need in order to be a good mother, and you have that 100%.
Yeah, actually, Relentless got more offended about what I said than you did, I think.
Yeah, she coming
Well,
in
no,
here
it's
going
not.
toe to toe
Well,
with
hang on.
conservatives, man. Seriously.
So, Michael, the issue is that I don't like hypocrisy and irrationality. So that's why I tend to get offended
It's
when
not
people are.
irrational or hypocrisy. You just don't
Hang on.
like
So
what
let me
what
hang
I
on. I'm
said.
literally about to directly, respond to your point. So, you're basically saying that you're making a value judgment. You're not simply saying that someone's inadequate or inept because of their lack of, let's say, maternal this or ability to be, SO that. That let's just say, for example, hypothetically, if Kissing's mother didn't get married, didn't have children, that we wouldn't make a value judgment because she could
is
still be a
that?
good person.
Mike,
But
or, I'm sorry, Relentless, your speaker or mic or something is causing like a really sharp like sound.
like a
Oh, really?
ringing.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, so let's say, for example, Kissing's mom never got married, never had kids. That doesn't, how do I say? That even if she is, let's just say
I get what point you're
inadequate
trying
or
to make
inept.
right now. I get it. I
I
totally
don't think you
understand.
do because when
Yes,
when
I
you
do.
no
I
because when
totally
you
do.
hang on, Michael,
Because you're
because when
saying
you make value
saying
judgments,
that her being a bad mother or a bad spouse doesn't make her a bad person inherently. But guess what? When you find yourself in a situation, you have to adapt. And we refuse to adapt, now other people are suffering.
well,
So
no,
that
notice
does
what you
make
did
you
there.
a bad person because
You just
it's a
smuggled in.
narcissistic tendency.
Hang on, you just smuggled in a whole lot that you shouldn't have smuggled in.
All
So
right. I
yes,
shouldn't say
absolutely,
anything, but you should say everything. My bad.
absolutely. And so let me go ahead and
You're
explain
smarter
why.
than everybody, Relentless.
Let's just
Well,
let him
certainly
keep
then the
going.
75
So good.
neurodig.
Go on, bro. You're good.
So basically, not only did you talk about the fact that you essentially inherently, I'm sorry, implied, right? You said implicitly that people can essentially indefinitely adapt, which of course is not the case, right? That people are fundamentally flawed, inherently limited creatures, that we can't adapt to everything always, right? Number one, that no matter how hard we try sometimes, so certain things are just beyond the realm of possibility, right? I could train all day, every day, and I'm never going to be able to jump 20 feet straight up in the air. That's just the fact, right? It's not a matter of, lack of strength of will, of perseverance, of, dedication, determination. That's just how it is. And so some people are simply not capable of certain things, right? You're not going to tell the paraplegic get up and run when they
You
literally can't
keep
feel anything
using
from the.
such weird examples. Keep it relative, okay?
My
Because when
dude,
you find
if you
yourself
can't
in
engage,
motherhood
hang
or
on. If
fatherhood,
you don't like,
when you find
hang on,
yourself in
Michael.
motherhood or fatherhood, that means you had to have an act with a consenting adult or a consenting person for a child to be born, okay?
Hopefully, in most cases, yes,
Yes,
But
okay,
here's the
hopefully in
thing.
most cases, but
What I'm trying
when
to
you
point
find
out to you.
yourself being a parent, you have new responsibilities, okay? And when you choose to refuse to take those responsibilities seriously,
Do you
and
see how
you're
you're
actually
smuggling in value? You're making value judgments.
dude, stop with the weird ass statements, bro. Just speak
No,
plainly, okay? Like
I'm literally hang on. I'm literally trying to respond to what he's saying. So
All right, guys, let's just keep things, cordial, keep things civil. Nobody needs to talk over each other. Let's just all try to go one at a time. We're gonna probably put a timer on people's responses just so everybody gets their opinion in, man. I don't even know who was going last. I guess Relentless. Let's just give you a minute, man, and I'm gonna go ahead and let Michael go take the floor after that, or whoever
sounds
wants to
good.
respond. All right, go on.
So obviously, I don't know Kissing's life story, so I won't speak on that. But let's just say that there is, a man or a woman who, becomes a parent, gets married, whatever. If they, how do I put this? If they engage in something willingly, right, in becoming, a spouse and having children, whether or not they're naturally suited, right? They naturally gravitate toward this, let's say, endeavor, or they, have or even lack the characteristics, the attributes in order to engage in that sort of relationship in a sort of meaningful, productive, or constructive way. That's beside the point, right? That in the same way that I can engage in some type of, let's say, hobby or interest, and I could be just terrible at it, right? Let's just say I'm terrible at sewing or cooking or whatever the hell it is. That to make a value judgment based on someone's inadequacy or ineptitude is simply ridiculous. That people will of course try to learn, they'll try to adapt, especially when they care, especially when they're trying something, that whether or not they start somewhere or whether or not you take a snapshot somewhere is not indicative of whether or not they're a good or bad person.
All right, that's a minute. So let's just go ahead and let Michael go ahead and respond, man, if you want to go ahead and give a response.
Yeah, I think that if you have children and you get married, that's a new responsibility. If you refuse to take on those roles and now other people are suffering because of it, you are inherently selfish and you have narcissistic tendencies. And last time I checked, narcissists aren't good people. Okay. So I'm not going to sit here and you want to live in this like, what's the word for like everything is okay the way it is just because you're different it's okay. No, your feelings don't fucking matter, dude. They don't matter. At the end of the day, you got to take on your responsibilities and you got to go with it. And even if you don't like it, I mean, your feelings are going to make you feel like you don't like the things that you love sometimes. So
And
okay,
I get
maybe I misspoke and I said, okay, she was a terrible person. I misspoke maybe. But you know what, dude? From what I can tell, when people are bad parents and bad spouses, they're typically bad people. Maybe in not in your eyes, but I just have a higher standard for people in general. And that's all I have to say.
What do you want me to say?
So what's a bad parent to you, man? Or what's a bad
You just want me
spouse?
to interject that?
Well,
It sounds like you're
I
speaking for
didn't
me.
have a specific example. Kissing said that her mom was a bad mother and a bad spouse. And so I said, sounds like your mom was a terrible person. That's what it sounded like, just based off those two things. She was a bad
I
mother
didn't
and
say
a
she
bad
was a bad
spouse.
spouse. I said she
Uh,
wasn't. I said she wasn't a good mother because the point I was trying to make was you were saying that older women or something about like people in a different time that they had different values and that they valued being mothers, and I'm like, even when they do value being mothers, it doesn't make them great mothers. And that was
But
my
that's not
That's
point.
so
exactly what I was.
true.
That's not the exactly what I was saying. I was saying like we're just
when to
different
interject.
generations are taught
Because
different.
you know
You're
my
right, different
question. You
values,
gotta
but they're
calm
also
down.
Yeah,
taught
that's what
the
you
things
were
that.
trying to
Too
say, and I
early,
was trying to
bro.
explain that my mother was taught
I'm like
that
sending
that
messages,
she
bro.
should be a
Hey, bro.
wife, and
Okay.
the thing is, she shouldn't have been a wife. She shouldn't have been a mother. That was my point. She did it because society expected her. But I think,
So did somebody force her to get married? Was it
and I
like
think
an
if she
arranged
would have been
marriage?
given the choice, yeah, society forced her to get married.
Oh,
We
okay.
were supposed to
See,
do.
my mother
And
had
my
an
point
arranged
is if
marriage, so
she
she
would have
was
had,
forced to get married.
okay, well,
Yeah,
if my
and that's
mother would
bad.
have had the,
So
let's say, upbringing to have a choice, I think she would have chosen not to have children, and I think it would have been a good choice.
I just want to
But
ask real quick with Michael. So what is the exact argument that you're now making?
we're just arguing about what's a bad person, I guess, based on Kissing's example of her mother. She did say bad mother and about bad spouse. So to me, that combination of the two, like you have two responsibilities and you hate both of them. Well, the society didn't force your mother to get married. Your mother had a choice and she chose to cave to what the world was telling her. But
I feel like some women, though, they're not all, but there's an overwhelming majority of women that are, let's be real. All women have to bear the responsibility of the child. Men get to walk away as they do all of the time. Women don't get to walk away, right? So, I mean,
Right.
it's easy for us as men to say that, oh, they're selfish, oh, they're this, oh, they're that. Well, I mean, women quite literally have to go through so much more than we ever give them credit for. As men, we kind of just sit on the sidelines and let women kind of take care of things. I don't know. I mean, that's how things were the way I
I
was
think
growing
for the
up, and
most
my
part,
mom
yeah,
was kind of
traditionally
cold because
speaking,
my
that's
dad
been like
was
that,
really
yeah.
misogynist, because my
But
father wasn't, like super active and didn't care. My mom ended up becoming cold and not necessarily there for me in the way that I needed her to be. So, maybe it has everything to do with the partnership, as well. It's easy to, like I said, just blame the woman, but it's down to the marriage and the relationship. It's down to whether or not the man is actually like not just nurturing his child, but nurturing his wife and making sure that she's not like bearing too much burden. That's our responsibility, is to take care of our child and our woman, our
I agree
wife,
with
right?
that. Yeah, I agree with that. But what Kissing is trying to say is that the world forced her mother to get married.
Well,
I
certainly
feel like
pressured.
the whole
There's no
context of this
pressure.
conversation.
As a Christian,
Kaden
they
There's
put a
always
lot of
social
pressure.
pressure.
Well,
There's a lot of pressure.
when my mother was a young girl or became an adult, I remember her getting her first bank account. She had never had a bank account before on her own. Why? Because the men controlled the bank accounts. So yeah, that's called force. That's
what I was
called
about to
force.
I didn't have
say,
my
Michael.
first bank account until I was 18 either.
Michael, hold on, dude. It sounds like Kissing's mom was like back in the 60s and 70s when she was first coming to being a woman. So like you need to understand, back then it was not good. My mentor's wife, she marched for during the second march for women's rights. It wasn't the holiday you're trying to make it out to be. If women left their husbands, they would be ostracized by society.
Not only that, but
That's
I just
still
want to
how it
very
is in
quickly
a lot
point
of
out.
cultures, stud.
Right, and
Really?
that's bad. But here's the thing, dude. Is you said earlier this was the issue that I personally had. Is you essentially engage in a false equivocation. You said that there are people that by virtue of being, let's say, not let's say great or good spouses or not great or good parents, they're bad people, and that's essentially your experience, which is fine. If that's how it's been in your life, that's great. But here's the thing: you have to substantiate that is the case more often than not.
Well, I guess my point is when your full-time thing is to be a parent and a spouse and you're bad at both, it sounds like you don't want to get better at those things. And to me, that makes you a bad person because you are not trying to be a better person in the situation that you're in. And that's for anybody.
From
That's
that standpoint,
if
that
you're a
makes
bad
sense.
father, if you're a bad father and a bad husband, I would say the same exact thing because you chose to get married. Even if societal pressure pushed, you chose that. Okay?
Okay, so
There's
what
not
about the women?
well,
What about
well
the women who
let me
marry?
just finish real quick.
Okay.
If the world told me that I should start doing something because that's what you should be doing as a man, I'm not going to just simply do it because the world is telling me that.
That's
Okay?
actually incorrect. That there are pressures
But
all
no,
throughout.
I'm talking
Really
about
quick,
me
guys,
personally.
just really quick. I just wanted to interject this. I do feel like this conversation is very, very personal, and we vary all in judgment and how this, and we ought to recognize that all relationships are very different, and that right now this is one of those moral arguments, right? That's causing us to like kind of get off track, and maybe we should move
Yeah.
maybe into another direction.
I'm an orphan, so I'm completely objective.
That
hear ya.
doesn't make any sense.
I think I'm just trying to
if we're
say,
talking about parents, I
move
don't
it
have
into
any
like
in-laws.
let's just move it into like maybe like a conversation where conservatives and liberals are talking about America instead of like dogging Kissing's
Okay.
mom. I don't
Yeah.
know. Just
Thank
so we
you.
That
can
was
get
fun
a better
that was fun
conversation
for me
going.
though, guys. I wish I could have recorded it and sent it to her.
I have it recorded. I can clip it for you and send it to you if you need me to.
Mom, here's a guy calling you a horrible person.
If you're a bad mother and a bad spouse, you don't sound like a great
closing
person.
statements. Everybody got closing statements for that one.
And Dutch keeps saying certain things about like whatever white superiority and stuff like that. All I was trying to say is like he keeps
somebody in the
in the
chat has
comments.
been saying something about white superiority.
He keeps calling me like saying that like I'm a white superiority type of dude. I'm not even white, first of all. But
Well, talk about it. What are you?
I'm Middle Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, I was just trying to make a point like with societal pressure. Like I feel like the Christian church does push like, hey, get married young, have children, this and that. And honestly, I liked that idea, but I'm now 33 and not married and no children, and I'm okay with that. But I guess all I wanted to say is like, hey, I understand the peer pressure idea. See, like he keeps saying you're pushing white supremacy. Like marriage didn't start with white people, Dutch. It started in the Middle East, dude. Like
Come up
Most
here,
things
Dutch.
they're gonna have their perspective, but in any case, what I'm
but it's
trying
a
to point
bad
out is
perspective and it's a racist one
okay.
too.
Hang on. That's fine. We
Send him an
you
invite.
know right, good, bad, right, wrong. You can ignore it or address it. But what I'm trying to say, Michael, is that you can assert all you want, but until you substantiate your assertion, your claim, it doesn't mean anything. That if you want to believe that people are just inherently bad people because they're either incapable or inadequate regarding their ability to be let's say a proper spouse or a proper parent. I mean that's all well and good, but I mean let's face it. Not everybody's cut out to be a parent. Not everybody's cut out to be a spouse.
I never said
That
that.
doesn't.
I never
I
said
know.
that,
By
dude.
I
the
know.
by the way,
Relentless.
guys,
What I think Michael's
even if
trying to
you're
say is
Michael,
that
even if you're a good mom or good dad, it's day by day, man. It's touch and go. These kids will bring you to the brink of insanity. It is so hard to be a parent. Like, I can't
know.
even tell you.
Relentless, I think what Michael's trying to say is it doesn't inherently make you a bad person, but it can like be an evidence of, pre-existing behaviors.
Right, and he has to go ahead and again substantiate that assertion. Right, that like I put in the comment section, you can be an amazing parent, you can be an amazing spouse, you can still be a bad person. Right,
Yeah, you
there's
can.
nothing that inhibits
You
that.
absolutely
Points you to
can.
the opposite.
But
Relentless,
I
the reason why he
never
can't
said one way
answer
or
you is
another.
he's agreeing with you, dude. He's not saying that that's a hallmark of a bad person. He's saying usually if people do that behavior, they usually are bad. That's not the only bad thing they've done. It's literally a hallmark of behavior. That's all he's talking about.
No, I know, and that's what I'm saying is that is short-sighted.
It actually
Like I
not
said,
really. It's a protective technique, dude. Something may have happened where he feels like he needs to do that now.
Which
All
is
right,
fine,
y'all.
but
What
that
did
doesn't
Trump
we're gonna
do
start
today to piss you
arguing.
guys
Yeah,
off?
we're just gonna keep arguing about
Let's
these
move
culture
on.
wars, man. These are the things that let's just move on from it and let's try to see if we can come to common ground before the end of the night. Let's try to all be friends. My goal is that everybody's like, hey, y'all are cool, man. By the end of this, nobody needs to be going at each other and making each other feel dumb. Yeah, so let's move into the how do y'all feel about let's get a roll call. What do we got? We got
Wait.
liberals, conservatives in here. What's going on?
1 second. Let me go ahead and just make this announcement. Hey, if you are new to the live, thank you for joining. Please make sure you are liking and sharing our live. We want to push an agenda to where all Americans can come together and have these fundamental conversations without hating one another. So if you agree with that agenda and that is something you want to push, please show your support by giving the host a follow and letting him know that, hey, you are here to support that agenda because that is what we need today.
Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it, bro. Czar, welcome to the chat, man. Thank you for joining. Could you just state your age and where you're from?
I'm 31, Scottsdale, Arizona.
Nice, man. And who did you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Voted for Trump. Great. So we got
Yes,
another Trump
sir.
supporter in here. Yes, we needed another Republican in here.
I'm not a Republican.
Or so you're just a Trump supporter.
I am a Republican.
I supported him more than the other person running.
Oh, is that what it came down to?
I mean,
Should we do
that's
a roll
pretty
call?
much always when it comes down to, right?
Let's just real quick roll call. Caden, what are you?
I am a Republican. I am a Trump supporter.
I am a liberal. Relentless. What are you?
Progressive.
Kissing.
Democrat.
Stud.
Financial conservative. I voted for Kamala Harris.
And then Michael.
I am conservative, and I voted for Donald Trump.
All right,
And
so we got a
God
good
bless
blend.
every single one of you.
I don't believe in God, but y'all seem chill.
Exactly. It's
I don't believe in God either.
There is a good blend of all different types of political ideology in here. So this is not just like for people coming into the chat thinking that it's a bunch of liberals crying. We got more conservatives in here than I think we have liberals. So, just enjoy the conversation. Let's go ahead and move on. You said that you voted for Trump over Kamala just because he was the better choice, right? How do you feel he's doing right now?
I think he had better positions, but I gave him, like I did at the time of the election, probably like a C- or something.
A C-. Okay, so you're one of the people that support him that's actually able to criticize him.
Yeah, I don't wear like MAGA hats or anything like that, but I'm not. I also think that he's too. I think he's a little too progressive, to be honest.
Really?
I
was
think
arguing that earlier.
Yeah, I think he's backpedaled on a couple of issues. I think if you look at his career, even outside of politics, he's had a lot of more left-leaning positions. I think he kind of had a turnaround around 2008, 9, or 10. I don't know how much he really believes in, but some of the stuff I do agree with that he has done.
Right. Okay, so and just like I guess a quick context, how do you feel about the war in Iran? Especially with this promise of no new wars.
Yeah, that's not something I support. I support more of his homeland policies.
Okay.
Or his EOs that he signed.
So you're an isolationist.
What do you love?
I was asking you're an isolationist because a lot of his at-home policies, they do kind of, they're isolationist, means that we should take care of our own before we take care of other countries.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a logical position that all other countries on planet Earth that are successful would hold. So, like, why would we want to not do that?
To a certain extent, I actually agree.
Look at
Yeah.
us all agreeing. That's
Yes,
crazy.
there you go. Yeah, now
I
we're
love
getting
that.
somewhere. Common ground, man. That's what I'm saying. It takes
You
a
guys are
while. It takes some
amazing.
arguing. It takes some yelling sometimes. But at the end of the day, man, we're all, like I said, we're American.
Yeah, so let's get down to the nitty gritty, okay? Tell me something that no, I'm just kidding. Stud, you said to a certain extent about the isolationist ideals. What would be something where you don't necessarily agree with that? Like, what's something that you like seeing the USA doing for other countries?
For other countries or with other countries?
Either.
Okay, because for, I don't think anyone should get a handout. Like, if you're going to get a gift, you should prove that you either are going to earn it or deserve it somewhere along the line. I think we should have better, like, negotiations with international trade. Even with the people we don't quite agree with, if we all can just sit down at a table and say, okay, I have this item, you have that item, why don't we work a deal out? That just
You know
seems a
how
little bit,
long I've been saying that?
it just seems a little bit better than saying, I'm going to sanction your country, which is going to piss all of you off and maybe start a conflict, but you're going to learn the lesson. Maybe.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel right. There's too many maybes about this stuff.
I think, well, and just gonna say, because I'm in staffing, that there's so much of our American business that is tied into what happens in other countries, that just putting, these tariffs and things on all products coming in from China, all products coming in from this country, it is hurting our businesses so badly. Every single company I talk to is scared to really do anything because they can't plan, they can't project, they don't know what, if they should buy something, if they should, stock items, they're not sure. And so it's really, it is a trickle down effect to every single one of us, because what affects the janitor does affect the CEO, right? Like in every single form of business, that's just what it is. So it's hurting our manufacturers, it's hurting our distributors. There are millions of Americans who have jobs simply because of the trade that we do in China, and the trade that we do in India, and the trade that we do in almost every single country. And to just blindly go, oh, well, we're going to do these tariffs because you made me mad this week, is absolutely insane. And any businessman, I hate when people say, oh, he's a businessman. No, he's not. Because if he was a businessman, he would make those foreign trade conversations his number one thing that he handles. And because he knows, he should know, he's not a great speaker, he doesn't know how to talk to people, he's horrible. Like, this is why you pay people to do these things. Other presidents in the past didn't try to handle all that on their own, they got experts to do it.
Can I ask a question about the position you hold about the tariffs?
Yes.
The person that was just talking.
Yeah.
So your position is that tariffs are bad for American manufacturing, etc. Did you hold the same position? Like, because Trump had the Chinese car tariff prior to the Biden coming into office, and the Biden administration kept the Chinese car tariff because they knew that if they allowed $7,000 cars in the United States, that would actually destroy manufacturing. So did you hold that position against the Biden administration?
Why
They kept his tariffs. They kept Trump's
let me
tariffs.
just say something real quick. I just want to say that starting or trying to point out something by pointing out what happened in a previous presidency is what I see Republicans and conservatives do time and time and time again. They want to bring up things that happened in another president's administration. It's
Kind of valid though.
stupid. Why are we
have to.
bringing it up? We're
I'm just
talking about
asking
what
if
is
you.
happening right now.
I'm just
What
asking
I'm
if you
trying to
see
tell,
it. Like, do you
if I
see the
see what,
issue? Like
do I see that
dropping
there's an
in very.
issue? Yes, but that doesn't mean
Sorry,
what.
the reason why that tariff was kept in was because we had put sanctions on China due to stuff that was happening in China with their government.
I
That was
disagree.
like a
I don't
punishment.
think that's true. I think
Well,
it's
hang on, Czar.
they realized that Chinese $7,000 cars would destroy American manufacturing.
Okay,
But
whether they were
I
$1 or 7,000 are the thing you're not understanding
So
is
are you trying to make the point? Are you trying to make the point that these tariffs are doing what to manufacturers?
Well, I think
boosting it.
some
He's trying to
tariffs are
say.
good.
Are you for
I think.
well,
tariffs?
hang on,
Are
but
you saying that they're helping
I
manufacturers?
hang on,
think
but
pointed
he's
tariffs are
this is
good.
a false congruency because again, that tariff was not a blanket tariff. Not only was that not a blanket tariff, right? The
Targeted.
surgical tariffs can in fact be
I just said
beneficial. Hang on, Czar, hang on. But that's the thing is you're trying to equivocate. You're engaging with someone's Mont Bailey. So basically, the blanket tariffs that Trump has been throwing all over the world multiple times over
I'm not
are
arguing
not
for
this.
blanket tariffs. I don't
Okay,
think
so
you
then hang on.
heard
So
what
then
I
let me make my
said.
point, and then you can go ahead and say whether or not you agree or disagree. That I would certainly differentiate very heavily, right, between blanket tariffs or blanket tariffing the entire world. So, blanket tariffs blanketed over the entire world and more, precise surgical tariffs. Now, if you agree, that's awesome. That's great. But then you would have to necessarily agree that just blanket tariffing the world all willy-nilly is a bad thing.
I was asking her if she's against any form of tariffs.
Which is
But
fine.
his comment doesn't hold any less water because of that.
Right, that's why I
Look,
had you guys go engage
I
your
will
back.
say this too, just as somebody who makes a lot of content that gets a lot of Republican hate. As a liberal, sometimes you gotta give a little, man. You just gotta give them what they want, man. Just I know it sucks, bro, but like answering the question and just giving them what they want will get the conversation moved to the next direction. Because I get all the time, oh, what about Obama? Blah blah blah. I'm like, I hated Obama, and I was a child at the time, as well. So and that always gets them to be like, oh, well, okay, that kind of diffuses them a little bit. So I understand it's really annoying that he's pulling up something from an old administration, but I guess sometimes you just got to answer the question so it moves on. That's just how.
But there's a
I
difference.
was raised around.
Do I
conservative,
agree
it's how
with
they work.
tariffs as a blanket rule? No, I don't think I don't think it should be something that we put into practice.
Okay,
And I just want to say very quickly, there's a difference between testing someone's logical consistency and also pointing out their whataboutisming. That it's one thing to look at. You did though earlier, but go ahead.
No, because I can tell you how it's not whataboutism.
Sorry, you literally said what about? You literally said what
him
about?
Like a minute. I know.
Okay, sorry. I just hate logical inconsistency.
I know.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't really matter
Just give
if
him a minute.
Biden supported it or not. It's not the point I'm trying to make. The statement that she originally made was she was talking about how tariffs are destroying manufacturing, which could be true. The question is, are all tariffs off the table in your political worldview, or are some tariffs
I would
good?
say yes. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Czar. Were you
No,
in
I don't
support
think
of the
tariffs
Trump
are good
tariff
at
from
all.
last year? Just real quick.
Me?
No.
Yes. Were you in support of the tariffs that were put in last year?
No.
Okay, so you weren't in support of those.
No, I'm not arguing for tariff. I'm asking her about her original
No, I understand.
statement.
I understand what you're saying, Czar. You're just asking her whether or not she sees tariffs as being, let's say, effective or efficient, constructive in any way, shape, or form. And that's why I waited until you guys were done with your back and forth. That I wanted to point out that that I disagree with Kissing that tariffs sometimes can be constructive or productive, but only if they're implemented in a more precise, let's say, surgical manner, as opposed to what Trump is doing with the blanket
that's all.
tariff.
And if I say, what about? It's not like saying, well, you voted for this guy and he supported that. I was just curious if you thought that targeted tariff was a good thing.
Right. Like Relentless said, yes, some tariffs are good, some embargoes are good. That's just basic economics. I don't think Trump understands basic economics, though. I'm going to be honest with you. So.
And sorry, I'm going to say that I actually don't think the original tariff against China went far enough.
Agreed.
What, it was 100% tariff, right?
But I think.
Well, yeah, but it was just on the EV vehicles.
But,
so that's why it should have been on all.
But can we?
Sorry.
I was just going to say, can we agree, though, that as a president, you should be able to take a look at the country and go, we're hurting.
No.
Well, that's if you are connected to our shared reality, right? That you're able to actively acknowledge and engage in.
Exactly. That's why democracy
that's
is
assuming
important.
that our government actually gives a shit about us as Americans.
Right.
Well,
And you're absolutely
in this
right that they
situation, pretend
don't,
they
but they
do,
should.
because I feel like, I mean, policies from both sides do support American views, and no matter what, I mean, you can pretend it doesn't support you or not, but at the end of the day, I mean, we have this discussion because our government does care about us, and we argue this to prove that,
Wait, whoa,
I beg to differ,
Yeah,
because
I
if our
got you.
government
I beg to differ,
if
bud.
our
The government does not
government
give a
cared
shit about
about
us.
us, then we would not be trying to make they would not be trying to make it bigger and bigger by starting new departments and new initiatives that are going to require more people being hired, which is more tax money. If they cared about us, we would become a smaller government. We would I wouldn't be against keeping the military as big as it is. I would want to reduce military spending to a realistic number on how much we spend on materials, but
Thank you for that. Yeah.
they don't care about us. It's all about how they can gain power and how they can help their buddies gain power, and
Well,
they
that's
all
not the
talk.
whole idea of the American government, though. The American
Originally,
government is for the people because we vote for that, right?
Yes,
Well, that's the
but it's
original
been
intent, that they're
perverted.
supposed to be beholden to us. But that's the problem, is that that's no longer the case. That now
Right,
we're
that's what we're
damaging
trying
for
to get
them.
it back to in general. But no matter what, I mean,
That's
we voted
impossible,
for this
though.
government to come in. We have that in place for a reason. I feel that the government does care about us, and our policies show that sometimes, and sometimes they don't. But in general, I mean, it's the American government, guys.
Policies
Let me
aside,
interject
though,
just really quick. Like me
yeah.
and Caden have talked about this a lot. I mean, a lot of you can disagree, you can agree. I would say that there are some people in our government that care, but overwhelming majority of it is elitist, right? People that are like legacy politicians, families who have been doing this for a very long time, and that's why we're trying to make this platform is to advocate for regular people to get involved in your politics and to go make a difference and try to get these elitists out of freaking politics, because there are some people who are not looking out for us, and those overwhelming bad actors, sadly, will make up a majority of the voting power. If we can just, turn the tide a little bit to real Americans getting involved in politics and actually passing policy that'll help the everyday American people, then maybe our government can be fixed.
I don't think it's repairable.
Do you think
it's
that
beyond repair?
It's still the great American experiment. We have to try.
Dude, I think when we go to vote, we're voting for either Walmart or Coca-Cola or something.
And that's why I'm anti-oligarchic, man. We have to. I know, man, and I know it feels hopeless sometimes. It really does. Even for me, I'm making this small ass little platform. It's smaller on TikTok than I am on.
I'm not black-pilled about it. Like, I don't think you should be black-pilled, but look, I have more of a conservative worldview. I'm not a MAGA type guy. We probably don't agree on a lot of stuff, but I mean, you can clearly see that like lobbyists and like this control groups run the country. It's not individuals.
You say that we don't agree on a lot. You like going fishing?
Well, I actually
you like your guns?
I do. I love disc golf. I love guns. I love camping. I'm
the same way,
boating.
but I'm a liberal, bro. But besides our political ideology, we're probably more or less we're probably like homies. We could go out and go do the same things. I like doing that.
Well, I don't look at you as like any
right there is
less.
the issue, though.
I don't look at you as any less. Like,
I don't think you do. I don't think that you do. I think that a lot of Americans right now have this rhetoric or in their mind, right, that liberals are this way and conservatives are this way, and we're just incompatible. We're not.
Most people are fed corporate news. They don't. Everybody's overworked if they do have a job, and everything is like fake. That like the algorithm is controlling everything, and the currency of the future is compliance. Whether you're on the left or the right.
But we are fundamentally incompatible. That when you it's one thing to say, we're let's say off of the center, you're left, this is right, that person's center. It's another thing that when we engage in the paradox of tolerance, that if you're literally dealing with groups of people that believe in concepts and philosophies that literally preach not just a lack of acceptance, but a lack of tolerance, then yes, you fundamentally cannot coexist together. Right? I can't live with my neighbor.
Who preaches that?
But maybe
What do you
we
mean
need
who
to
preached that? MAGA
re-educate them with
republicanism.
empathy. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I
no,
know
but
that's
that
hard. It's so
no, but
hard.
Aaron, that's what you're missing. So if I live next door to my neighbor, and my neighbor, no matter what I do or say, just fundamentally not even like lacks acceptance for me and is willing to tolerate me. No, if they sit here and say, okay, bald people all deserve to just die, right?
They do.
And there's nothing I can do or say to convince them otherwise. We literally cannot coexist. That if they see me on the street, right, it's on sight type of thing. That there are genuinely people, right, that as the paradox of tolerance asks, how far, how long should we go to tolerate the intolerable? And the answer is we can't. We can't, right?
That's intolerant. That's being intolerant, though.
Yes, we shouldn't tolerate the intolerable. That, for example, if someone comes to me and says,
That's
relentless,
hilarious.
hang on, Czar, hang on, no, this is a genuine point. If
I think
someone
I've talked
says,
to you before. Do you host your own lives?
I used to way back in the day, and I also host now on Discord. But
maybe not the same person.
If you consider, for example, me being Afghan, it doesn't matter if someone cares about my immutable characteristics, the things I cannot change, where I was born, to whom I was born to, what ethnicity I am, and that kind of stuff. That's all they care about. And there's nothing I can do or say to change their position on that. And they have nothing but hatred, vitriol toward me. Then yes, we are fundamentally incompatible.
Why waste your time with illogical people, though? Like, I don't understand.
No,
like,
because
you're
we're
always
forced
going
to
to run into
coexist.
that.
No, because we're forced to coexist.
Well,
That's exactly what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah,
but to be fair, though, we're not really that forced to coexist. Like,
We're social creatures that exist together. We literally exist in society because it's
but I don't
beneficial
have
to
to
us
be
all.
around the people that want to be like that.
Freedom of
Unfortunately, no, but you are though. You literally do it when you go into work every day. That's just one
Yeah.
example.
But like
Yeah,
the people
like
that I'm
my boss
surrounded
is
by,
hardcore
like
MAGA.
yeah, my coworker who I love is definitely against Trump. But you know what we've realized is we're just not going to talk about politics because guess
And that's the
what?
problem. The social is political.
Wait, you think we should talk about politics like in every avenue, all time?
I didn't say. Hang on, I didn't say
24/7?
that. I didn't say like you should be like at a bachelor party and everyone's going nuts. You're like, hey, we should talk about the socio-ethical ramifications. You know, not like that.
That would be crazy.
But in order to get to that
Bachelor
point, but in order to get to that bachelor party, you would have to have a relationship with people. And are you saying that we should figure out our political differences before it gets to that point?
In some ways, yes, because let's just say, for
Why?
example, if someone, well, hang on, if someone, let's just say, for example, let's take like bigotry in all of its forms, okay? So let's take something like racism or sexism. If someone fundamentally thinks I'm not just inferior to, but they think that I don't have the right to exist in the ways that I do, then yes, we are fundamentally incompatible. That I can't even engage in civil discourse if they don't even recognize my right to exist in the way that I do, or even right to live. Absolutely.
Yeah, but relentless.
People have to
If
be
I knew
redeemable,
if
though,
I knew
right?
you in real life,
everybody's redeemable. No,
but
I
relentless.
disagree with
If
that.
I live if I knew you in real life, and I hated Afghanis, and I knew you're Afghani, I just wouldn't bother trying to be friends with you because I hate you. So,
But there's some people that will go even further than that and not just be prejudiced, but discriminate. They will actively try to harm me and impede my ability to live a peaceful, productive life. That is exactly what I'm pointing out. That's what I mean by if let's say if you were my next door neighbor, like assuming in the hypothetical, right, that if you were hateful toward Afghans, that yes, it would be the most mature thing to do to tolerate but not accept that you live your life, I live my life. Let's just not even look at each other. The problem is that not everyone's willing to do that. That's all I'm
I
trying
don't even
to
think
point
that's
out.
most MAGA, and I'm not even MAGA. Like
It's
most,
also why we have
like,
border policies.
I don't think most people. I think I'm not trying to be rude, man. I think you might be running into people, and you might be chronically online. Like every
well,
day.
to be fair,
people
Czar,
don't
Czar,
act
small
like this.
percent of like people that are actually that radicalized. Like, I mean, dude, you gotta, if y'all go look at my content and actually look through the comments, it's a lot of really radicalized MAGA people who are just like not capable of.
How do you even
actually
know
having
they're
a
people?
conversation.
How do you know they're not bots?
I call them bots. I really do, bro. I'm just like, whatever, bot. I don't care about it, right? But that still doesn't stop me from wanting to get on this platform and hope that one of them will come into this and me be able to change their mind. And
I
maybe
guess
be like,
the thing with
hey,
liberals, man.
go on.
I can tell you right now, I like this guy, Aaron. This is my first time ever meeting him. I can tell you right now, we could probably be friends, even though I have very conservative beliefs,
Right,
and he keeps telling me
despite-
he's very liberal.
Exactly, despite your socio-political affiliation. That's the thing, is you can set it aside because it doesn't weigh so much that you're unable to budget, right, from where it is between you guys. That's fair enough, right? We of course all do that, right? That I'm not gonna like everything that you do and vice versa, absolutely, right? But the issue is that when there are things that you can't budge, the things that are forced to remain kind of between you all, and
Such
we as
as,
social
like, an
creatures,
example?
Yeah, I
yeah,
was just
absolutely.
about
So
to ask. Like, you
let's
gotta
say, for example,
figure it out.
that kissing you were talking about, you do the I believe you sell the contracts, right, regarding I apologize,
Employment.
I don't remember exactly how you stated it, but you sell or you present contracts, right? You're in contracting. So if let's just say like kissing and I don't get along on a personal level, well, that's fine. Maybe we don't accept each other, but we tolerate one another. But if I fundamentally disagree with her right as a woman, for example, to be able to work in the field that she does, or to be able to have a bank account, or be able to own a home, or win the bread or whatever it is, then yes, I am intolerant, and that even by my inability to reconcile our differences, she is necessarily negatively affected.
Who holds that position? Like, what
People
real?
do.
What, like, bro,
You
I
know
feel like
what?
we're talking
That actually
like,
happened to me one time. I went to a business meeting, and this is so crazy to me because I don't really experience things like these. I'm from Los Angeles. It's a pretty progressive town, But I went to meet with this. I think he was like a owner of a company, and he was definitely a boomer. And I took my junior sales rep with me, who happened to be a guy. We're in the middle of the meeting, and I notice I'm like watching him, and he will not look me in the eye. He will not answer any of my questions. If I ask a question, he'll turn to my junior sales rep and reply as though he asked the question. I've never experienced anything like that before in my life.
wait, are you in like insurance or marketing or something like that?
No, I'm in staffing.
Oh, staffing. Well, I mean, those corporate jobs, I mean, they treat each other like shit. Like, I don't think that's like a systematic thing. Like, you could go anywhere and like there's gonna be like snobby people. Like, I don't think it has anything to do with like you being a woman or something like that.
I think in that instance, it probably did. But to me, it's like people have the right to feel and believe whatever they want to. If you didn't like the way that he was treating you, in my opinion, if somebody was treating me like shit simply because I'm Middle Eastern and they're white and they don't want to talk to me, but they'll talk to my white coworker, you know what I would have done? I would have stood up, told him, hey, I don't need your business. You have a good rest of your day. Don't bother contacting my business for any sort of contracts. So, if you didn't like how he was treating you, you had the right to simply stand up for yourself and leave. But you chose to enable him by allowing him to treat you like shit and be sexist.
Well, no, we don't know that he did. Hang on, but that's the thing.
Well,
is the
then she
difference
could have called
between
him out on it.
Well, hang on. Maybe she did. She just gave like a bit of an anecdote. The point
Do
is
you
this.
come in here? You come in here and defend everything, or you oppose everything that I say. I
Because,
said
Michael,
something
hang on.
that's very
I'm
logical and
about to
simple,
touch.
and because
Michael,
it
I'm
didn't
about to
feel like
touch on it.
it's not smooth and soft for you to
Do you
touch.
want me to? Hang on. Do you want me to?
No, I don't really want you to respond.
Okay, then that's fine. Then I'll go
Michael,
ahead and
you
respond to
take
everybody else.
like a little bit
Because
of
he's
what I say,
annoying.
and you make
That's fine if I'm
you
annoying.
blow it up
Deal
into
with it.
this
Your
whole
feelings don't matter.
thing. It's
Well, tell
so
me,
weird.
how did you react?
just
How
let
did
her
you
let
react to
Lexa
him doing
pour
that
for a
to you
quick
then?
second.
So may I respond to your ridiculous assertion, Michael?
Let's let him just. I'll give you a minute and a half to go, and then we'll
Oh, I'll need only 30 seconds. So there's a difference between being prejudiced, which is totally fine. If someone feels, oh, I hate Afghans, I hate bald people, I hate, people that are annoying or whatever. Okay, great, that's fine. But what matters is whether or not they're willing to discriminate based on it. That there are people who are willing to engage even in violence, based on what they do or don't believe, what they are or aren't willing to, accept or even tolerate.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't understand that, Michael, I don't know what to tell you. Genuinely.
Are you talking about like all groups or?
In Dutch. Hey, Kissing, why don't you explain to us how you handled that situation?
You guys talking to me?
No, I asked Kissing to tell us how she responded to that man treating her that way.
Oh,
Kissing's got to get
Go
out
ahead.
of
I'm
there,
listening
man. That
now.
place is too expensive.
Well, when I realized it, and I noticed that if I asked a question, then he would turn and talk to my junior sales rep. So then the next time he asked a question, I just sat there quietly and I looked at my junior sales rep, but I didn't say anything. And I waited for him to say something because I figured since he was directing the conversation to him, let's see what he has to say, right? And I just sat there until it got uncomfortable, until he had to turn to look at me. And then I responded. So that's what I did. And then after that, he was like talking to me.
There you
But
go.
I basically had to strong arm him. Yeah. But
That's
I've experienced that from men many times. I mean, that maybe not that blatant, but I have had like men who, think that they, I don't know, that I'm gonna, what's the word? Like they could railroad me or get me to do, get me to do things that they
Like strong
probably
arm
would
her.
never talk to
Yeah.
a man in that way,
yeah,
It happens a lot.
100%.
It happens all the
I
time.
believe that.
James Brown has a song about this. I don't know if you've ever heard it. It's all about what you
No,
guys are
but
talking about.
yeah,
So
I mean,
that happened to you, did
obviously,
it happen a lot in your industry, or is that just a unique case right there?
I mean, I'm 47 years old. I would say that just talking to men in general in any setting can be difficult as a woman.
Yeah,
If you're
I
too
would
nice,
agree.
sometimes
I was just
if you're too
saying.
nice, they think that that's a good hell, she's interested, That's a
Yeah,
very real thing.
it is.
You're talking, I'm talking to an attendant at the gas station and I'm laughing and I'm, just conversating and then, next thing you know, it's like, well, could I get your number? And
Can
then
I
you got
ask
to
a
be like,
question about that? Can I ask a
They
question
can't
about
keep
that?
it casual.
never. Yeah.
And I'm just asking a question, not trying to be rude or anything like that.
Mhm.
Do you think that, like, is it your position, like, you think that if you're too nice, men they're gonna prey on you?
No, I don't think that they're going to prey on me. I think that they're going to take that as a sign that I'm interested in them sexually. And then they're going to take it further or make a pass. And it's very uncomfortable in certain situations, right? Like I
I'm not.
shouldn't
Yeah,
expect that I'm going to get hit on when I'm in the middle of a business meeting.
I
I've
would
had men
say
say,
though.
well, if I sign your contract, what am I going to get? Like, well, what are you going to give me?
Yeah, but I don't like. I'm not saying like I believe you. Like that's that. I probably think that's happened. But generally, and I'm not trying to be rude, but generally, men are interested in younger women. So I don't think like your day to day, like you would encounter that a lot. Like you said, you're
Jesus, Star.
I'd say
47.
that's objective. I mean, women of all
Men
ages
are
are
definitely
attractive. I
objectively
mean,
into younger women. I don't think
You're
anyone
actually
would
incorrect
disagree with
about
that.
that. That the level of variability, in men is actually exactly why that men, even when you look at something like corn taste, that men are literally all over the board. Anything that is, accessible, that there will be
Corn
groups
taste? What
of,
is that?
yes,
Adult
He
sites.
can't say the
yes,
word. He can't say the word on here.
yeah.
Corn taste.
Well,
Yeah, that you
I'm
literally
talking
will see
about
searches for
yeah,
anyone and everything.
Yeah, but that's
yeah.
not a wait.
regardless if it
You
happened to her,
that's
it
not a
happens in the
Hold
good
on,
industry
metric.
hold
That's
quite
not
on.
a
a good
bit.
What
metric to
what I'm
judge
talking
things
about
with.
is something. What I'm talking about is something that I've experienced my entire life, not necessarily in the last 6 months.
Oh, I can see
So I'm
that.
talking
Yeah.
about okay. And then I will say to your point, because you wanted to bring up my age, and it's funny how you like
I
to
didn't know it because I only knew
assume.
it because you said it. I didn't. I don't even know.
Right.
I've never
No,
met you before.
but I've noticed that you have a pattern of doing this. If I say anything, then you sit there and you want to spin it and go, well, you bring up another topic to try to sway whatever, point you were trying to land. But
I think it's
I'll go
generally
ahead
true.
and
Men are interested in younger women. I don't think that that's controversial.
Right,
Wouldn't you
that's
say that maybe
objectively
that's
incorrect.
that like you
okay.
like younger women?
You go around and
Like,
ask,
I'm
like,
30, bro,
you,
and I do not want an 18, 19, 20-year-old.
yeah, but
Man. I'll
that's
tell you
that's
that.
you though. Like, I think we could like
See,
generally
exactly.
look
But
around.
that's what
Well,
I'm saying.
Yeah,
But that's
but
what I
I
was
okay,
saying.
will
hey,
say,
Sorry. I
let's
feel
say
like that's a
just
very invalid point anyway, buddy.
it's not
And
invalid.
as
it is
someone
invalid. If you
who,
find somebody attractive, you're gonna try to hit on
as
them.
someone who
Yeah,
is
but
an
You
how many
think
actual
men
people that are
woman.
going
generally
for
Okay,
find
hold on.
90-year-old women?
As someone who
47
is
year
a
olds
woman,
attractive or like
Let
27
continue.
years
There's a
old?
lot of
Let the
beautiful
one
women in their
woman in the
40s.
conversation
There's a
talk.
there's a lot
Well,
of
that's
women in their
I don't
40s that are
believe that.
beautiful.
Just real quick, real quick. Let her advocate, please. I want
I
to have a
will
woman's
say
perspective.
that over 47 years, obviously your experience with men changes as you age and based on, like you said, attractiveness, right? I will tell you that I probably received the most attention from men when I was in my mid 30s. More attention in my mid 30s than I did when I was in my 20s. Okay. But the
And more
type
than
of
right now,
attention that I
also.
receive, yeah, probably. But I
So they
definitely
like
think
younger
that
women. So that's goes to my point. They like
Zara, the
I
younger
point
wouldn't
women.
say
is
that
that
mid
she could
30s
be
is
90
considered
years old,
younger.
and there
But
will still
sorry,
be
what
men
is
that are going to
what
be
does that have to
interested.
do with her experience though, dude?
What do you
That's for
mean?
real. Let's move away from it because I mean, like, what?
She
How
brought
does
it
it
up.
affect?
I was
Well, she
saying that
brought,
it's
but she
not.
was so like, if I were to tell you I experienced racism
Ask me a question, and
from
he starts telling the story.
what did you ask me?
You asked me, what does that have to do with it? And I tried to
Yeah, because
explain
it
why
was
I
kind
brought
of a
it up.
rhetorical. It was a rhetorical
Oh, it
question.
was
It doesn't make any
rhetorical? Well,
sense.
then go on with your
Yeah,
story.
because it doesn't make any sense. Her experiences, no matter at what age, if she experienced it at 47, at 35, at 28, when she experienced them is what she's talking about. She's not saying I experienced this every single day as a 47-year-old woman. She's just telling us about
She
her
was
life
taught her
experiences.
story was about where you're currently working, right, ma'am? And you said you're
Well, no,
47.
the point was the
She
original
didn't say
point had
anything
to do
about her
with.
currently working. She said she met
She
with a
said,
businessman. She sat down with the guy, and her coworker was a man. And when she was speaking to her prospect, he wouldn't even look her in the eye.
who
He
did she
only
who did she say
I
she
will say
turned to?
this by bringing up the fact that you say like, oh well, she's obviously not in her 20s or she's older. That men aren't giving her that kind of attention completely robs her
That's
of all
not
her
what that's not
experiences that she's
what I'm
been
saying.
through.
Well,
You're
the
I'm
practically
What I'm
saying
saying
original,
that
that.
you
saying is
would
hang
by
on, the
you
bringing
original point had to
that
do with
up.
bigotry. So here's
Right.
the thing that ultimately, I don't know how else to tell people this, that when you look at acceptance and tolerance, that there are things that people are not willing to accept, and there are things that people are absolutely not willing to tolerate. And they're willing to engage in, yes, physical violence in order to make sure that the things they don't tolerate, right? That the things that they see as intolerable don't come to pass, right? That we all agree here, as we were saying earlier, and obviously I know this to be true, right? We don't like chomos, right? We don't like offenders that do things to kids, right? That's obviously a very extreme example. But the reason I'm trying to bring up this very black and white example is that if we were to see someone try to take advantage of a child or grape or murder or whatever a person, that we wouldn't see it as acceptable behavior. And worse, we see it as completely and utterly intolerable, that we're willing to get involved even physically and even take their life if necessary to defend the person who had nothing to do with that act of aggression or violation. That being said, all you need for people, and this is why intentionality is not the end all be all. You need people that are thoroughly and adequately informed on top of their intentions, right? Their pure and wholesome intentions. Because if you have people that have even pure intentions who are not adequately informed, all it takes to mislead them, right, is the right kind of justification to take them from point A to point B, and they'll literally engage in anything if you can lead them to that point. That those who will believe absurdities will commit atrocities.
Yeah.
That's the problem with being, misled, manipulated. That's why propaganda is such a big deal. That's why misinformation, disinformation is a big deal. And that's what I'm trying to point out is that when you look at, the fact that people don't like people based on immutable characteristics, the things that we cannot change, right? Then, most, civil individuals see that as absolutely absurd, right? Oh, you can't change that. Well, why should I hate you based on that which you can't change? Well, there are people who genuinely think, hey, that makes people inherently inferior or superior. It makes people, less acceptable, even intolerable. And therefore, once it hits a certain point, that's when they don't feel like they can engage in civil discourse or even civil debate. They literally see no other option but physical violence.
But I would say that you would agree that sometimes it's okay to cast people out of society for things that they can't change. immutable characteristics like you talked about. I don't actually think you believe that if we went through reductios on it.
Well, go ahead. So what kind of immutable characteristics are you referring to?
50, like P3DOs. They can't change who they're attracted to. Do you think that we should accept them in society because of this?
Well, hang on. We don't know that. And actually, interestingly enough, this is actually so. I have one of my degrees is in neurobiology, physiology, and behavior. So this is actually a hard science, but I do have a psychological background as well. So when it comes to
that doesn't matter to the question I asked you.
No, it does, because I can bring in not just a viewpoint, but academic viewpoint. That not only is it not settled that they can't change, but beyond that too, that let me directly.
You're contradicting yourself from earlier
No,
now.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
People change who they're attracted to?
In this case, when it's deviant behavior, it's a possibility, yes. Hang on, I'm sorry. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. Sorry. I'm trying to answer your question.
You don't hold this for gay people.
Sorry, are you going to let me answer your question?
Yes, if you let he did talk for a long time, and I'm trying to.
I'm directly trying to answer your question.
I'm gonna put a timer on him, man. Minute, and then you can state your positions are okay. Cool?
Okay. Yeah, that is actually. You're a really fair host, man. You're pretty chill.
I try to be, man. I really try.
Yeah, I'll let him talk, and then if I can at least respond and bring up some points, that'd be great.
I want to hear your response, and I'm gonna give you that opportunity, man. I don't want you to feel like this is just you're getting dogged on. So go ahead, relentless, go.
Yeah, absolutely. So we first have to substantiate, right, that if the positive claim is that this is something that is perfectly immutable, it's inflexible, it's inelastic, then that needs to be substantiated, number one. Number two, to answer the question directly, if someone has not offended, regardless of to what or whom they are attracted to, that person, in my opinion, and I would even say professionally, according to the academics, they deserve pity and help, not scorn and derision, or worse, to be aggressed upon. So yes, if someone is attracted to someone or something, even if it's horribly, let's say, controversial, unhealthy, whatever, if they have not offended and they're trying to get help, absolutely, we should try to help them. Absolutely. I mean, for someone who's mentally ill, for example, let's just consider this hypothetical. If someone is schizophrenic and they're hearing voices tell them to unalive the people next to them, right? And they haven't done it, and they go to get help from professionals, shouldn't we pity that person that they haven't actually offended, they haven't actually given in to those impulses, versus the person who has, whether or not they're sane, if they do violate, right, that someone's rights or bodily autonomy, absolutely we should look at them. Because if they chose to engage in deviant behavior, that's completely different.
Seconds.
I'm done. Thank you.
Cool.
Just real quick question, and then I'll get started. So is it your position, like if someone publicly says that they're attracted to children, that they shouldn't be like chastised for that? They should, like, what is your exact position if someone said, like, let's say a 50-year-old man says, I'm attracted to children. Let's say he's on TikTok. And he's just saying this, but he's never actually done the act. Do you think that we shouldn't care? What is your exact position in that scenario? Then I'll go on what I was going to respond to.
Yeah, so Immanuel Kant said we are all slaves to our desires. We don't help, I can't help that I like chocolate ice cream versus vanilla, right? This is just, no matter what I do, I can't ultimately shake that. However, if he says, this is how I feel, I have not offended and I want help, please help me.
No, he's not saying I want help. He's just saying I'm attracted to children.
Okay, but that's the thing is he indicating that he may potentially violate someone's
No, he's just saying, again, for the third time, he's just saying I'm attracted to children. I'm a 50-year-old man. How should society deal with a person like that?
Well, that's the thing.
Since they haven't offended. Your requirement was offensive.
The reason your question is not fair is because if we can't determine intentionality, then we can't either condone or condemn someone.
It's a very logical question.
It's really not. It's
not. What law of logic does it break if it's not logical?
So we literally determine whether or not someone has done not just good or bad.
Hold up, man. Hold up. You went on for a long time. What law?
I'm answering you, but then don't ask me a question if you don't want me to answer.
I asked you for a direct answer to the question I asked.
Yes.
What law of logic does it break? Since you said it's an illogical question.
Yes, I'm literally pointing that out. Okay.
Okay. Say the law of logic right now.
Yes, there are three. Hang on, my dude. There are three basic laws of logic.
I know there's three laws of logic. Yes. Which one does it break to ask that question? Because you said it's an illogical question.
Yes, 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Yes.
excluded middle. It breaks the
It's part
excluded
of it.
middle.
Yes. Because
What?
the thing that you're
No,
yes.
dude. This is no. You're not
Do
being
you,
honest.
hang on,
Come
Sar.
This
Do
is
you want me?
stupid.
Hang on. You can
This is
be
stupid, dude.
that's fine. You can be as you can be as you know, as how do I say, animated as you like. Do you want me to explain why I believe that?
No,
Yeah,
I want to go on my
real
one
quick,
because it
just
doesn't.
real
That's
quick, guys,
ridiculous.
Just really
Okay,
fast.
so
I
let
just
me
wanted to
let me
answer this
peel.
question for Kristen, who just joined into our live. Just really quick, could you state your name and where you're from? I mean, your age and where you're from. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah, Virginia, 45.
Okay, cool. So we just wanted to. She wanted to get a roll call to see what's
No, no,
going
I
on.
just want to get a temperature, like with your prompt. How is Trump making America great? I just want to get a temperature of the people on the panel that are maybe.
Wait. Go ahead, but I'm not trying to run it. But host, you said I was going to get a minute to talk.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna get right back. I'm just introducing.
Okay,
her
that's
and
cool.
Letting
That's cool.
everybody know, like I'm liberal. Caden's conservative. I let everybody else kind of.
Okay, I just want to get a temperature so I know what I'm addressing.
I argue for a monarchy. I'm against democracy. I did vote for Trump, but I think he's doing a very bad job in some areas. I think some areas he is okay on.
And then just
okay.
I
know you want. I know you want to introduce everybody, but when you get back to me, can I talk to Zara on that?
Of course, yes.
Absolutely.
I got you down. Yes, you got
Love
it.
I
will literally be quiet for
directly respond to Relentless because
yeah, I just want to respond and
just,
maybe if
just,
you could
sorry,
answer.
just I'll be quiet for 10 minutes. I just want to very quickly, just very, very quickly. The reason it was unfair, the question, is because of what I put in the chat there.
I don't even care what you said. I just
okay, I'm not.
get
Then I'm not talking to you. I'm appealing to everyone's intellect up here. Do we not? Let me ask everyone a question. I'll start for 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness gracious!
One sentence.
Just real, throw out your question.
One
I
sentence.
got to give Zard his time because it's only fair.
Do we or do we not determine whether or not someone's engaging in moral or immoral behavior based on their intentions? And I'll leave it at that.
All right, everybody, marinate on that.
Yeah.
Zar, you are good. Let's go, man. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes, man.
No, I don't even need that. I don't want to take that much time because the other person wants to talk to me also. I just think that there's problems in Relentless approach to the question I asked. And one of the problems I see in his worldview, like when he talked about tolerance earlier, and the paradox of tolerance. Is it okay to be intolerant of, or should you be tolerant of intolerant people, etc.? One of the weird things, though, kind of when we were talking, I kind of thought about was when I asked the question, like if an older man doesn't act on these intentions, but he claims that he's attracted to children and all this stuff, I actually think someone like that should be cast out of society, even if they didn't, do anything, but they're just stating it or something like that, or people have reason to believe, or there's some evidence. So, and I will let Relentless talk in my time because I'm a fair guy. How do you feel if, like, let's say like there's a 50-year-old guy, and let's say we're 15 years in the future, and he's looking up CP that's like AI, like it's not real. He's not actually infringing upon a real person, but all of their conglomerated data is based on what individuals actually look like. Do you think like we should be okay with something like that, like AI CP and stuff like that, even though he's not acting on like a physical person? Is that your position, that you only have to act on a physical person?
Possibly, yeah. If it doesn't exacerbate the situation, yeah, that might be permissible. Genuinely.
So even though I gave you an out and I said that like AI, like photos of people are generated on real, like it's real people that it's marked after. You think it is a society, a healthy society would allow for people to look up AI child corn, as you said earlier. You would actually hold that that's a helpful, fruitful, good, thriving society?
If the alternative is literal physical human children being violated, yes.
Okay, and let me ask one last question, and then we can get into the other stuff. I hear leftists and other people, I don't know you that well, Relentless or host, but when you say children, I wanted to be clear on this earlier. What do you take a child to be exactly?
So if we're talking about PDF, that's basically prepubescent. If we're talking about phebophiles, then that would be very young, but just during the course of, I guess, the puberty. What am I trying to think of? The maturation cycle, if you will.
Can I say something real quick?
Well, just one last thing.
Kaden, just real quick. Kaden.
Yeah, maybe we have a quick back and forth and one final question. Do you hold that all 18-year-olds are adults?
Biologically, no. Mentally, certainly not. No.
Okay, so what do you have? Does age make up an adult for you, or is it mental acuity?
It's actually a cumulative case to be made, but that's the short answer.
So there could be a 9-year-old in your worldview that has the accumulative ability of let's say, like the average 30-year-old. You would see them as an adult.
No. Because even if they had the mental and emotional somehow stability to act far beyond their age, that certainly physically they are not capable of such acts being safe and not only that, but healthy for anybody.
So what makes somebody an adult then? In your
Well, that's what I'm
worldview,
saying.
I have my own worldview, but in your worldview,
the cumulative case. So basically, physically, mentally, and emotionally being mature, capable.
Physically, what is physically?
Well, in the same way that we don't have to be physicians to know that everybody here would agree that 5-year-olds are not able to engage in.
I'm not asking about. I'm asking your position of what
Yes,
you take.
and
an
I'm giving the
adult to be.
short answer because I've already gone on long enough.
Just tell
So
me
like I said,
what is it? Do you go adult? You said it's not by age. What is it then?
A cumulative case having to do.
Could a 15-year-old be an adult? I'll ask you that.
Could they be an adult? Not in my worldview, no.
What in your worldview? What makes somebody an adult? What is the age?
See, and that's the issue here is that let's say even if you took someone that's 60 years old, but they're developmentally disabled, even they might be, even if they're physically beyond the point of maturation, if they're mentally or emotionally, let's say, disabled or inhibited, right?
Just asking for the age, man.
I know. And see, that's the problem.
Which is why
it's different for everybody.
Which is why we as a society
it's
have
different for
decided that
everybody?
18 is the age.
He doesn't agree with that, though. He doesn't agree with your position.
You're
on
asking
that.
him if how he personally agrees.
Yeah,
but
he personally
the point
doesn't
is
agree
that the
that
end
all-
result
he
is,
doesn't agree with that.
as a society, we have agreed that 18 years old is
He doesn't agree
the
with you on
age
that.
in which you are a legal adult. But
Kissing, he
guess
doesn't
what?
agree
I
with
have
you
a
on that.
19.
He doesn't
I'm
agree
sorry,
with your
that's fine.
position
Let
on
then
that.
let her have her position.
I know, because
Deal
you're
with that.
looking to run away. You didn't
No, I'm
answer
not.
it.
Wait.
No,
By
he
the way,
is
you
not
didn't
running
answer
away.
it.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
who's running away?
Guys,
Just
one
let
at
me
a
know when I'm
time.
allowed to speak.
Kristen,
Yeah,
Kristen, let's just let her interject her. She hasn't got
Okay,
to
but
speak.
just to be clear, he did not answer the question.
Okay, we'll
I
get
know,
back to the
because you're
question.
asking-
I think that
Okay,
Kristen's
it's
ready to
fine.
respond to your question.
Okay,
Kristen,
I'll address this question afterward.
Kristen or kissing? I think it was
Kristen.
kissing that was talking.
Kristen.
I just want to give her the opportunity to talk. She's been in the chat for a couple of minutes and hasn't stated any positions, and I would just like to hear her opinion real quick.
Thanks so much. I want to do a part A and a part B to this. Part A, my name is Kristen. I am 44. I'm from Virginia. I voted for Harris. I am a human trafficking survivor who is a survivor leader. I work in the counter trafficking movement. You can fucking Google me. My name is Kristen Vaughn. I'm at the top of the Department of Defense website, etc., etc., etc. I do all the things fighting human trafficking and fighting pedophile, P3DOs, all of that. Also, part B of that is I know Relentless very, very well. He stands on good principle and he stands on wanting to make sure that we are clear with semantics and we are clear. I'm sorry, I'm still talking. I did not invite you into my sentence. And okay, I'm sorry. There's too much background. I can't hear.
Bro, it might be me. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know I was on mute.
Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make is this administration, if we want to talk about political ideologies and political, how is Trump making America great? This administration, let's just give me a second, I'll land my plane, On his third day of presidency, he unalived the National Human Trafficking Hotline, OTIP, DOJ, OVC, 305 internal nonprofits, 69 international anti-child sexual trafficking nonprofits. He ended the TSRA, the TRVPA. We are losing everything. I'm a counter trafficking expert, and we have lost everything as far as funding when it comes to this administration. So I don't give a fuck who you care about or who you sweat for, but the fact of the matter is that kids and women and children are still being harmed because as a direct result to this administration. So make that fucking make sense to me.
Amen.
Amen. Speaking the truth. Anybody got that? Oh, let's unmute everybody. Sorry, everybody's muted. Let's see. You were directly
I
talking
muted
to Sarah for that
myself.
one, right?
Oh, talking to me about what?
I don't know.
I think she was talking to
I
Relentless.
think she's just talking.
No, I was speaking directly to you because you had a lot of slick shit to say about Relentless, and I have known Relentless for a couple
Are we going to
years.
sit here and try to defend other people instead of letting them defend themselves? Is this
No,
serious right now?
he defended himself, but when you come on here and you want to be like, oh, I voted for Trump and I care about women and children, which you did, Czar, right? You did vote for Trump, correct?
Did you hear my
Czar,
scorecard of
Czar,
Trump?
did you vote for Trump?
I voted for Trump. Did you hear my scorecard of him?
Stop.
Yeah, see,
You
we
voted
can't have a conversation if you're going to automatically tell us to shut up.
Trump. You voted for Trump, and you swear on that you care about women and children, and you don't even know what this administration has done to eliminate all
here,
funding.
let me tell you what I know.
Okay, hold on. Let me
respond.
Then let's
Let me just
educate.
respond.
Let's not yell at each other. Let's not.
No, it's fine. I think it's a fair question, host.
All right,
I actually think that. I think Kristen. Yeah. So when I voted for Trump, I voted for him 3 times, and I don't hold the position, especially with like the revealing of the Epstein stuff and all of this other stuff, that he's like this, this savior type of person. I actually think he has a lot of baggage. Probably one of the most people that won office for the conservative side in many years, probably 50 years. Like he probably has the most baggage, probably more than any candidate besides George Bush.
For sure.
I don't hold his positions when it comes to his locker room talk and all of this other stuff that he goes on about. I'm an Orthodox
Never
Christian.
brought that up. I'm talking about policy, sir. I attack policies, not people.
Yeah. So you're talking. Okay, which policy exactly are you holding to that's
Sure.
bad that he
the
made?
National Human Trafficking Hotline, funds for DOJ, funds for OVC, funds for 69 anti-trafficking, anti-child sex trafficking things, and internationally, Polaris, Freedom Network, all of that. He is completely defunded.
Well, let's take it one at a time. You're kind of
I'm sorry, I was
shotgunning
still
right
talking.
now.
I was sorry.
I know, but you're
I didn't invite
shotgunning.
you in my sins.
How could I touch on everything you're saying? You're saying
over
a bunch
a
of
billion,
stuff.
over $1 billion that he is defunded on a platform that he ran on, sir. He ran on the platform that he's going to fight human trafficking. He's going to make everybody safe again.
Can I interject, Kristen, one sec? Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Can you prove to any of us how effective any one of those programs were?
Oh, Pookie.
Okay, that's what I thought. As soon as I ask you a
No.
legitimate question,
No,
you can't give me a
want
real
some
answer.
receipt. No, what you're telling me is you want some receipts. Like
I
don't know
want to
what the
see
fuck I'm
some
talking about.
physical evidence of how effective
Of how
those
are you
programs
trying to
were.
ask me how? Are you trying to
Because
ask me
over
how
100,000
effective? Are
children
you
go
trying
missing
to
every
ask
year
me
in this
how
country.
effective? Are you trying to ask me how effective the National Human Trafficking
Yes,
Hotline for
exactly.
victims
Because
was?
how are there
And
still hundreds of
Polaris?
thousands of kids being missing every year if they're so good at their damn jobs?
Because it doesn't just end at
No,
all at
I'm asking her.
once.
I'm asking her.
Genius. It's a continued problem.
They
It's
don't
never
recover
gonna
any.
go
They
away.
literally don't recover children. They really don't.
Whoa! Whoa! Who doesn't recover children, sir?
None of those programs are that effective in recovering children or
hang on,
people
hang
that
on.
are trafficked.
Wait,
so
wait,
let me
wait.
just whoa.
Just prove it to
You
me.
are
Just prove it to me.
blankly.
Just
You
pull
have
something
no
up. Show me.
fucking clue. Okay,
Show me some
Google my
evidence
name.
instead of
That'll
cussing
show
me
you.
out.
Michael,
Google
shut
my
up and
name.
let her do that.
Show me
my
some
name.
evidence instead of just yelling
Okay,
at me.
I'm giving you the evidence, bro.
What
I'm
you're
giving
yelling.
you the evidence.
Because you
You
won't be
can
quiet,
just
Michael.
Google my
Shut the fuck
fucking
up, Relentless.
name.
You talk way too much.
I know, because you won't be
Oh.
quiet.
We just need to take a chill pill for a second. Remember the
Sorry.
mission of this whole
No,
thing.
I'm gonna back that up because a woman that knows what been drinking. No,
All you have to do is prove it.
I wasn't,
I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
ma'am, I wasn't
Then
trying to
prove
be
it.
rude.
Top, no, not ma'am.
Then
I'm
prove
at the
it.
top of your Department of
Then
War's
prove it.
website.
Prove
Ma'am,
that.
you did slur earlier.
Prove the
Aaron,
All right,
effectiveness.
look,
real
Prove the
quick,
effectiveness.
everybody. Remember the entire
I'm
mission,
so
guys.
sick of
Okay,
you
hold
fucks.
on, guys.
But she
Look.
came in here
Okay,
so hot,
no,
dude.
I understand. She
Michael,
came in here hot, guys. Okay, I don't want to kick you, but come on, guys, for a second, chill out. This is not what this is about. If you're gonna come in here arguing and starting to fight, then we're not gonna be able to have this conversation. We gotta educate each other. By yelling at each other, nobody's gonna listen. Nobody's gonna actually want to hear you out. I wouldn't as a liberal. So I just need everybody to take a second, breathe. This is very, very a sensitive topic, obviously, and I just want to give everybody their chance to clearly state their positions. It's not good for the chat when everybody's yelling over each other. Nobody can even make sense of what's going on. I can't make sense of what's going on. So please, let's try to stick to the mission here. What me and Caden are trying to do is unify the country, not divide it more. Now, I understand that the narrative in the country is very, very hot right now, and that we don't feel like people are redeemable or that we can even unite, but we have to show people here right now that we can. And I understand, Czar, but we just have to chill out. Regardless of if people have been drinking or not, don't matter. You know, let's just have a conversation.
Well, I do think that we should.
Hold on, I would like to add something before you start, Cesar.
Let Caden go.
Yeah, I mean, along with that, I just want to say if we're making claims, I just want to make sure that we're able to back that with proof. So this is on both sides with Republicans, Democrats, honestly, whatever you believe. If you're making claims, you know, and they're not opinionated, we're going to need to know the reason or the sources you're getting it from, please.
And I'm the first one to do that. I come with receipts. So if you can look up OVC DOJ funding, National Human Trafficking Hotline. You can also Google my name. My name is Kristen, Kristin, V as in Victor, AUGHN. You can look up how the U.S. State Department defunded the Office Trafficking in Persons, the billions of dollars that have, and that's just domestically. Like, we're not even talking about like internationally. We can, but that's not even a thing. I'm talking about like American citizens who are Freedom Network USA, Polaris. All of those have been completely defunded by this president. TVPRA, TSA, the Human Trafficking Legal Center, all been defunded. I can keep continuing. I do not just show up in TikTok panels and just like spew
But
my
I'm not questioning your credibility on that.
She does have stuff.
I'm not questioning your credibility on what's been defunded or not. I asked the programs that you're talking about when it comes to human trafficking that have been defunded. Can you show me proof that they have been extremely effective in doing what they say they're doing? That's all.
Yes, if you were to look up an organization like Polaris, for example, Polaris who's recently been defunded due to an OVC grant that Trump decided to not give them for the very thing they started, the National Human Trafficking Hotline. So if anybody goes to like an airport or you know, you're on a train and you see on the back of the stall like, hey, are you experiencing human trafficking? Have you witnessed human trafficking? It gives you a number. That number has now been changed to the tip ice line. So now even American citizens cannot even help themselves to get help because it's now been changed to the tip ice line. And the trafficking in America is typically, I would say 20% of it is about across the border and like where ICE would need to be involved. What about those American citizens that just need help within America? That number no longer applies to them because it is not the phone number that it's been to call for the past 15 years.
You're saying that the new phone number is an ICE hotline?
Correct,
But
sir.
if I'm a legal citizen and somebody that I know has been kidnapped, I would have no issue calling that number because I don't have to
Right,
worry
but
about
if
their
you
legal
call that
status.
number, it doesn't matter because you're not. ICE does not have anything to do with American citizens. If you are trafficked by an American person and you're an
I see what
American
you're saying.
person, you do not fall under the ICE purview.
So,
I
just to
understand what you're saying,
clarify,
though.
ICE is part of Homeland Security, as we all know. ICE doesn't just handle immigration
Oh my
enforcement,
God, I
they
work
also
with
handle a
guys.
lot more serious things like the issues that we're talking about.
So explain to me why American citizens now no longer have a number that they can call to be helped if they are trafficked by other American citizens.
Why can't they call 911?
So the number was a resource tip line. Do you know how hard it is for a victim to call 911? Do you know the ramifications that it takes when law enforcement is involved? So
In what way?
these were phone numbers and an organization that were put forth to take care of those that, like, because you know who they have on the other end of that phone line are trauma-informed counselors, not just 911 operators. So
Gotcha.
on the end of the Polaris number, there used to be, as of about 7 weeks ago, they used to be trauma-informed counselors who could help you get direct services, who could take care of you if you were
The
trafficked. They
host is
could get you
liberal.
out immediately.
Keep going.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I
No,
can't
no,
hear. I have bad ADHD. When I get interrupted, I forget what I'm saying, so I will just be
I
quiet.
get what you're saying, though, Kristen. That actually makes a lot of sense.
sorry. I gotta
To
talk
have
to chat at
somebody
the same time, guys. My fault.
okay, to have somebody that's on the other side of the line that understands like the delicateness of like that type of situation. So that's a complete yeah. And I honestly think like police dispatchers can be morons a lot of the time too. Like they're just horrible sometimes. So I agree. I think that there should be a hotline for something like that. But I also want to say this too, Kristen. I think that there's a lot of really extremist Trump supporters out there. But when you come in hot like that simply because you now know that there are people that voted Trump, like it's a bit hard for me to want to take you seriously or anybody seriously when they're coming in that aggressive because like, hey, you don't know me, I don't know you. I'd love to hear you out on what you've experienced and what you have to say in your opinion. But when you come in here and treat me like I'm some absolute moron, whatever, just because of who I voted for, it makes me not want to talk to you.
No, I didn't, and apparently I keep getting muted or I can't put a comment. So no. The point that I was trying to make is like if there are people that are up here, like I'm trying to talk. Please quit muting me. I'm trying to speak that MAGA, I don't think you understand of all the things that I've said that your president has done to literally increase human trafficking. That is the only thing that I speak on TikTok about. That's the only thing that I panel about.
I understand
That
that
is
she's been
my
a lot.
profession.
She's
Why
kind of
can't I
mean.
don't see any comments. My screen
Even
is
when I
really
talk to the
weird.
chat, she's like,
Or I would
and
just stay in the
Stacy, and
comments
I'm
because
like,
I'm not gonna be attacked by people. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
hey, look,
Yeah,
we
you
do
sound very
understand that you
credible.
understand. We understand that you do know a lot, but I think that a lot of the times, I think it's just about the way that
It's the
you come
emotion.
across,
It's
right?
yeah,
A lot of
yeah.
people just want to be
You
talked
sound very
to.
credible.
So I shouldn't be emotional about the fact of human
Host,
trafficking. I
I
shouldn't be
just put
emotional.
that number up. I just put
No,
that
but you
number
came in
up,
here
host.
kind of with the attacking presence of, oh, you guys are MAGA.
Real quick,
You guys are
Michael.
idiots.
No,
Michael,
I was
just real
talking
quick,
to
I
the
put
one
that
individual that attacked me in the comments. That's who I was talking
I
about.
put that number up. It's active right now. It's 888-373-7888. That's an actual real live human trafficking line.
Yes, I don't even know if you guys can hear me because all that I see, I keep getting muted. All that I see is like my face. So I don't know.
I'm just saying that number is active right now.
I'm just hoping that you guys hear me. Yes, the number is active.
It's a national number, by the way. You don't have to have like minutes on your phone or a phone plan.
God, If you go to if say and this is what I said, if you go to an airport, if you go to a train station, the things you guys see, like, are you reporting trafficking? And this is what I said from the very beginning. Are you reporting trafficking? Do you think you're being trafficked? That number has now been changed on those
No,
posters.
it's right there.
No,
I put it
I
in
know
there.
it's
This
not
is
online.
false.
I never
Wait,
said
you
it
guys are
wasn't. Let me
misunderstanding.
fucking finish.
All right. I got it.
All right, bye.
Look, I'm kicking her. I'm sorry. I can't with people like that. She's not even trying to have a conversation. I really do, like, I understand what you've been through. I'm seeing that right now, and you probably left already, but that's going to completely derail the mission that we're trying to do here, guys. And I don't even know, nobody was muting her unless it was you, Caden. I mean, I don't know what she was talking about. I had not touched her stuff
No,
once.
I think she was kind of just irritated because she just got proven wrong and she was just trying to make
I
an
did not
excuse.
touch the mute button.
No,
more than
you
once.
guys are
didn't either.
misunderstanding what she was saying. She's not saying that. So she's talking about the posters, the flyers, like the PSAs that are out there in public, instead of actually giving people the proper resources and providing those resources. Instead, it's telling people to call ICE. Literally, the very people that they should be avoiding for the sake of their physical safety.
Why
She's
should
not
they be
saying that there
avoiding
isn't a
ICE?
number.
Wouldn't they be safer in ICE's
Yeah, they
detention
would.
than
No,
under
hell no,
somebody who's kidnapping them?
no.
That's idiotic.
Yes, they will.
No, they would not. Factually
Yes,
That's
they
idiotic.
will.
You think
That's an
they're better off with their
opinionated
kidnapper?
statement compared to facts.
Hang on,
You
Caden.
think you think they're better off with their
You
kidnapper?
should know me. Hang on, Caden. You should know me better than that by now. That when I assert something, I do back it up.
It's a
I don't
simple
just
question though. You
think
keep
So then
dodging
back it up,
questions.
sir.
Host. I need one. I need 7 seconds. The number I posted right there, most current number, 888-373-7888, National Human Trafficking Hotline, has been active. It's active right this second. If anyone's going through that, you should call it. That number has been active for 18 years.
Thank you.
Uninterrupted.
And I'm gonna
That's a
interject
good
this just
statistic
really
I
quick.
saw.
I just want to add this. A lot of people that come in here, highly intelligent. I can tell that there are so many smart people. What all of you lack is EQ. Y'all have incredible IQ. Y'all are smart, right? But the emotional intelligence of some people, y'all just don't know how to be empathetic. Y'all are not going to reach people and get them to change or even hear you if you are not willing to sit down and have a conversation and stop trying to always be right over them. And when you're coming in here, guns a-blazing, yelling at people, they're not going to respect you. I want to respect somebody like that. I want to hear what you're saying. But when you're cussing left and right, especially on TikTok, where we're going to get kicked or we're going to get flagged or it's going to stop sending people into the chat, it's going to derail everything that we're trying to do here. I understand that everything is crazy right now, that this administration is doing things that are unfathomable, and not a lot of people are seeing that. There is a lot of propaganda out there, but that's why we have to sit here and have this conversation. We have to educate each other. We can't keep belittling each other. If somebody is unaware of something, if somebody is not educated in these things, then teach them. That's what we're trying to do here.
You can
know how
only
hard it
teach
is?
people who are willing and capable, and not
I
only
do
that, but when you're
agree.
talking about being, empathetic, compassionate, EQ ultimately doesn't matter because number one, it is true that we should want to be right. Winning doesn't matter. Getting away from a conversation, being more correct, more accurate, more precise regarding the material that we've covered, it should be the end goal, regardless of how we feel. Not only that, but why should we care about how people feel if they're not able, as reasonable, rational adults, to put aside their feelings and engage in the facts in our shared reality? That I don't care about being condescending, right? Patronizing other adults in order to, juggle or massage their fifis just so they'll give me 2 seconds to listen. If they're not, if they don't care about the facts and they can't put their shit aside, that's their issue. It's not my inability or anybody else's inability to engage in, empathy or compassion. It's my willingness to engage in social faux pas, right? Intentionally, because who gives a shit? Right? If I say 2 + 2 = 4, or someone says to me, "Hey, Relentless, you're stupid. 2 + 2 = 4," it doesn't change the fact. If I can't deal with it, I can't deal with it.
I think
Everybody
that's
here
just
needs to
where-
understand that.
And I think that's just where everybody's philosophy is just going to be different on that, man. I mean, my philosophy is that every person is redeemable, regardless even if I disagree with them on the most heinous of things. I feel like we can sit and still have a conversation, and I can convince them. I feel like I have that ability, and most of these people, I think, in here would agree that if I was to explain these things to them in the way that I'm talking to them, they'd listen. Am I wrong, Michael?
Yeah,
Am
I mean,
wrong, Gar?
I said it
You are
plain.
wrong.
I said it plainly when when Kristen stopped talking for a moment and I told her, you came in here guns a-blazing, because in her comment, who is MAGA and who isn't? That's what she's trying to figure out. Because she's trying to figure out what's the temperature, because she wants to know how is she going to attack this conversation. But when she calmed down for just a few seconds, it sounds like, I think she may have mentioned that she had been drinking. I think if she was sober, she calmed down for a moment and agreed with me, and she started speaking in a more calm tone and everything, and then it went back into guns a-blazing. But she's a credible person simply because of her experience and what she does, what she mentioned. Okay, but when she's like attacking us for who we voted for, like, then I don't care about your opinion. I
Well,
don't
no,
care
and
if it's
exactly,
even.
but that's the thing, is you guys don't seem to realize it, but you guys do deserve to be attacked for the kinds of things you support.
Dude,
That if
shut
you
the
are
fuck
either
up,
hang on,
dude.
listen, like I said, I'm going to
Shut
go
the
ahead and
fuck up,
substantiate
dude.
it.
That's
Hang on,
such an illogical
before you
opinion, dude.
hang on, before you crash out
I
emotionally, let me
deserve to
explain
be
myself.
attacked because I voted for
Yes,
Donald Trump.
hang on,
Yeah, I
yes,
definitely
hang
don't
on.
agree with that, dude.
I don't agree with
Yeah,
that.
that's kind of
That's
radical.
fine. Let me
That's
explain.
radical.
Well, then
You don't want me to
you
explain?
deserve to be attacked because your
Not
people blew
physical
up the
attack,
Twin
not
Towers.
physically attack. I'm talking about attack rhetorically. Holy crap! Let
But
me
it's
explain.
either way. I'm going to
Hang on,
use your
Michael.
same logic real quick. No,
Hold on. Do you want me to
take a
explain or
second
not?
because you talk forever.
Do you want me to
Okay,
explain or
so
not?
I deserve to
No.
be attacked because I voted
Okay,
for
go
Donald
nuts,
Trump.
Michael.
Why shouldn't you deserve the racism attacks for your people blowing up the Twin Towers on 9/11?
What do
Why
you mean, my
shouldn't you?
people? Afghans.
You said you're Afghani.
Well,
Yes.
to be clear,
Afghans
it was
do that.
the majority were from Saudi
Host is
Arabia.
talking.
Just to be clear.
No, he's not from Saudi Arabia. He's
No,
Afghan.
I'm saying the
talking.
majority
Oh yeah, you're right.
were
You're
from
right.
Saudi Arabia.
It
Yeah,
seems to
Michael,
me
you don't know what
that
you're talking about.
most
Host
people
is
in this-
talking.
Most people in this chat, I would say that they would agree that we could have a conversation and come to common ground. It seems like relentless. You don't really want to find that common ground. Because
No,
it
you're
seems
You
like
incorrect. I
truly
would
have
like
the
nothing. Hang on.
superiority
I would
complex,
like nothing
Relentless.
better.
Aaron or
than to
Caden
find
are
that.
prime examples.
I would love. Hang on. I would love
me
nothing
and
better
Kaden
than
did
to
not
find.
agree on anything in our first video. It's on
That's
YouTube.
fine.
We were
You hang on.
going head to
You
head.
directly addressed me. Would you like
Yes,
to
I
me to
did.
Bro,
address what
you
you
just
said?
want to hear
Let's
yourself talk, bro.
Let's go. Let him go, man. Let's see what he has to say. Obviously, he's not gonna like concede to his belief, and
Well,
that's
because he
okay,
thinks
'cause
he has a
their
degree that
narrative.
he's smarter than
Okay.
everybody else.
It's okay.
Dude,
mean,
I don't care if I have 37 degrees. It doesn't make me smarter.
Let's let him make his statement. Go on.
I would like nothing better than for all of us to be able to cooperate through communication coordination. As human beings, it's in everyone's best interest to do so. The problem is this: is when people lack the ability, because you're trying to talk about reaching people, convincing people. Do you not understand that you are literally presupposing their ability to analyze and interpret the things that you're giving them, right? You're providing them in ways so as to be able to actually parse what is or is not real, right, in our shared reality. Not only that, I want to make it very clear. When Michael, for example, right there attacked me, I'm making it clear that based on his chosen beliefs and stances, yes, people should be attacked for intolerant positions. If I said let's go around kicking puppies, wouldn't you be like, wow, Relentless, you're a piece of shit for that? Absolutely, you should be. Absolutely, right? If I go around hitting children, hitting dogs, that's an intolerant position. When he came in and said, erroneously, by the way, because the hijackers weren't even Afghan, and not only that, but I'm not even Muslim, Michael, I'm actually atheist. I have no idea why he engaged in those ad hominems. I am simply trying to point out that based on his socio-political beliefs, he deserves to be criticized and critiqued. If you don't agree with that, I don't know what to tell you, genuinely.
I want to. Well, what's the end goal then? What is the solution here? What would you do?
That if I'm not able to change his mind, I can.
them?
No, I
you
didn't
would
say
be
that.
able to
In
convince
fact, I
me of
even
certain
said,
things if you weren't.
Let him respond.
I don't care, Michael. Again, if I can't reach you, that's up to you.
Dude, but you think everybody's dumber than you. That's the problem.
you
just
are
sounds like an
dumber than me.
anarchist.
Hold on, guys. Yeah, it is borderline anarchy, but I want to know what the solution is, because if it's not extermination, then what is it? If we can't
No,
convince
I have no idea why you guys. I'm not an anarchist, and no, not extermination. When did I ever advocate for physical violence here?
No, I don't think you have. I'm asking what your solution is.
He's
Because
asking
you're
for
advocating
re-education camps.
for all
No,
of
I'm
these.
not. Holy crap.
No, don't put words
I'm
in his mouth.
joking.
I
I'm
want
joking.
I want his
I'm
direct response. I
joking.
know.
It's a
Can I can I
joke.
can I
I
ask
know.
him a question, or
No, I'm
can I
gonna
ask him a
address what the
question?
host is
He said,
asking.
when did he ever
No,
incite
I'm going
physical
Let
to.
him,
violence?
guys. Let's just let him respond.
But
and
he
then
but
you
he
guys
said, when did he incite physical violence? It
Yes.
doesn't always start with inciting physical
Yeah,
violence.
no shit.
As
It's
soon
called
as you
stochastic terrorism. So be quiet so I can
okay.
address the host. So here's the thing: is
Oh
even
my
if I
God.
can't change his mind or anybody else's mind, when I'm coming in with logical and reasonable, facts, and even just pure logic and reason, not just to mention objective reality, right? That which is empirically, measured and presented. Then even if I don't change the minds of people that I'm arguing with or against, I want to make sure that everyone around is able to see, to witness what's happening, and hopefully, even if they don't agree with me, at least glean some bits and pieces of that which I'm presenting, again, hopefully, objectively and rationally.
So is your hope to reach the people who agree with you or the people that disagree with you?
No, because ultimately debate is not for the sake of changing the other person's mind. That never happens, right? That when you look at debates, whether it's on a high level intellectually or in terms of pure knowledge or even at low levels, ultimately you're not going to change the other person's mind with whom you're engaging in discourse with, right? It's for the sake of the audience. So for people who are going, hey, Relentless is a dick. He's a piece of shit. He's a bald prick. But hey, at least he gave this and this position that I agree with, and so did Michael with this and this position. So did Aaron. So did Caden. That's all I care about. That's all I care about, genuinely. You guys don't have to agree with that, which is fine. But
Yeah, we're not all gonna agree on like political, religious, sociological. Like we're not always gonna agree on those things, okay? But the problem is that the entire time that anybody has stated something, you've interjected with an opposition in a very arrogant way. It's annoying. Nobody wants to hear it, even if you're being factual. Like I don't want to hear it because you're like, oh, you deserve to be attacked because you voted for Donald Trump. That is the worst thing I've ever heard, and that is the most liberal thing. You claim to be not liberal, but that is one of the most liberal ideals today.
Let's attack his position though. Like
exactly. I said rhetorically.
We don't really need to tone police because I think there's enough there with his worldview that we can attack. It doesn't really matter how he comes off. I understand what you're saying, but ultimately his positions I don't think hold up. And that's what we should attack. It doesn't really matter how he says it. We should just attack what he believes in.
Thank you. See, you understand. Thank you.
Well, I don't agree with you, but I
know you
also
don't have to agree with me, but you understand the fifis.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, your degrees. I have a degree, but I it doesn't really matter. Like, I understand what he's saying. Like, an average person would get what Michael is saying. Like, they would take from this what he's saying. But ultimately, I hold to debate. I think we should actually go in the gauntlet. We should debate things. I don't really care how you say it or what you critique. We should ultimately question you on your position.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the thing that I'm saying though, and I think Aaron has said it and Caden has said it, is that we're not always going to agree on things, but we would like to, as people, come to a common ground, at least an understanding that we're not going to agree on everything. But you know what, dude? I love you. You're a great person. I want to be friends with you. And you immediately oppose that position. It's crazy that you even said that.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish to emulate the people. Yeah, hang on. I wish to emulate the people that are worth emulating. That if people are, I'm not speaking to you specifically.
You believe in an Aryan ideology.
No, I don't. What?
Yes, you do. You believe that there's a superior way of being, and it has to be your way of being.
Wait. Wait. So being logical and reasonable.
No, that's not what it is.
Then
You're
why are you
saying
talking
the
about Aryan?
only way is your way. That's an Aryan ideology.
No. I am perfectly capable of being illogical, irrational, stupid. To be
100%.
people. Yes, and so here's the thing. So why are you putting words in my mouth?
I didn't. I said we were talking about.
You said Aryan
that
ideology. What the
it
fuck
is.
are you talking about?
That's a superiority complex.
You're an idiot. Do you know
You're
what Aryan
muted, Aaron.
is?
Okay, hold on. I want
You're muted, host. You're
Obviously,
muted.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to be muted. Obviously, you have these degrees, right? And you seem very, very intelligent. I just want to know, what do you think we should do then? If this
Well,
isn't going to work, if you think that what me and Caden are doing right here, that it's worthless, then what do we do? Do we just not talk to these people?
No, it's absolutely worthwhile. So please don't misunderstand me. That all I'm trying to point out is this: even if not everybody is reachable, right? Because of course we should try. Absolutely. There's an old saying that whenever civil discourse ends, violence begins. Right? That when you can't communicate with people, you necessarily, there's no other option but violence. I 100% agree. Do your best to reach people. That's exactly why I host myself. Here's the issue, though, is in those cases where you cannot, and that's whether or not you disagree, you agree or disagree or respect or don't, respect people, then do it for the sake of the audience, right? That at least the audience comes away from these conversations going, hey, at least I learned these facts, or I learned this logical approach, or this angle that I never considered before, and so it's. No, I absolutely don't disagree with this, we'll call it endeavor. But the thing that I want to point out is, notice that we've been in this conversation for quite a while, and you've been more than fair. Not only you, but also Caden. I want to point that out, and everybody else.
Thank you.
But Michael, the fact that you're now putting words in my mouth, you're
I
saying
didn't
I'm
put
an
words in your
Aryan.
mouth, dude.
Hang on. So let me appeal to everyone's intellect here and then. Have I ever said in here, based on immutable characteristics, people are inherently superior or inferior? No.
I was unclear on your response earlier, to be honest.
Well, no, I'm talking about Michael. Michael said I'm an Aryan supremacist.
You are. You don't think that people should coexist and commingle.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I
That's
said
what we're.
some
That's
people are in.
no.
My
Real
Lord.
quick.
No.
That's what
wait,
Aaron
wait.
said.
You did say
Aaron
that it's
and Caden and
incompatible.
everybody in
No,
here
I
has
said
said
sometimes it's not possible.
No, you did.
We know it's not always possible.
No. Wait, real quick, Michael. You did say like an hour ago that the worldviews and the positions from like conservatives and whatever you hold to are incompatible. So I don't think Michael's entirely wrong on that. I actually think
Let me
that's
be
a good
very clear,
critique.
because you guys misunderstood. MAGA Republican ideology is fundamentally intolerant. And so therefore, when it comes to MAGA Republicanism and non-MAGA Republicans, that yes, leads to a fundamental incompatibility. And that's
But
where
isn't liberal ideology the
I'm
same
not
thing? The same way?
liberal.
It doesn't matter. I'm asking you a question. I didn't say you were. Isn't liberal ideology the same way?
No, because they are a little more tolerant as far as
They
the
are.
sociopolitical
Who's beating the shit out of ICE right now? Is it Republicans or liberals?
See, and again, that is a very disingenuous question.
It's not. I'm just
Yes, it
asking a
is.
simple question. Yes or no?
Because I could do
Which
the
one is
same
it?
thing and say, who are the ones that are riddling people full of like 10 bullets and shooting them in the back?
It's not. It's
what?
Basically pointing out that there are bad faith actors on all sides.
Look,
Who's burning cities down?
I just wanted to say we're probably coming to the 10-minute marker, so I know things are kind of heated right now, but let's try.
What? You need sleep?
Again, it's a superiority. He has a superiority mindset that everybody who's MAGA is just inherently stupid, but everybody who's not isn't.
I want to be very clear. At this point in time, if you are a MAGA Republican and are at this point in time still supporting Trump, yes, you are either number one, completely inadequately informed, number two, lacking intellect, or number three, you are the type of person that genuinely wants to spread that kind of hateful philosophy. Yeah,
Well,
or a
I
combination
disagree,
of.
because the more I do my research, the more it solidifies my my political beliefs. So yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna have to disagree with you there, brother.
And that's fine. We can agree to disagree. We can have, again, civil discourse regarding that fundamental.
But how does, let's just say between you and me only, okay? How does me voting for Trump and just knowing that I would prefer to vote on a conservative side or Republican side than Democratic, how does that, me being that way, affect you?
Wait, so you're asking me why politics affects
individually?
us all? Yeah, that's a ridiculous
my stance.
question.
No, it's not.
It is.
Because I'm not harming you.
Yeah, hang on. Whoa. Wait, hang on. So are you telling me, have you ever heard the quote, "The personal is political"?
No.
So when we all, because life is not lived in a vacuum, when I make decisions that necessarily impact the rest of society, right? Whether it's the community, the nation, the international community, we are necessarily at some level affecting others around us, whether it radiates just a little bit out to our immediate family and friends or all the way out to affect everyone in the world. We are necessarily impacting others. So are you seriously
Okay.
suggesting that when we do
Okay,
things
so
like
let me
vote on the
let me
federal
have a follow-up question since you kind of answered it already. Who did you vote for prior to this last election?
prior to the, so you're talking about like prior to Trump being
So
elected?
when Joe
this
Biden
time?
won. When Joe Biden won.
Yes. So
You voted for Joe Biden?
yes, only because he was the lesser of the two evils. That I absolutely dislike and disagree with many of Biden's positions.
So you
Ooh,
voted
got
for
a
a
big
person who is completely mentally so you voted for a person who's
crowd.
completely and mentally incompetent and easily manipulated?
No, I did not vote for
And
Donald
that's
Trump.
Well, you
what?
helped voted that into office, that's for sure.
I did
What are you
not vote
talking
for
about?
Donald Trump.
You did. Donald Trump wasn't mixing up his words and sentences and his actually he wasn't mixing up his generations when he was
Right,
going up
I'm
on
going after
stage.
Relentless when I
but-
say that, by the way.
That you do what? I'm sorry?
I was just referring to you when I said that's what you voted into office when Biden was in office because you voted
No,
for him.
absolutely.
Right,
No,
yeah.
absolutely. And that's the thing is
Are
is
you
ideally
but
all of
wait,
those-
you're a very smart person. You voted for Joe Biden, who is completely and mentally incompetent and easily manipulated physically. And you're telling me he was the better choice for presidency?
It's worse
So
than that.
other
It's actually worse than
even though
that.
that was a very loaded question, and I'll
It's not
ignore the
loaded,
first
it's a
one. Hang on,
simple
hang on.
question.
It is literally it's the definition of a loaded question, but we'll talk about that later.
No, it's
That
not.
yes, compared to Trump, it was the difference between being, let's say, shot by a 22 caliber rifle and being hit in the face with a 50 cal. Yes.
Okay,
it's a
let's say
significant difference.
not compared to Trump in general.
Okay, then yeah, I wouldn't have voted Joe Biden. That if
Okay.
it weren't for the
Okay.
sake of having to deal with the lesser of two evils, then yeah, I wouldn't have voted for him.
Wait. How did you do? I just want to ask one real question, real quick, host.
Yeah.
By the way, I followed you. I actually like
I
this
appreciate the
live.
follow, bro. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna get more. I'm gonna actually share this to my ex account.
Please
but,
do.
Bro, you should come
But
in more often, man.
yeah, I will now. I did based on what you just said, though. Relentless. What is your alignment when it comes to, in your worldview? I think they're all bad, but Bernie Sanders versus Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton, etc. Was your position who could win, or how did you go about that whole fiasco that happened? Because I'm actually curious about that.
Yeah, so basically I engaged in like a multivariate cost-benefit analysis. But yeah, ultimately I would have not only preferred someone like Sanders compared to someone like Biden, certainly to Trump, but in fact, if I could force the Overton window to shift further left and we can actually get some proper positive change in this country, so let's engage in, virtually everything else that most of the rest of civil, developed societies are engaging in, I would have actually voted for those types of individuals.
You
that push the
engaged in
aforementioned.
the opposite of Bernie Sanders, though, just because he had a certain letter next to his name, Joe Biden. Like, Joe Biden is completely opposite of Bernie Sanders. It's not even comparable.
So you understand what I said when I said cost-benefit analysis, right?
Yeah, I literally brought that up. I basically brought that up before. I said, did you see that he had more of an advantage to win?
Right, so
I brought
you're
that up
basically
before you said
asking
it.
me, is it better to be hit by a car that weighs 2,000 pounds or 10,000 pounds?
So
It doesn't matter.
Obviously,
You're getting hit by a car and you're going to die.
So you threw
Exactly.
away your
Hang on,
you
exactly,
You threw away your
exactly.
morals. You threw away your
Exactly.
morals.
No, because again, utilitarianism and moral absolutism, these things are not like they're on a sliding scale. You do understand that, right? That I would love to live in, be an idealist.
Oh, I would love
love
to debate you on that if we had more time. I would love
Well,
to debate.
feel free to. I'm
moralism.
always down to debate.
We got like 5 minutes left tonight, but tomorrow, man, we're gonna be live again at 8:00. So we gotta,
How about like
Just don't let Relentless join because we're never going to agree on anything, and he just doesn't want us to be living in harmony together.
I think it's okay to not agree on things, but
I mean, again, you're
Relentless
putting
didn't
words in my
answer your
mouth.
question.
I would
I'm
love
just
nothing.
trolling. I'm just
I
trolling.
have a
Relentless.
question for the group. I have a question for the group. Since the conversation and the whole point of the live is to talk about and to share your whatever your opinions, my question is, what was the last thing, or specifically about this administration, whatever it is, about the opposing party that you changed your mind on? What was the last thing where you were like, oh,
I
used to believe this, and now I see where where it's maybe I was wrong.
Wait, you mean about Trump currently? I'm a little
Just in
unclear. Maybe
general,
I was
just
slow, but
the opposing party, whatever you believe in, what was the last thing that you were like, oh,
for me
I was wrong?
it was Biden's commitment to his new idea of Title IX. I thought that was absolutely insane, and I don't even think he wanted to do that, because if you look at his comments from the 90s, or even like 5 years ago, before, like a couple of years before he was president, I think when he kind of had his own idea about Title IX, I was like, oh, there's other people controlling this, like there always is. And Title IX, for anybody that's not clear, is Biden holds that K through 12 and the collegiate level, that males who identify as women or girls can play in those sports. I think that's completely ridiculous. I think most people agree with me on that too. I'm not saying because most people agree with me, I'm right. I think if we got down to the arguments with that, I think that that turned a lot of people away. Even like Democrats, like you go around
No,
TikTok,
but that
even
wasn't my
Democrats don't
question.
mess with
My
it.
question is, what changed? What was something that you believed in that you changed your mind from the opposing party?
Like if like for like Kamala Harris or something, if I didn't vote for her.
No, just like in general. Like I used to think that my party, you know, this opinion on something was resolute in my thought of this, but then over time or whatever, because of someone pointed it out, actually I changed my mind. I changed my opinion. I want to know like what, because what's his name was saying
I'll
earlier
give you an
that
answer real quick. It's an
you guys
opinion, but
don't
very
change
short.
your minds.
I mean, for
Yeah, here's
me,
a short answer.
Yeah, go on, bro.
Short
Yeah.
answer. I felt like America was the true power in the world, and I feel like I feel like we are being manipulated by another government across the ocean.
It's the
And
Jews.
yeah, I just didn't want to be.
You got to make it normal
I agree
call
with
that
that.
out. You got to make it normal to say that. It's okay to say that.
No, I know it's okay to say that, but on here they just they listen in on every single word that you say,
they
and if you
own
say
it
something
now.
that's
Yeah.
right,
I agree with you. I think I thought that we had a little more power than we do.
right.
No, we don't.
I mean, mine, I would say, probably has to stem from the Gaza-Israeli war. Before educating myself, I looked at it as more one-sided. It was one side's fault. When I educated myself on the history of the whole idea in general, I just realized that it was both parties over there, both faults. I mean, they both keep coming at each other for literally the
Yeah.
exact same reasons, and I support
Yeah.
neither now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
That's birthed out of the education from this, isn't it, Caden?
I agree with that statement, and because I always used to say, like, I don't understand why everyone takes such a strong stance over one or over the other when both sides are committing atrocities. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely agreed.
Yeah.
I think
But I
one
think
side's
that,
taking a defensive approach, though. Like, let's be like, you got to be
Yeah,
kind of
there's a
honest
different
about that.
approach, but they're still both at fault at the end of the day if you look at the history, and there's no doubt about that.
Well, I don't lump all Palestinian as, as Muslim or something like that, or they're part of a T group. There's actually a lot of Orthodox Christians, like Coptics, that have been unalived and their buildings destroyed in the current war that's going on. A lot of people don't talk about that. Western media doesn't really care about it.
That is very true. Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of. I think if this was happening to everyday Americans, they would understand the plight. So maybe, and even Relentless, I think like he understands that. Like he would probably say like, if people were coming to destroy you, yeah, you're gonna fight back, and that's why I can't get on either current administration. I mean, I feel like they're both in the pockets of the AIPAC lobby.
They are. You're not
Yeah.
wrong about that.
You know, and
Caden,
it's-
weren't we talking the other day and somebody was saying that about Vietnam, and they were like, yeah, the things that they did or the the traps that they set for our soldiers and the way that they were behaving has been described as being so barbaric, and it's like, but what would you do? Like,
Well,
what would you do if
it's
you're
worse than that. Even if you look at Gulf of Tonkin and how we got into that conflict, the military industrial complex shot on their own ship to, and that's a declass. That's not a conspiracy.
We've
That's a
done this multiple
declassified
times.
memo. Yeah, it's not.
We did it with World
It's
War
so
I as well.
frustrating. You know,
We
yeah,
give
like there's
ourselves
a
excuse to enter the wars because the public has to be outraged before you go to war, which is what they failed
Yeah.
to do here. Which is why you had a support with Iraq and Afghanistan. We had outrage, right? There's no public
Yeah.
outrage with Iran. I mean, it's like we weren't even talking about Iran in December or November. Like the biggest threat to the nation was Mamdani. Like, come on, bro. Y'all weren't even really that
and
pressed about Iran.
they're trying to move away from it now. When the new people come in, when the JD Vance group and these other people come in, we're going to move away from the Middle East and we're going to try to initiate conflict with China. That's what's going to happen. Mark my words right now. They're trying to leave the Middle East and they want to go into the Asia Pacific. That's what they want to do. And we shouldn't tolerate it.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't tolerate war.
No, we shouldn't, man. We shouldn't.
And Republicans
No,
and
we
Democrats
shouldn't.
used to agree on this, but then we had a crazy stuff happen, and now Democrats want to, support Ukraine and all of their craziness with the Schnazis and all of this stuff that they have going on locally. Not saying it's all of them. They want to support that. Republicans want to support Israel. It's that simple. Like, it's a war industrial complex. And whether or not we agree on the little stuff, we should be able to look at it and say, this is not a Western idea. This isn't America. We shouldn't support this type of conflict. We should stop getting involved in them. So I kind of agree. Maybe I am an isolationist. Like, I think it was Relentless asked that earlier. Maybe too a little bit. Yeah.
I
mean,
think it was there was actually the other guy. I'm sorry, I forget his name. The Marine, I think, that was in here earlier. I think he might have been the one that asked.
That
but yeah.
cannon, the guy, the something cannon.
Yeah, something
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if everybody wants to start making their final statements for the night, man, I'm gonna have to get off soon. I gotta get up early in the morning.
God bless you all, whether you believe or not. And thank you for coming to the live. If you support this mission of us trying to come to peaceful talks and find the middle ground between each parties, please make sure you follow the host, because let me tell you, our movement is obviously coming. We have multiple different people on a day-to-day basis telling us, hey, I really like your guys' lives and the way that you move with it. So yeah, make sure to
Prove
like
it.
before it ends, and then of course say your goodbyes.
Yeah.
Bye, guys. It was good talking to you. Thanks for
Hey, Sar, real quick.
all the info.
I remember
It was
you
nice
from our
hanging out
first
with you
time
again,
meeting.
Blessing.
Bye. I'll see you guys another
Well,
night.
Have a good
Bye.
night. Have a great night. We'll catch you next time.
See you guys.
Bye.
Peace, y'all.
all right.
Peace
Peace.
later, Relentless.
Go
Appreciate
Blue.
the
Michigan
conversation,
national
man.
champs. Go Blue.
Likewise.
Hail.
What about you, Michael Uzar? Y'all want to throw y'all's closing statements out there?
Nah, man, I'm good. I was just gonna tell Czar, like me and Czar, we met on another live. There's like this Baphomet picture, this like lady talking about why is it an evil thing to have pictures of Baphomet, which is like a demonic thing. Anyway, me and him were like yelling at each other, and now we follow each. Yes, he changed his profile name, I think, recently, and so did I actually. But
That's funny.
it was hilarious. It was like the worst argument ever. It was all stupid. And he's like, "Oh, you're Middle Eastern? What does this mean?" And he started speaking in like Assyrian, and I was like, "I don't speak Assyrian." And it was just,
That's funny, dude.
it was hilarious as hell. But now
I like-
he remembers.
Well, I hope
Mike-
tonight was a more productive
Michael, I like
conversation.
that you lied and said that you were 75.
Yeah, dude. You know what I realized is like so many TikTok lives. And what pisses me off the most are the ones where like, "What are your pronouns?" I'm like, just call me by my name. I hate that.
He
So I
goes,
just
"Wow,
figured
I
I'd do a
remember."
troll one time.
He goes, wow, I remember.
Yeah, you did. Say
Yeah,
that.
All
I'm
right,
gonna
guys.
start
Have a good
lying
night.
about my age. Just to prove points, I'm gonna start lying about my age.
Oh my gosh. Well, like I said, man, I really
Good
hope
stuff.
everybody enjoyed tonight. Yes, let's build this live up to 100, 200 viewers. Czar, let's build it up to hundreds of thousands of people. Hell, I don't care. You know, we got to get these people united, man. That's the mission. It's small right now. We barely just started doing this though, like a week ago. So then look how much we've already been able to do so far. I can only imagine what we got
Absolutely,
after
yeah.
here, man.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're having these conversations because we care about American people and American lives. With that being said, if we don't continue having these conversations, we're going to hate each other so much that the killing continues and continues. So that is literally what we're trying to stop, and we're trying to help people pull their heads out of their ass when it comes to believing certain agendas for certain things. Well, education is of course the main way we're going to go about this, and just at the same time committing peaceful acts towards each other even though we don't agree, because that is American like.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for hanging out again. Seriously, we always enjoy the conversation.
Bye. Have a good night.
You
Have a
too.
good one.
Have a good one.
Peace out, buddy.
Peace out. Peace out. For everybody that's still in the chat, go ahead and drop me a follow, please. We'll be online again tomorrow night around 8 o'clock Central Time. So yeah, I gotta go to sleep, man. Yeah, exactly. I do. I gotta get some rest, man. I gotta go to class in the morning. So yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. We'll be on tomorrow. Catch you guys later. All right, everybody on Twitch, I'm getting off for the night. I love you guys. Thank y'all for hanging out. As always, we'll be online tomorrow. We'll be doing debates. I know many people weren't really watching over here, but hey, man, we're going to record every conversation. We're going to just keep going, man. I love you guys. Good night.